moving on. And they say I have a grim sense of humor.
We're already in week 3 of the LCS, and today we'll be looking at the leaderboards and hearing from some of the teams looking to bounce back after a rough start to the split. You're getting a look at CLG and Evil Geniuses focusing up before their match in Game 1 of the day. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LCS Countdown, where for 30 minutes we hear from some doctors and reinvest into the LCS stock market until the timer reaches 0 and we jump into Champions Select. If we turn towards the standings, though, we see Cloud9 reigns supreme, but has some surprising contenders nipping at their heels.
Yeah, I mean, Cloud9 looks so good right now. Their average game time is, I think, 5 minutes faster than the league. They are dominating, and I think it's safe to say that unless Team Liquid gets to above their summer split level when Broxa eventually rejoins this roster, finally approved, that I think Cloud9 is the favorites.
And those expectations, I think, might be too high for Team Liquid to actually come out of nowhere with such little practice with Broxa and deliver on an already established Cloud9 that has been playing, that has been practiced.
Yeah, they have some tough competition. I mean, coming into this weekend, they're going to have to prove themselves if they want to remain on top. They have both Dignitas and Fly, two teams that have really stepped up into these roles as competitors in the Spring Split.
I think Dignitas is a really exciting team because I didn't think anybody thought they won the offseason, that this team was just put with parts that...
for the Huni reportedly $2.3 million.
With parts that nobody wanted to take. They put this roster together, but I think the combination of the veterans that really still want to play and really see themselves being a part of the LCS, combined with these rookie players, has made for a surprisingly resilient team.
I think the same can be extended to FlyQuest as well. Take a look at the top 3 teams in the league right now, and when you look at the offseason, they're 3 of the most criticized teams for the moves that they made, and yet here they are sporting pretty sweet records. Of course, only 2 weeks in, we have to take a look at those schedules and see if any of them will be tested in the future. We do kick things off today with Evil Geniuses versus Counter Logic Gaming. Then TSM face off against that surging Dignitas later in the day before FlyQuest get their chance at breaking Cloud9 streak. A reminder that we have a 3-day show now with Monday Night League kicking off at 5 p.m. PST and the Bud Light League Lounge going down shortly after those 2 matches.
So that was Monday night.
Monday night.
So the League of Legends will be played at the night on Monday.
Yeah, that's when it is. Monday, the day after Sunday, and at night.
Bud Light
Tuesday.
League Lounge is after that.
Yes.
Gotcha.
There it is.
Monday Night League.
Lock it in. We're going to hear from Freak and Kobe about Game 1, but before we do, Wiggly spoke frankly about the team's communication struggles.
No one wants to lose. Like, everyone on our team is really sad about losing, obviously. Like, no one wants to go 0-4. I'm not happy about it, but there's no real point in just being, depressed or, like, looking down on things and, like, being a doomsayer and saying, oh, we can't fix it, we can't do this. Like, for me, I know like I kind of know what's going wrong in game. It's just hard for me to help like communicate everything, and yeah, I know it can be fixed. It's not something where, oh, like individually we just don't have what it takes and like the other teams are just like better. It's always something that we can just fix from practicing together and like playing together and communicating more and just focusing on. So I'm never like just like, of course it sucks to lose, but I think all of us are like really trying to fix the problem, and we've all been like working hard at it. So yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if CLG can fix those issues. Of course, 0-4 start. Not ideal, but they've got games to play. Looking at this matchup, we have two teams who are both struggling after reasonably high expectations coming out of the offseason. Wiggly pointed out, communication seems to be the main crux of CLG's problem.
Yeah, we've actually heard a lot about that. And Wiggly himself has actually come to form in summer, though. I feel like that was a big part of CLG's success that they did have, and they need to reclaim that. Other things that we're looking at, Crown, that LeBlanc game, that was really, really poor from them. It hasn't panned out as people had hoped so far. So they're going to have to step up not only the jungle, but jungle mid synergy, I think, is going to have to come together for them, especially for that mid game.
And of course, meanwhile, their opponents on EG also a bit plagued with a rough start to the season at 1-3.
Yeah, I mean, they do look a bit desynced for Evil Geniuses as well. Both CLG and EG lost to TSM last week, so they both suffered defeat at the same hands. However, on a positive note, we did see improvement from Kumo, specifically from the top lane. A lot of people had doubts about this young guy up there in the top lane, so we hope to see that continue.
Yeah, I mean, EG definitely was in winning distance and striking distance of that TSM game, so we'll see which of these teams shapes up better and who picks up the win. But that's what we're going to be focusing on in Game 1. Until then, Dash, back to you.
Thank you very much, Freak. Thoughts on these two teams? Obviously struggling, 1-3 for EG and 0-4 for CLG.
I mean, CLG is having a terrible start, let's be honest. But that being said, they had a really strong finish to the year overall last year. Crown individually, we have seen be very successful in the LCS. I do not think this is indicative of his overall skill level. I don't buy that Crown just all of a sudden got this bad from where he was. So I do think we are going to see CLG improving as they come together better as a squad, because I still think they have strong individual pieces. They're just not working together well right now.
And Wiggly seems like he can be a bit of a hot or cold player. Spring last year did not look great. To summer was one of their best players. And I think this is a team that is obviously struggling right now, but we've seen how they can turn it around. They did it just last year.
Well, when it comes to the team's struggles, Weldon shared insight on CLG's progress.
Yeah, the season's started pretty rough for us, obviously. I think we've had some hilarious draft differences in some of our games where we picked snowball comps and didn't end up snowballing very early on. And then behind the scenes, I think that whenever you have a shift in engagers, where we have like Ray, who was our primary engage last year, in some of the games on stage, you'll notice that he doesn't have like a primary engage champion. And so there's always going to be this growth in the beginning of the season with synergizing like how it is we fight and when we fight and what it sounds like when we're fighting. And we've been seeing a lot of progress on that, and it hasn't shown on stage, but I'm pretty confident in the team and their growth so far. I feel like with these two teams, there's a lot of overlapping knowledge of how we play. So there's like former teammates or former coaches, and they know our strengths and weaknesses, and we know theirs. And so I think it's going to be one of those friendly boxing matches where we're just going to see who is the person that gets to execute their game plan.
Some thoughts on the obstacles that stand in front of CLG, but the reality is with only 18 games in the regular season, we're going to have to start seeing them overcome some of those obstacles.
And taking a friendly approach to a live or die situation where you should be really fighting tooth and nail for every single win is not giving me as much confidence as I would have liked to hear from the coaching staff of CLG. But I do agree with Azael. I think CLG has been underperforming. There is just no way that this is the roster that was assembled and this is their level of playing. Clearly, something is not clicking for them. And I have faith that they will be able to win a few games. The streak can't get worse.
Strong endorsement there, Crumbs.
I think it might at some point.
Yeah, well, we look for them to maybe sort of kind of
fallen
pick
to
up one of their wins today in our first game of the day. We're taking a quick break, and as we go, we take a look at Evil Genius's newest series, Icon, which starts following their new top lane.
I was born in China, in Nanchang, but I lived in Guangzhou. My family owned an arcade, so I would always go and play games there. A lot of flashing lights. People smoking cigarettes. Coins, the sounds of coins. And a typical day would just be me like asking for tokens to play. I think it's a place where I had a lot of freedom, and I think that's why I liked it so much. I could just do whatever and like roam free in the arcade until I came to America when I was 9.
Welcome back to the LCS Countdown, just under 18 minutes away from Game 1 of the day. With the first 2 weeks under our belts, I'd like to see who's crushing the leaderboards for the LCS. So let's get a couple up there on the back wall. Who takes the cake in each of these categories? KDA King, Sven.
It makes me immediately think of BDD and that chase for the 100 KDA that he achieved in the LCK last year. I think that was such a historic mark. And it would be really exciting to have someone in the LCS try to chase for that too.
He's halfway there.
It reminds me as a player before, you usually don't know when you have a really high KDA. It's everybody around you telling you, or other teams really trying to kill you. Yeah. I want to see teams go down to C9. Just try to mess with Sven.
They have to get him twice. He's deathless. You have to kill it. You have to
he doesn't even have a single one. It's got to be two.
Can't divide by one.
Yeah.
But you can divide by one. Let's be very clear how math works.
No.
I have a special information. Don't worry, kids at home. You can divide by one.
It's impossible.
It's impossible.
We brand the numbers.
Moving right along. Damage per minute. We find Power of Evil at the top.
Power of Evil's on top. I know we're going to talk more about it. What's interesting is no C9 players in damage per minute, but it's hard to have high damage per minute when you're ending games at 30 minutes and murdering everyone instantly.
Yeah, exactly. You know, teams, this is somewhat skewed towards champions that are high DPM,
Yep.
obviously. But also, if you get to a late game stage, you have 6-item builds, you deal tremendously more damage in the team fight.
I also saw a little fun fact that he would be ranked number 2 of the highest DPM in Europe right now. So he's out there doing pretty well. Don't ask me who's number 1. It's a secret.
Okay,
Yeah.
I won't ask. Moving on to the third
impossible, no, just like
final
dividing by
category. Yeah, I
one.
know. Now
I bet he blurts it out.
I'm like scared to engage Crumbs with anything now. Total CS 15-30 speaks kind of to the allocation of gold for each of these teams, and we find Kabe of TSM is getting the most.
Yeah, I mean, he had that really long Senna game. This is only 15-30, but he often ends up in the mid lane collecting a lot of the farm, and I think that's a good game to see if you want like a 60-minute explanation of why he's number 1.
4 ADCs, one top laner.
Interesting.
How interesting.
Yeah, I think it is really interesting. It does speak to how Someday plays the game, though. I think he is an incredible laner. He gets advantages, and then he often, instead of taking that to teamfight, likes to take that to the side lane, likes to try to extend that advantage. He plays a lot of scaling champions, like when he's playing his GP. He's fantastic in those side lanes, and I think that's where he is most comfortable, and I think that's why we're kind of seeing him as this anomaly.
You know who's notably absent from all 3 of these leaderboards is Doublelift, right? A guy who has been touted as one of the best in the entirety of the LCS, regardless of the role. Not on any of these leaderboards. My question is more so related to Brox's expected return, or rather arrival to the team. Once he joins, is that roster of 5 capable of skyrocketing Doublelift onto some of these leaderboards, or maybe some of the other TL guys?
I think at the very least, you're going to have him do a lot better because the jungle proximity for Schernfire was so low. I think it was
like
9% before.
Lowest of all time.
Lowest. That has never happened. When Doublelift is on your team, you are camping the bottom lane. So a very outlying kind of synergy with the jungle and Doublelift that I think Brox, as a jungler that really helps lanes, will be there and will.
KDA is
get
where
into
you'll
the
see Doublelift start
leaderboards.
flying up when they go on their massive win streak that I sense is coming.
Ooh, massive win streak. Mark Senses is coming. We'll see who can make moves in the LCS leaderboards as we look at our players to watch for Week 3. They are CLG's Crown, FlyQuest's Power of Evil, Cloud9's Blabber, and TSM Broken Blade. Let's start with the 2 mid laners who swap teams, Crown and Power of Evil.
I mean, they've had pretty opposite trajectories at the start of the split. PoE, we saw him at the top of the damage meters. It's Crown actually on the bottom end of that. He is 10th in the league. But I do believe that Crown is still a talented player. As I said earlier, I do think he's going to turn it around, but it's nice to see PoE once again being successful on another squad because he really is a consistent carry from the mid lane. He loves to play that late game style. You know what you're going to get, and he does it well.
And it's clear to me that Crown is just going through growing pains. And this is a very emotional and volatile player. I mean, he wins world championships and is sad inside because he played Malzahar. Because he felt like it wasn't giving it his all. And so clearly when you have these tough losses on CLG, it gets to him. And I think it gets to the entirety of the CLG squad that has rallied around making Crown the crown jewel of the organization.
And we know how good PoE can be. I would love to see if he can stay up there. But for Crown, no one thinks, like we were saying earlier, he's not that bad. Those numbers undersell how good he is. And so we are waiting to see that kind of other side of him. Whereas PoE, this could be him all split if FlyQuest stays good.
Right, and what a way for FlyQuest to kind of come up in the spring split. Again, we talk about off-season losers, and a lot of people were looking at Dig and FlyQuest saying, I don't really see what moves they made. They're going to catapult them to the top of the standings. Well, he is working real well with the rest of this roster. We can't ignore that Ignar also came in, so it's not all PoE. But wow, this FlyQuest roster really.
They've been looking great, but I mean, another roster that's doing incredible. Obviously, C9, Blabber, a big player to watch. This is a guy that I think people had question marks, him stepping into the shoes of Sven Skaren, the LCS MVP. People talk a lot about Blabber as this coin flip player. He's really aggressive. You never know what you're going to get. But to be fair to the guy, he has the highest win rate of anyone in the LCS.
History.
Yeah, LCS history. And this is, based on 25 plus games. He has a lot of games that he has amassed, and he has a history, a pedigree of winning here.
So then this may be a kind of a strange question, but is it weird or unfair then that, for example, I look at this team and I'm still not convinced, even seeing the 4-0, even seeing the way in which they're smashing a lot of these teams, there's something about the unprovenness of this roster in my head that disallows me from getting on the hype train the way I would have with TL and Spring Split last year.
I think that there's a couple things. One, like you're saying, some of these players feel like rookies, even though Vulcan did play with Piglet in spring, but no one remembers that time. They only remember the Cody Sun days. Same with Blabber having, I think, like 50 games already.
At this point,
Even though he feels like a rookie, Sven coming from TSM, I think I understand why people were hesitant. And they've only smashed. They have 0% time with a major deficit. And one of the things that made C9 so good in summer was that they could come back from games. We haven't seen any diversity of how they win. It's always, well, we just smash you. And sometimes that's enough.
Right.
You know, that was immortal.
If you keep doing that, great. You
yeah.
never have to show us the other way, but the question does remain, if they ever fall behind, can they still navigate themselves to a victory? Finally, we got to talk about TSM Broken Blade for a TSM that has somewhat struggled in the early parts of the split. He more recently has showed up.
Yeah, he had a really good set performance, which a lot of players are having good set performances, so I'm not sure where to throw the credit. Is it too much on
He
set?
did have a good Ornn game too, though.
He did have a really good Ornn as well, and he was one of the players that I thought would be a very strong asset for TSM, which is why he stayed on for the roster for this season. And he seems to be stepping up as a leader within the TSM organization as well, which is really interesting because, as we saw, it was only Someday that was playing around top lane with the CS. I think that TSM could play into Broken Blade a little bit more. There are opportunities right now to play the Elise, Gragas, have a magic jungler, physical top laner, and really win a game off of breaking over the top lane.
Eyes on these four for week 3. The start of the season can be exciting, but all that change can also expose your immune system to plenty of tilt. So let's get our checkup as we hear from Dr. Azael and Mark.
Welcome to the LCS General Hospital, the leading name in league diagnoses, treatment, and ridiculously talented doctors.
People do say that.
With the start of the new season, there's always a lot of injuries that can come from being out of practice. Perhaps the most troubling is the outbreak we've seen across the league in the jungle position. Now, see there? That's an abnormality in the frontal lobe.
Yeah, a textbook case of J4 brain. This is a pernicious condition that always seems to rear its ugly head in competitive play. It's most easily identified by players operating under feelings of invincibility and with complete abandon for their own well-being.
Indeed, if you think your favorite team is playing with J4 Brain, please encourage them to get draft help immediately.
Yeah, nothing to be ashamed of. A couple rounds of Sejuani should have your jungler brought right back down to earth.
Yes, now to be clear, this should not be confused with C9 Sven syndrome, which actually does make you impossible to kill.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's cheating. No one can touch that.
No one can touch that guy. There is different treatments for those, though they are totally different.
Yeah, totally different things. But one player that has benefited from the offseason is Froggen. He's completely turned his health around. This guy is just about the only person ever to keep his New Year's resolutions, and it's paying off early in 2020.
I definitely didn't.
Yeah, me either. He's been getting out more, exercising, meditating, and he's getting a steady intake of CS with a high-protein diet.
Excuse me, high protein?
No, a pro team. He has good players on his team for a change.
Oh, right, yeah. That will definitely help. Now, unfortunately, it's not all good news for the returning teams. I have something very sad to share with you. After an intensive operation and multiple lane transplants, it appears that CLG's body has rejected its new players. It's with a heavy heart that I have to report the team was dead on arrival for Spring Split.
He did everything he could.
But hey, there's more LCS Soundcom coming down right up, so, you know, stick around.
How about that? That's great.
Cloud9 are riding high, but are they going to give you the best bang for your buck, especially with the second place teams waiting to challenge their hold on first? Well, friends, gather around and let's see if we can make sense of the turbulent tectonic plates that is the LCS stock market together. Now, if you're like my friend Mark over there and have some ground to make up, you might be looking for a riskier horse to get you back in the race. If that's you, take a gander at CounterLogic Gaming. Their price is down thanks to an 0-4 start, and with an easier schedule on the horizon, you might see your portfolio getting a W. Reminder, I did say it was a riskier investment because, well, CounterLogic. I myself tend to preach patience. It's only week 2. No time to go making desperation plays. Instead, I'd be looking at that blonde-haired boogeyman that's going to be haunting the junglers' nightmares. That's right, Brox's time in the Visa penalty box looks to be coming to an end. So this may be your last chance to get in on Team Liquid at its current low price. Wait a minute. Correction, a slightly lower price. All right, mi amigos, that's it. It's always invest wisely, and if you find yourself hitting it big, don't forget your old pal Riv.
Thank you, Riv, and welcome to the LCS stock market. It's been 2 weeks, and a lot has already changed in the landscape. I'm excited to see how both, or rather all 3 of your portfolios have shifted. But first, let's take stock of the teams themselves. We can see we now have a new leader in price. That would be Cloud9, jumping up a whole 78 points. And then down at the bottom, CounterLogic Gaming. Boy, they're a steal right now at 438.
Big losses equals big opportunities.
That's exactly right. So then let's go ahead and see where you guys are throwing your clout. Crumbs, we're going to start with you. Where are you putting your money?
Well, just like
Okay!
Let me tell you, opportunity often is the breeding ground of panic. Sorry, that's the wrong
Other way around.
Panic is the breeding ground of opportunity,
There
and
it
there's
is.
no greater panic than over at the CLG camp right now. I think this team is really staring down the barrel of what could be a disastrous season, which is why they're going to turn it around. They're the cheapest. It's the most gain you can make out of all the teams. Nobody else has 11 teams from the stock
You're buying
market.
a house on fire.
Right, so you walk into a boardroom,
Listen.
you see people losing their minds, and
Yeah.
you're thinking, this is a company I want to invest in.
Exactly.
Like, this is
Okay.
for me.
Everyone's
All right.
getting out.
I
I'm
understand
getting
Crumbs
in.
as an investor now.
And we know how confident he is when earlier he gave the glowing review of,
By the way, hang on. One thing that I have to add
a week now.
to all these
Please,
big
please
brain
add.
play here.
Yeah.
I'm the only one that made money last season. I'm the only one that made
What?
money.
No, he
won.
Last
I
week.
won.
No, last
Oh,
week. Last week.
That's fair. I was like,
Last
we
week.
literally have the stock market
You
champion
both
on the desk
have
right here.
proven to not make money on
We
the
lost,
stock
I
market.
lost like $20.
You lost money.
All right, Azale, he's dragging your name through the mud as our
which
previous.
would you prefer,
as
1 week
exactly,
or an entire
or a whole
season?
year? Yeah, based on last year's performances, this man would be managing my money. So, given that, week 3, where are you going?
I'm all in on TL. I think that TL have an incredibly easy strength of schedule. I do think we're going to see them improve. This is a team that early in the season I didn't want to buy because I knew they weren't practicing, they weren't boot camping like some of the other squads. They've got, I believe, Golden Guardians, Immortals, CLG, and 100 Thieves, right? This is one of the easiest possible strength of schedules you could ever have for a team that is slightly undervalued because of their slow start. I think this is a sure thing.
You know what? You're making so much sense, Azale. I'm going to do the exact same thing as you. I
thought you were going to say, you're making so much
No.
sense, I'm going to make dollars. I got excited for that,
no
and then you
puns.
didn't do
Go
it.
talk to Freak. I just bought the same thing as him. They'll never be cheaper. They will never go below 600 again, I'm pretty sure, for the rest of the season.
You're
Team
not
Liquid,
going to make that much.
it doesn't matter. I'm going to make some.
Wins are wins.
You're going to lose everything.
Again, you definitely have potential there, Crumbs. I think a lot of us are just worried you won't realize that potential. Before we hand things off to the casters, let's take a look at your predictions for the day. Get those in the books and see how the prediction game is shaking out. First game of the day. Crumbs, of course, going for CL.
He has to believe in himself.
Doubling down there.
Crumbs is the
different.
aberration here.
Well, so I will say,
Yeah, wait a minute. What's wrong with you guys?
no, game 1 you're trolling. Game 3 and game 4 I think are
Hang on.
actually legitimately close.
So why do
Trolling.
you guys both
Trolling.
Wait, yeah, hold up. Why do you both have faith in TSM over a hot Dignitas right now?
Yeah.
I do think that we saw big improvements from TSM from week 1 to week 2. I even think in game 2 of week 1 in their loss to TL, I think given that situation, they beat any other team in the league. TL was very composed. So I think the trajectory of TSM is very positive. And I saw some very concerning things last week, in the loss from Dignitas.
And then I got to come to you for the FlyQuest prediction over C9. You're calling the first loss of the split comes from the FlyQuest?
Yeah, so I'll give you my true reasons here.
Yeah, please, don't give me your fake ones.
I really like what I saw from FlyQuest's engages last week, particularly in their match against Dignitas. The synergy and decisiveness with which Santorin would engage and willingly give up his life and everybody else was following up was something that I had not seen in FlyQuest for a while. That kind of decisiveness is the thing that will beat teams like Cloud9. So I have faith that if they can give us that and not the Mordekaiser top, we're going to have the first loss for Cloud9.
I really like their top side of the map if it's playing well. PoE has shown the rumble so far, and I want to see what they try and answer with, because that's what took apart Dignitas was PoE's champ pool, I think, and I want to see if Nisqy can match that.
And I mean, I do think FlyQuest is looking good. I think both those last two games, it's reasonable to predict both sides. But, you know, if a decisive team is the reason you're going to actually predict a squad, I think it should be going to C9, because they are the most decisive team in the league. They have the fastest game time, faster than the league-wide average by over 5 minutes. This team is dominating because they're so damn decisive.
What I didn't like about Cloud9 is that I think their schedule has been easier than Dignitas up to now, with the exception of Team Liquid, but that was a day one Team Liquid.
Well, Mark, you had posed the question, what happens if C9 gets put behind? We'll see if FlyQuest can put them in that position today to answer the question. With that, though, we're tossing it out to the Battle Arena to get into our first game of the day.
Thank you very much, Dash. Welcome to the next week of the LCS as Evil Geniuses encounter Logic Gaming do battle. I am Freak. The voice to my right is Kobe.
Hello, Freak. We went through the bans already, and we're a little bit too early here. Lucian is going to find his way onto the list as well. Definitely a super good, flexible pick right now, though we haven't seen it actually drafted and played around that much. See if we can actually find some set action as well.
I think Set is the best champion of the game right now.
Number one, huh?
Number one
so
champion.
on 10-2?
Yes, on 10-2. On 10-3, not anymore, but we're still on 10-2. I think the champion is absolutely busted. More important than Akali, more important than Lucian, more important than Rumble.
Though.
Oh, man. It makes so much hay, every farmer won't have to buy any more livestock. You know, the cows get fed forever. Or horses, or whatever actually eats hay.
All right, I very much doubt that we'll have Alistar or any of the other cows showing up here. I would...
Hecarim.
Yeah, maybe a jungle target, though, from CLG. Spenskaren's actually played a different jungle champion every single game so far, though.
Yeah.
So maybe that would be a drop in the bucket here, and they can focus more on the solo lane. Set does go through.
I would always snap pick this.
There's been a decent amount of discussion, like, oh, can you blind pick it? Yes.
Yes.
100% you can blind pick it.
Do you blind pick Akali and Rumble? Yes.
Because a lot of the strength is health regeneration, is defensive stats. Even if you get a difficult early lane, you're going to be able to regen through it. And he still is such a big force in the team fights. Initially, people are like, just walk away from him, you silly. That's a hard counter to set. Don't be near the he can
his backline's still hitting you. Bang is like, this team is 1-3 and Bang is still on the DPM charts as a top 5 player. Like Bang, this feels like the year that Bang is back. I think he's had a really kind of a rough time in NA. Bang is playing very, very well, and you give him a front line, and he will carry EG to victory.
All right, let's get into the CLG side, though. They draft the Jarvan-Aphelios combination. Jarvan is very good at going for early ganks, as we've already seen. Some players in the first week, in second week, I definitely had some over-aggressive moves. But Aphelios also needs some defenses with him, right? Because Aphelios does not have any self-peel, any dashes of any sort. So oftentimes, we see either Tahm Kench or Braum drafted with him, the two most defensive supports. Tahm Kench is banned, and they're actually not drafting Braum right now. So it's going to have to be a more offensive look for this Aphelios. And they're going to go full offense, looking for those kills. Nautilus, very high chance that is Aphelios Nautilus bottom lane. You can go for the kills onto Rakan Xayah lane, but Nautilus is a bit slower. So sometimes it is more difficult to get off your CC. Rakan can actually get good trades off on Nautilus because you can go so quick, and if you hit him with the W before he gets his auto off, before he gets his Q off, you don't have Aftershock. Then your Xayah can actually dump out some good damage.
Yep, you hit the guy in place, you eat backwards, now he's got no skill shots to land, life gets really, really hard for him. So we go through to the second phase, and I like this ban by Evil Geniuses. We had seen Logic Gaming put Kale for Ruin in a previous set matchup, and it did look really good. CLG came very, very close to winning in a game where they were so far behind because of that champion. Good ban here. CLG decided to wait on the top lane pick all the same, and that means that with the Nautilus coming through, they get that ban available.
Yep. Expect continual jungle targeting here. Either Elise, maybe the Rek'Sai, Gragas. These are the most prominent pro junglers. And then for the top lane ban here for EG, probably another ranged matchup for Set. Things like Kayle and Ryze that can abuse that early are fairly difficult to deal with. But they go with the Mordekaiser, who can actually split decently well because you can Death Realm.
This is interesting. So Svenskeren, you talked about him playing unique champions every game, has yet to play Elise, and EG has banned Elise even on blue side every single game they have played so far. So CLG's calling the fact that he maybe doesn't have Elise in the pool, or it's not scary enough, that they don't care about this champion. So this is a near 100% pick ban champion. Soraka top ends up being the counter to Set.
Well, so it's not a counter.
Well, not counter, sorry. So the response to Set.
Yeah, exactly. That good rephrase there, because Soraka does not, counter Set. Soraka top lane is not about your top lane matchup. And Soraka should be able to farm just fine versus Set. So I do like this secondary pickup here. We assume that's going top lane, by the way. You can still move these champions around, but
no, not this one.
That's the highest probability. Soraka top lane, so you can heal the rest of your team. You can actually leave your lane for dragon fights and stuff like that pretty early on as well. You don't have to worry too much about that top side of the map because it doesn't have that big effect. And Freak, the challenge is accepted. Svenskeren's going to be able to pilot this Elise.
Okay. And Syndra comes through on the other side. Syndra into Orianna, typically considered a favored Syndra matchup, but we have not seen great things come out of Crown just yet this season. Was a highly prized mid laner. People thought he was arguably an upgrade over power people whom he replaced, but Pee-wee's been having a great year. Crown has been having a horrible one. I want to see that guy step up. CLG fans need something out of their mid laner, and they're going to hope they can get this one here.
And this is very clear. If you look at these team compositions, the action should be from CLG all on the bottom side of the map. There should be 0% jungle proximity going up to a Soraka Set lane, because you are never killing Sets ganking for a Soraka lane. So Wiggly's got a pretty clear path, I think, here. So everything in this game for CLG should be geared towards pathing towards the bottom triangle of the map. That includes mid lane, by the way.
Yeah.
Whenever I say top triangle or bottom triangle, that's what I'm referring to as mid lane plus bottom or mid lane plus top. But EG should recognize that as well, playing from their side, and Svenskeren can also look to counter. Elise does very well if you get there first, and you have a brush with which to start out from, because your Cocoon full combo, you can chunk them down to 50% before they get to retaliate.
And the CC chain is going to be enough in almost all cases. A lot of hard crowd control in the EG duo lane, decent amount in the CLG duo lane as well, especially if you have Graviton there for the Aphelios. It's going to be an exciting matchup as we get ourselves into the first game of the day. Let's go LCS, Evil Geniuses, and Counter Logic Gaming do battle. One other thing I want to bring up, because we have seen Soraka top a couple times now. My read on Soraka is that she's not incredibly team comp reliant, right? We're in a metagame where you have carries in the bottom lane already. Damage output tends to be in most comps anyway. Soraka is generically just quite good.
Yes,
right?
because, Freak, every champion has health, and you can heal every champion. We have not made a champion that doesn't have health yet.
Yet. Who knows? Yeah. Yumi sometimes skips around that one, but but yeah, it is one thing I want to point out, that I think Soraka is generically just very, very powerful, and sometimes that can just in general, she is worth picking in almost every team composition. And so you might be like, but what does Soraka accomplish here? Are they trying to make weakness? It doesn't matter. She's just good. You're just gonna play the champion.
I do like it when you have good, at least little bit of CC to work with to structure the team fights, and I feel like she really shines there. While you can pick her with any team composition, it's very nice when the Soraka gets easy access and can stay right by the carry, keep him up the entire time, and a little bit of CC does structure your team fight for you. But I completely agree with you. Definitely at a power level right now that's worth drafting in those scenarios. Funnily enough, though, we would say similar things about Set, right? And if you look at the inventory, it's gone with the classic 3 rejuvenation beads for the full sustain. Not going to be able to whittle down this Set at all. That plus the passive, plus the strong base stats for the champion. Kumo can actually take this harassment and just focus on farming CS. So basically top lane, for me, is literally just focusing on last hits and wave control.
Yeah, small thing about Kumo playing Set here in the passive. You actually, outside of Spirit Visage, you can't multiply the passive health regen. It's its own flat value that stacks on top. not that it's wrong to buy Rejuve beats, his actual base HP 5 is absurdly high.
Exactly.
It's like 1.5 per second, so he's, you know, just invincible here. And we'll take some autos and kind of barely feels it.
And that's the thing. The lower that you get, then your second part of your passive does kick in harder, and you'll regenerate that much quicker. But like we said, focusing on the rest of the map, because that's where the junglers are going to play. As expected, Wiggly did start red. He's going with a bottom
Oh,
clear.
happened to turn left. Ruin turned left, got away from the cocoon.
And I don't think, don't think there's going to be any big
Thought it was Zoolander.
ramifications there. That's a decent call. I wonder how many people have actually seen the original Zoolander. It's getting kind of old now.
Yeah, it's true. Well, so am I. Wait, he just showed up from top lane. He's already there in the mid. Crown, you knew he was top river.
Oh, he did just show. And usually after the enemy jungler shows like that, and Wiggly is on your mini-map, he was on this bottom side, Crown actually hovering to the wrong side of the map. You always want to hug the side your jungler is on, away from the enemy, but Sven Skaren gets in there for an early kill in that mid lane, and that is going to go a long way. Elise now with some early money. We'll see if he can actually affect bottom side of the map as well.
Whew, Sven Skaren just walks right down, double buffs on.
Yeah, look, Jarvan is showing. Crown could be hovering. Oh, okay. So here's a possible insight into what Crown was thinking there. He was trying to force Jizuke
right
to the Jarvan. That is erroneous because they just saw the Elise on top side, like you were saying, so he should be respecting the possibility of Sven Skaren there. But that's what I would guess would be his thinking there. By positioning up to the top side, he wanted to force Jizuke into Wiggly, and it completely backfires.
Yeah.
Giving them first blood. No flash was blown, though, because Crown knew as soon as that Elise showed up, oh, I have made an error, and he is dead. So he does at least hold on to his summoner.
So he looks to find out what camp the Elise might be on, sees he's not on Krugs, and then the ward there should be seen by Sven. Sven, those trinket wards stealth very slowly. So he saw it come down, he's waiting, saying, okay, so I'm going to face check this. Look, I'm not in this brush, you don't know I'm here. Anything happening, gonna wait around for a little bit. We'll see if anything comes down later on. As top gets pushed back up, and he's, okay, I'll knock him on this board.
And I do like CLG's focus on putting the wards in bottom side. Because Sven Skaren, they know just cleared top side. This is gonna be the next area that he enters, so they're trying to keep track and keep tabs on the Elise from here on out.
And similarly, we saw a mid ward come down from Jizuke about 30 seconds ago that was in the top lane brush because Jarvan was mostly clearing bottom side, so his camps are up in the top half. Wiggly is top half. He's going to try to get around Kumo here. Does not have obvious tools to get away. He's going to press some movement speed, buy a little bit of space there, and
got him.
Yeah, not any knockups to be had, so Kumo walks away.
Yeah, that's why we were talking about straight from Champ Select going to be fairly difficult to affect the top lane. And I think that time spent up in the top triangle in this game is fairly wasted time. It's going to actually give Evil Geniuses this opportunity on Dragon because they showed Jarvan top side, and yeah, Zet just walks his way out.
I mean, this is Sven Skaren playing very well, right? The defending MVP. 2019 split Honda MVP over on Cloud9, got him to the finals, and gets to take a Drake. He sees the Jarvan show top side. He hasn't taken all his camps. Gets to grab the slowest of the Drakes in Mountain. Their bot lane draft's already great. We already know Bang is awesome, and they're winning the duo lane as well.
All right.
Or at least having it.
After Dragon has been taken from the Rift, it actually changes all the dynamics. We're approaching 6 minutes here. So we've got about another minute and a half before teams start thinking about pushing out their waves to recall and do a lane swap to look at the Rift Herald. Next big neutral objective. So Evil Geniuses feel very good about picking up that Dragon uncontested. And as you can see, you keep referring to this bottom lane and the pushing that's going on from Bang and Zeyzal. If they retain control of this minion wave, doesn't look like Stixxay and Smoothie want to let them do that, though.
I got a quick pause into this one. We'll figure out what's going on with that one before too terribly long. But in the meantime, we've got a decent start for Evil Genius here, of course, right? They've got the extra gank off. They're up a couple hundred gold off of this one. Again, bot lane actually is going pretty well for Stixxay's side. He and Smoothie are laning 2-on-2 pretty nicely, which is some impressive stuff for them. See, Felios can always try to take over. And Crown, you know, despite that one gank and you could call it misposition, you could call it trying to aggressively force a gank because of where his jungler was. He's actually up CS right now in the mid lane.
Yeah, he was able. He used his teleport to get back to mid lane, so that's the reason why he didn't drop any CS despite dying. It does bring up the conundrum of a teleport difference in mid lane, though, because Jizuke does still have his for Orianna. Now, Orianna teleporting to another side of the map is fairly low impact, especially early stages of the game. So we expect it'll just be another, teleport back to lane for him. But does mean that he should be able to keep up as well. So it's Garrett on your screen, the guy to get the action already early in this game with his Elise straight down the river. Honestly, didn't take too much finagling for him to do that. As we were talking about, kind of the positioning there from Crown definitely gave him that opportunity. And an EG, very happy to get it, but by no means is it going to cause a huge shift in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be EG working for it. They are ahead right now a little bit over Chronologic Gaming, right? Single Mountain Drake of moderate use certainly does matter. It helps the set be invincible because it'll just multiply all his stats he already has, and he tends to build fairly bruisery in the first place. And small gold lead, but most of that's on Sven Skaren. That means he should probably try to snowball his early through mid game and get some early magic pen and get some more kills. But game is obviously within striking reach for CLG.
And both teams should be looking at, where are their efforts going to be best placed to actually get them a better chance to win the game. We've seen top lane gank from CLG, even if you do get, probably best scenario is you burn the set's flash.
Yeah.
So you get a flash advantage in the top lane. That probably doesn't move your needle towards a team victory for Soraka having flash advantage over a set in the top lane very much at all. That's why I really was hoping for some more early attention towards the bottom half where your Aphelios is going to be late game win condition. It's Crown and Stixxay are going to be the ones that the Soraka has to keep up in order for them to win these team fights. But now that Dragon is gone, the dynamics change as we led up to. And it's this meta that we've been talking about a lot for the new Rift Heralds that kind of started even back last year with Clutch Gaming.
Yeah, this was the it's 10 minutes. Right away, we're grabbing Herald, we're recalling, showing up right away with 4 people. Grab that, cash in 320 gold with plates. Maybe it's 480 if we get lucky with the third one. And cool, we've snowballed the early game. Even if we sack one wave because we recalled early, but we got more for it anyway. Where it's a tempo play, right? It's we know we'll get a lot out of this one. And now, the 8-minute metagame right now, especially in North America, but it seems to be kind of accelerating worldwide as well. Is this 8-minute recall go Herald play. And if you're smart, you don't recall in vision at 7:55 to show that you don't have numbers there anymore. You make sure your whole squad's there and you're ready to go.
Yeah. So it is very important for keeping track of the wave clear in these minutes leading up to it for bottom lane to see who can get there first. They did make some changes to Rift Trail to reduce the health on it a little bit, so it's a little bit quicker to take than previously. Still takes a decent investment though, because there is that kind of time gate where you have to wait for the eye to open up again, throwing autos at it to get the real big bursts of damages with the true damage.
Yeah.
So generally, teams have a little bit of leeway to respond. But I think it's pretty cool how a lot of people were memeing on Clutch Gaming last year with their intense focus on Rift Heralds.
But it's smart.
All over the world, and it has taken over. Now, it's even boosted this year by the changes to Rift Herald. Now we have 2, and shorter channel time and all that. So the value has also gone up. But it is one of those things that really did start in North America.
Yeah.
North America macro freak.
I mean, any macro, I think, gets a bad rap, Cody, but there's a lot of smart things here that teams do. It is interesting to me because this is something that a lot of teams don't research NA teams. I know, there's a kind of famous soundbite for me of FLICKR where someone asks him about, hey, so what do you think of your mid lane? It's I don't even know who's on the opposing team. He'll go to, Worlds, and it's I have no idea who, is in this group with me because if they're not Korean or European or Chinese, I don't care. They're not as good as me. I like that we've got a league where, some of the innovations does come here. It doesn't go worldwide yet until we, bring it out at something like MSI or Worlds, and it ends up being pretty good. So we are back into the game now. Had a screen freeze. We're back here. Smithy wants to stop the recall, and really, really good play by Zeyzal. Make sure to build the time. Make sure to tank the anchor. Let Bang go back and grab his BF sword. Really heads up play by Zeyzal.
All right, going to get his purchase in and head straight back to lane. That CS lead for Stixxay, though, they're able to increase it as well. They're trying to get the hard shove out so he can also get a recall, because money in your pocket is not going to do a whole lot for you if your opponent returns with a BF sword.
Nope.
A sword in the pocket is worth way more.
Oh, I think it's very much the sword in the hand is worth 2 in the shop.
Fair enough.
I think that's exactly how that's supposed to work.
I would say it's worth infinite swords in the shop, actually.
Depends if you let me recall afterwards. So I can grab 2 and go back to lane. I'll lose the plate for it. It's fine.
All right. How many swords can you hold if you were trying to hold the maximum number of swords from the shop in your hands physically?
Oh, like me physically?
Yes.
I mean, I just like hold up a monitor with like an entire League game on it, and that's like 20. Oh, now Ruin taking a whole bunch of damage, heals up back up, and again, we were expecting no kills in the top lane. We're still right.
Now, an ult for ult trade is positive for Kumo, but Wiggly heading around there with the control ward, he was thinking about it. Again, considering, though, that he wasn't going to gain a whole lot, even if he did show up there, right? And unless there's more extreme aggression from Kumo, diving under tower and stuff, they're not going to get a whole lot closer to the win condition. So he pulls out of that possible play. Now, again, though, ult for ult trade is positive for EG here because Kumo's is just a in-lane ultimate, whereas Soraka could be used globally to turn something on the bottom half of the map. So good individual play there from Kumo,
Yep.
Earning a small advantage.
Forcing the global, usually pretty nice. Cooldown difference also about 45 seconds, so even if they want to re-gank at about 60 from now, it'll be ult for nothing. And that might be useful as well if they want to either roam or, who knows, maybe even gank top lane. Wiggly getting his camps down, is second to level 6 though, has to keep farming as best that he can, and does get the ulti off of that camp, so at least he's caught up now with his own ulti. And we're still in a 500 gold difference game right now, where FLICKR is pretty much the reason for EG's leads.
And, you'd think 500 gold's not that big, but item completion for jungle item is huge, especially for Runic Echoes. The gold efficiency on jungle completions is very high, but Runic Echoes also for mage junglers, you have this kind of really awkward phase where you're buying a mana crystal if you can't get the full completion on Runic Echoes. So the power up from that stage to full completion is an incredible amount of burst. Level 6 double buff Elise with Runic Echoes here. FLICKR should be looking on the move to create another play. And if we're going to target a play, Soraka's ult is still down. So there's a possibility trying to go bottom side. And that is why CLG have placed these wards deep in the bottom jungle. Try and take away those possibilities.
Yeah, that was down for a long time. They've been able to track a decent amount. One thing I didn't catch until recently is that blue buff was stolen away by FLICKR not too long ago. They're actually wearing 2 buffs on EG right now, and Crown actually pushed to the right-hand side. So what we were looking at earlier is trying to push your opposing mid laner towards your jungler, not quite in cocoon range, finds a bit of a slow, and he thought that was going to be Shockwave. Crown burns the flash, and yeah, it was actually Jocko coming down. We didn't see the animation, but that was flash for ult.
Yep. Jizuke pretty happy with that trade because Crown cowering under tower now. You'll take a shockwave for flash every time. Ooh.
Easy. Easiest walkaway of his life. Wiggly knows what it's like. There's Cocoon, that's gonna land. There's gonna be some follow through. Puts him at 2/3 HP and Sven just walks away. Says, okay, I guess we'll kind of fight over these chickens. There's a 6-pack, I'll get 2, you get 3, fair enough.
Interesting thing about the chickens too. More experience for live moved into the small ones, I believe. Or was that just Krugs?
Krugs is the only one that moved on 10.3.
Popcorn chicken, still useless.
Yep.
Here we go, Dragons started up.
Almost the knockup. Zazel has an easy way out. There's the anchor, they pull in Zazel. Lots of CC layered on top, can't get out just yet. And they layer it so well. Counter logic game and pick one up. But Wiggly's gotta be careful, gonna jump backwards, gets the heal. Wick was up in time, Jizuke knocks down Wiggly. Aphelios on the back line. It's so much damage, Q can't land. It's set, picked up another kill. Kumo makes it a 2-for-1 fight.
Yeah, Kumo able to dunk right into the back line, and with the Tiamat, has a lot of AoE damage as well. Finishes off the extra kill. Stixxay with the
really
turret up.
Here.
He's got the mark on
really
the bank.
safe here. And Bang doesn't actually ult in time, takes the full damage, has to kite back. Stixxay can actually win this fight by himself. The punch comes across. Oh, they can't steal it away, but able to stay alive. There's the anchor. That can get the kill on Kumo. They knock him down. FLICKR has to burn the flash. And Stixxay makes the big plays to get a kill on the board.
Aphelios will not be ignored. He's just standing right there. Stixxay dumping out the damage with the turret as well. This is going to give them priority of the map. And instead of being a uncontested free dragon, it's probably going to turn into a Rift Herald in exchange for CLG. So even though they do lose that fight in the jungle and give up the dragon, getting something back for themselves with Stixxay still fighting around.
Okay, so look at this game state, 300 gold apart. And the game state now in 2020 League of Legends is individual Drake buffs don't mean all that much. It's the soul that matters. Those 2 Drake help EG a bit, but it's 300 gold and some minor buffs. Now, if they get 2 more, if they get soul, it's going to look really good for them. But if CLG fights back from this point, it's going to be fine.
All right, take another look at the fight in the jungle that caused it all. They do walk back from Zeyzal because he had the sweeper there, so really good presence of mind there by CLG. And then they burst down Zeyzal, but Wiggly a little bit slow on releasing his own Cataclysm, and it allows Kumo time to come in, gets the ultimate. He gets the stun off a really nice combo right there, so it stuns up both of them. And then Haymaker comes through, they finish it off.
Look at this, Counter Logic Gaming gonna find themselves first turret almost certainly here. Wiggly managed to pick up the Rift turret a while ago and drops to the top lane. Stixxay getting a lot of local gold, and as the recall comes off for Smoothie just in time, that last plate and first turret gold all goes Stixxay.
I do think that there should be some plates picked up by EG on the bottom half of the map because everybody has gone topside for CLG, so they just had Elise pushing in and they're trying to get that wave done. So maybe they'll get 1 or 2 back for themselves. Shelly getting off the last charge as well. Always feels nice to get that full value.
Alrighty, well, only 3 turret plates taken. The bot lane was shoved in by Bang and Zeyzal, but Bang ultiless was afraid of Crown, probably one-shotting him, which is totally doable on a level 10 Syndra. So takes the recall anyway, walks out, and doesn't cash in anymore. As we reset off this game, 30 seconds to go till plates drop, and Counter Logic Gaming have tied up the goal despite the kill deficit.
All right, let's start to pose some theoretical team fights then, because we're getting to the stage of the game. We just got level 11 on Orianna here for Jizuke, and this is going to be such a big part of the EG team fight. When you have a Set Orianna, this is one of my favorite new combos with the champion. Set ulting someone of the enemy into the back line, you get a really good slow when you land with it. So if Orianna can pass the ball to Set before he jumps in with the ultimate, you get this great shockwave combo upon landing, which can be really devastating if the Set is also able to aim his body well into the enemy team.
Yeah.
And you can get this big lead in the team fight right out of the bat just from 2 players having some synergy.
Well, Q Mark lands the offhand, gets the Gravitum Root as well. With enough CDR, you actually turn the Gravitum Root into another Sniper Q.
That's everybody focusing here. 2 flanks coming up.
And Smoothie again gonna try to fight for some CS, but mid lane shoved into the easy reset, and no one's doing anything too aggressive just yet. Still a very close game here. Smoothie taking the front line. Cocoon's gonna not quite land. The control ward is killed off, and CLG trying to wrest control of mid lane. That's a nice little sweeper there. It's gonna allow Bang to knock down not only the trap, but the trinket ward as well.
All right.
Out.
Next thing to look for too, when there's a Soraka in the game, you're always looking at healing reduction. And we did actually get an early Executioners from Kumo. So I think Kumo's doing a lot to play for the team so far. If he rushes the Executioners, that's actually pretty good at applying it. And it allows Bang to just go straight DPS, right? It feels a little bit bad always for the AD carry to have to stop off and get an Executioners. So for EG, they're hoping that Kumo gets that good ult, can get into the middle of the team, and apply very nicely.
Alrighty, 45 seconds on the Cloud Drake spawning up. If you're looking for 100 Thieves in Team Liquid, stay tuned, it's next. Get into that one, but right now, Evil Geniuses and Counter Logic Gaming posting up 30 seconds to the Cloud Drake spawns, and this is about the time. And it feels appropriate that CLG should be able to contest for this, stop the race towards Cloud Soul.
Especially if the top laners remain top side, because Kumo's teleport will be a little bit distinct from Dragon Spawn. Ulting in.
Decent damage, but Ruin is fairly tanky. Still pulled back. They get him pretty low, and that's still a good play. They force out Wish. And Ruin has to be careful to not be dove again. He can't be sure that Elise can't come topside, so gives up control, and Kumo gets the mid-game lead up in the top side. He's gonna knock down this turret.
The young guy on the team doing so much work here, Freak. First pick set for Kumo. He's been able to gain them so much of an advantage. Bottom side, Dragon is started up, and there's still no teleport for him, though.
Okay, Ruin comes down. This should be an easy 5v4. Should not be contestable. Shockwave, not gonna land, but he was in range to get killed off. The Eye of the Tiger for Smoothie picks off Jizuke.
Yeah, that was too close. They had no business fighting that because, like we said, Set can't join. Kumo stuck on top side, no teleport still with a small difference on the timer. So you're waiting around that dragon. Nothing really going to get accomplished unless you get a miracle steal, which is very low chance. Good punish there by CLG. They're happy to put a stop to that build up towards Soul. You mentioned like that is the big breaking point, right? And this buys them so much time. If you let the other team get 3, you constantly feel under pressure and you feel like you lose one mistake. The enemy team can always force on you on any dragon because of the threat of Soul.
You got to point out the fact that, yeah, look at this. Interesting. Stixxay is the gold leader. Again, a lot of that was that trip to top lane with the Rift Herald that Wiggly summoned. Gave them a good, like, 700 gold or so off that play. And he's the leader on the squad right now. Kumo, you can see how much he is above Ruin, though. Jeez, like 1,500 up on that top side with 50 CS in the turret.
CLG also have a decent amount of pick potential in their comp that must be respected. Syndra's stun is very long range. I feel like a lot of people don't respect the full range of a good Syndra player landing that scatter of the week. That plus, you know, Nautilus, of course, having point and click if you ever get too close to the Nautilus means that they definitely can punish people for poor positioning. So that cannot happen for EG again.
EG still flung up, though. You can see Spencer getting another buff steal there. Red buff taken away. Wiggly just now walks into that side of the map. Kumo gonna get a Gromp leash. Ruin really just has to sit back and take what farm he is given. His top lane difference, first pick set's doing a lot of work, and Ruin has had to ult selfishly to survive the 1v1. Now Wiggly taking some damage through the round, though, to keep him alive, and they can shove it in mid lane yet again. Now Crown wants to play. He wants to talk down Jizuke. Has the Q, lands the, not quite the slow, but gets the stun. Another Q. There's the ult in as well. Good damage, but it's not going to kill him just yet. The flash dodges the Q. Jizuke, there's the wish over the top. He's dodging every single Q. The shockwave there as well. But Wiggly shows up this 3v1. But the minions are enough for Jizuke.
Even though EG get the assisted kill. Well, never mind. We're going to have a push out here onto tower as the focus on objectives goes through. Even though CLG get that assisted kill, so technically you get more money, Jizuke completely outplaying Crown there on the top side. Let's take another look at it step by step. So he comes around the edge. I was thinking he was going to stun from outside of range, but in the end, he does get the stun, not the W damage. Jizuke flashes the next Q, then Crown flashes, thinking that Jizuke was going to have command move there, but he didn't. Jizuke holds his command move, then he gets the good shockwave off. Because it's in the minions, Crown is tanking a full wave of minions. He's able to finish him off even after Jizuke ends up going down. Again, looking at gold totals though, because CLG get an assisted kill, you do technically get more gold.
150.
In the end, though, it does result EG also getting the mid tower, so worth.
And look at the difference here, 1,500 gold. Evil Geniuses up a Drake buff, up 1,000 and change. Looking pretty good here. Six, they're gonna find some decent damage there. Puts the turret down, strikes the turret. I guess puts the trap down, strikes the turret a few times, gets that down to about 2/3. And we have 75 seconds until that next Drake comes up. CLG on the back foot, but they are scaling with Stixxay. Going towards the Hurricane. He's got a long time to go till that comes online, unfortunately. 1,100 gold, not enough to finish the item just yet. Should have, I think, almost enough time to finish the item in time for the Drake fight. That'll be a really big power spike. If you can manage to slot into it and burn him. And now Kumo in the middle of 3. Knocked up, slowed, silenced, rooted. Here comes a lot more. Big giant shield. Ducks to get away. He's running. He's not slowed. He's trying to get out the flash. The autos are not enough. He is running for dear life. The anchor. And Smoothie says that's an acquired taste. Kumo goes down.
Smoothie does get the flash anchor in the end, chasing him down and securing that kill top side for EG. Pushing with 2 members, Jizuke and Svenskeren will get a tower in payment for Kumo's life.
Alrighty. Well,
or will they? They're going to leave it this low. They want to get their recalls off for sure.
Yeah, Drake is important. Kumo responds the exact, it will die, but no one's going to get local gold on this one. Kumo is going to revive the exact time the Drake comes up. Ruin can't TP, can only wish to help it.
I feel like EG minions are the highest paid minions of all LCS minions, because they're doing the most work, or at least they should be the highest paid. They take down Crown, they finish off the turret. Well done, blue minions. Setting up for the dragon now. Crown looks for the stun, does get it onto Zeyzal, but EG are getting the vision cleared. Control wards quickly going down.
Okay, Ward's going back and forth here as we have Ruin walking back down. He's already back in the mid lane already after clearing top side. 5v5 right in the middle of the map. Kumo has TP, but has come mid to fight for this control right now. Cloud Drake alive. Mid lane cleared first by EG. They walk back into the river. They've got ward control. Smoothie's got to be careful. If they shock with him, they can one-shot that poor Nautilus.
Exactly, and remember, he doesn't have flash because he used it offensively to get the pick earlier. See if it comes up in this...
Oh! Shock within the brush was nearly a kill, but nothing lands out. Wiggly in the back, lands a flash away. Smoothie in the front line. Here comes the team fight. Waiting for the re-engage. Big damage. They pull him right back in, and Nautilus will be 6 feet underwater.
And that should be Dragon control. Wiggly doesn't have flash now. He just used it in that team fight. He's gonna go for the steal.
There's no way he lives. He ults in and EQ's way back to his team. Gets a quick heal. They are staying alive. Nice little bit of damage. They found the stun. They found so much damage. The silence knocks down Sven Skaren. Now it's a jungler advantage for Counter Logic Gaming. 4v4. They have to go right back in for the Cloud Drake. And health bars are big. Rune can keep them topped off. This should look pretty CLG favored. Bang is isolated. He has no front line to fight with. There should not be a problem in knocking down this Cloud Drake. They put a bit more damage down. They let Wiggly solo it. They know he can do the rest. They can land the spike. They get it. Almost finds the slow with the GLP. That might have been a pick. But it's CLG going 1-for-1 and grabbing that second Cloud Drake.
CLG turning that team fight at the end with 2 members on Dragon. What a pick for themselves. That stun was so high value, and this now evening up the Dragons. Double clouds here for CLG in the aftermath.
Oh, quick loop up pick up here, and EG having to lick their wounds. They got to figure out how to win these team fights. They're up in gold. They were up in buffs, but they're losing the fights back to back now.
All right, turning focus towards the Baron side of the map. Currently, CLG does have control wards inside of it, but Zeyzal and Jizuke moving into the area to try and clean. A couple big power spikes, too. Now Wiggly, definitely ready to play frontline for the team, even without the flash. Keeping them in the same area for Cataclysm combo with Syndra and Aphelios on the team is all you need to accomplish.
I want to point out, I actually really like Kumo going Titanic Hydra here. Executioners applies the Grievous One's debuff to anything that you deal physical damage to. Titanic is a gigantic AoE splash you can hit the backline with and apply more Grievous Wounds, which I think is really exciting. CLG aren't new to this game. They're going to play again on Monday. Tune in at 5 p.m. on Monday for Monday Night League. CLG will close out their week against Immortals at that time. CLG fans, stay tuned. It's a 2,000 gold difference. It's certainly winnable here, but EG looking to find their second win, but have not won team fights for a while.
Stixxay feeling confident here on the Aphelios. He's got Soraka right behind him to heal him back up, so as long as he doesn't get bursted down, they should be able to pull it off. Trying to wave clear desperately here. If we get a vision toggle, EG have such a big advantage over CLG right now. They're forced to face check in.
They pull in a nice knockup there. Smoothie goes to ult the back line. They stun Jizuke, but the front line takes so much damage. Bang. They've got a 3-hit. Kumo slowed down to the side. They pull right back in. He stops Wiggly. They might kill the Jarvan, but they can't find the root. Kumo's at 5 HP. A flash wave for 6 that gets away from Zeyzal. Ult comes down. Big damage there, but a shockwave on 4 buys time. But it's not enough. Jizuke goes down yet again, biting off more than he can chew.
And in the extended team fight, Soraka heals CLG back to full. They've taken down Jizuke. 35 seconds, and a teleport is ready. If EG can buy time, 30 more seconds, then he can teleport there.
They have a Soraka. They're not going to lose any health. They can go for the Baron and sit here for so very long. Sustaining back up. Redemption keeps the health bars big. So what does EG do? It is 4 versus 5. Kumo walking back onto this side of the map. They know Sven Skaren's alive, but without a smite, or sorry, without a flash, only the smite, only repel to get in. In comes the dunk, tries to make the play happen. Is it enough? Kumo picks off Crown, but they trade him back 1-for-1. He's forced to run away. Sven Skaren at 2 HP. Stopwatch keeps him alive, but they should be able to smite this one. And Counter Logic Gaming claim the Baron. They claim the Elise as well. And here comes Jizuke. Comes in for a slow, looking to knock someone down if he can. Shockwave, pulls back to support. They've already grabbed 1 kill. Looking for a little bit more. They cannot quite grab Smoothie, but it's a close fight. In the end of the day, though, CLG limp away with 2 Baron buffs.
Whew. This is definitely a closey, freaks. They buy almost enough time for Jizuke. Not quite there, though. Take a look at this. As soon as Kumo arrives, he's able to get the dunk into the Baron. Big AoE. on 3 members. Then he immediately stuns and he gets the haymaker, finishing off Crown, goes down immediately, and Zeyzal has to get his way out of there. FLICKR able to get the Zhonya's off and stuns Soraka before going down. As you know, only one more is picked up off of Shizuke teleporting in here. But if he had been able to shockwave and catch Aphelios as well, maybe that would have been a full clean. Regardless, let's get back to live and look at what they can do with this Baron buff, because this is going to be the big moment for CLG. They've got no win so far in the LCS. Now, wearing purple, Stixxay is massive on Aphelios. 4 kills for himself. Yeah, triple item power spike. As long as they keep him up, they've got frontline, they've got healing. That's all they need to do with this Baron. Push straight ahead.
3 items, IE in. That is the power spike. He is ahead of Spikes on Bang. He is the better team fighter on the champion based on items so far. CLG should be comfortable completely to take almost any battle right now. And with this strength, with still a minute on Baron, with the item Stixxay has, that Cloud Drake should be always theirs. They're going to sit for one more wave first, see if they can knock down this turret. Look for the flank. But Smoothie's already marking him. Smoothie's already there to make sure nothing happens as they say, okay, you can clear the wave after all. We'll go for the Drake instead. Knock down the control ward. Scuttle Crab Vision's going to drop now as well. And EG looks like they want to fight. Positioning going to be so important. If Aphelios is safe, it's going to be fine for CLG. There's the engage. They've caught Svenskeren yet again. CLG on the board. A big nugget for Zeyzal on a 3. Shot right afterwards, but they are not dead just yet. They're so tanky. There's a big shield. The boss tries to do it, but he's fired anyway. And now it's EG forced one away yet again. Counter Logic Gaming. 2 for 1 in the fight, and the Drake is theirs.
And Ruin barely keeps Wiggly up through the grievous wounds there. Having the jungler survive is so critical. Kumo almost took him down in that 2 for 1, but he survives. Ruin keeps him alive, and that means they get Cloud Drake number 3. Take another look at Smoothie getting the hook onto Svenskeren and immediately into the silence. This is why I kept talking about Soraka being so much better when you have CC on your team. Her silence is amazing as follow-up CC. Smoothie gets the hook in. They're able to silence him in full burst. Here's what I was talking about. Wiggly almost goes down in that Cataclysm as well to Kumo, but they barely finish off Kumo in time. The ult does not complete. Wiggly stays alive with the Soraka healing, and CLG, they don't get inside the Evil Genius's base on their push with Baron, but they do get themselves to Soul Point for the last Cloud Drake.
Big stuff right here. Counter Logic Gaming inching closer and closer to their first win of the year. It was a slow start for them, but Stixxay is 6-0 on the Aphelios. He's 3,000 gold up, or 2,000 gold up, over the opposite AD carry. He was such a big factor in CLG's earlier successes. You think back a few years, MSI Finals, he was at the forefront of that one. The remaining member from one of North America's best ever tournament results. And he's sort of on that form, at least in this game. The back line has been very good for CLG here. Looking at the next play. We know it's going to be a while until the objectives come back up. Maybe there's going to be an assassination attempt. Smoothie walks forward, looks for a Q. Not going to find the play just yet, but Wiggly's close by as well.
Keep your eyes on Kumo on the top right of your screen right there. He's constantly looking for the play.
Q. There's the ult. They've caught a bit on a Zeyzal. They're going to go for the re-engage. A big stun can be found. Zeyzal finds a knockup. There's the backline access, the dunk in from the boss. And it's a 1-for-0. Kumo's got the shield, but they're going to trade him right back. A 1-for-1. They just have the backline damage. And CLG run right back up the mid lane.
Yeah, CLG are very happy to take that. They trade their support for the set. That is the biggest part that EG have to try and contest them at these objectives. Smoothie does go down, but Kumo in exchange means CLG get to push on a tower, and they should be able to finish off this top one.
Now I got to talk about the downside of going for Titanic Hydra second. It's not a Sterex who's not as tanky as he would have been with a more defensive build, and Kumo's actually losing his life very frequently here. And such is the case when you've got to make choices in itemization. Still has the CS lead, but he's 4-5. You look at Ruin, 1-1-10. Yeah, had a rough laning phase, sure.
But that's Soraka thing.
So much. Yeah, hashtag Soraka things.
All right, here's another look. Smoothie did have the aftershock, turns on his stone plate, goes back in. Zeyzal re-engages with a good charm. It's right here where Kumo dunks into the backline where they get the exchange kills. He does get a big AoE burst, but actually that redemption as well was another giant heal. That was a really well-placed redemption from Ruin. on top of the ultimate from Soraka. He got every surviving member of CLG in that big heal as well, which meant there was no possible chase down there from EG. And it's just the 1-for-1. Plus, the top outer tower was taken down in the aftermath.
And the triple Cloud Drake actually doing a lot of work for CLG. Kumo's ult cooldown is 80 seconds still. Ruins is shorter now. It's down to 71 seconds because of the 30% ult CDR. Turns out having Wish constantly is pretty valuable. And CLG positioning around Baron, also looking for maybe a pick in the mid lane. There's the ult, they're gonna find the slow. They can root Zeyzal in place. Bang has to burn his ultimate, but that's gonna be a re-engage towards Wiggly. Big damage there, pulling him right back in. Tries EQ away, gets dumped though, and they will take a 1-for-0. Shockwave gets the front line now as well, but they will trade back onto Zeyzal, and they'll get Elise as well. The back line of CLG is free firing. Bang can't get out, and look at the slaughter! It turns out CLG likes Italian food. Jizuke goes down as well.
They take down the CLG front line, but then Stixxay just runs right in there with the Aphelios, and Soraka at his back keeps him upright the entire time, and CLG will take the team fight. They'll take Baron number 2 here, Freak, and this one should get them a lot more of the structures of EG's base. Crown even gonna not waste any time. He finishes off one of these secondary turrets. CLG are running straight for those inhibitor turrets next.
In this fight, once again, engaged somewhat by Counterlogic Gaming. The other one's going forward. It's a re-engage by EG, but the team fight better for Counterlogic.
And look at this. It was a great route into the stun, into the ultimate from Kumo. That opening combination from EG was so good to get the front line. But Zeyzal in the backside uses the entire charm, gets bursted down, and that stun from Crown. Crown lays out the giant AoE stun, and then Stixxay can just walk straight up. Smoothie was behind Stixxay there for that re-engage. And then Soraka spamming heals. Stixxay gets to stay alive at, what was that, 50 HP,
yeah.
I believe. Redemption and
Soul.
spam heals all coming through. Soul Dragon, Baron number 2. They got this one in the bag, right, Freak? The 0-4 CLG.
Yeah,
About to tip it over.
Never doubt Counterlogic Gaming. They never defy expectations. CLG, it's in the name.
No.
They're gonna walk forward to the bottom lane now.
All right. With Baron, the siege should be very easy. As long as Ruins just stands back behind the rest of the team, they can just run straight through these towers. All right, gonna have to have this recall off. EG have to protect the inhibitor turrets. See if they can get their shockwave combo we've been looking for.
Look how far Smoothie gets to play. They know they've got the better team fight right now. 6,000 gold lead, Baron buff on as well. Extra move speed, Kumo on the flank. This is the play that'll make or break the game. Wiggly gets thrown right back in the squad. There's an up to the back line. They're gonna keep CLG alive just barely as one turret falls. Kumo is gonna drop now, and the health bars are big enough. EG are without a front line. And a 5v4 for CLG, ready to push right back in. Ready to go. A quick TP to reset Ruin's health bar. And CLG look for their first win of the season. A nice stun to the back line. Here comes turret number 1 at the front of the Nexus. And EG, when can they find their opening? The minions are starting to run low. Just the one cannon left. Jizuke, a single Q will kill it. They buy a few more seconds, but here comes the next wave. 20 seconds on Kumo's respawn. CLG go for round 2. Go for the big root. Jizuke is gonna be caught out, and he's gonna drop. No! He flashes. He gets the shield. He stays alive. Wiggly almost down as well. Zeyzal off on the side. Here comes the re-engage towards Scared. They knock him down as well. 5 seconds on set. The health bars are low on CLG. Ruin has mana, but he's gonna run out of health. He uses his own health bar to get his teammates to safety, and ults to refill absolutely everything. 30 seconds of 5v4, and CLG can keep going. That cooldown's not even long. It's back again by the time Scared respawns practically. A new trap comes down. The next turret falls. CLG goes for the engage. The pick in now, is it enough? It's a domination from Crown. They've knocked down the mid laner. Make it a second, make it a third. Counterlogic Gaming with the comeback win. Grab the first win of the split.
Number 1 in Kobe's rule of war. War of attrition always run by the team with Soraka.
Yeah. That's what happened.
Ruin able to refill health bars, as you say, basically on cooldown there. And this is why we've seen across the globe Soraka and Sona, these healers, really flooding through.
Under a minute cooldown with 4 Cloud Drakes on Soraka. Heals for over 850 if you're low. On everyone. Big stuff out of him, 2-1 and 19. Missed out on 2 KP all game. It's a pretty solid 21 KDA. By the way, 20 stack Magi's on the Soraka. Like, really good stuff out of Ruin there. The laning phase was shaky, but his actual contributions in team fights were massive. And I'm impressed by CLG almost because of the coordination. I think there were actually several plays in this game where they made the right call and stuck to it. There was the sort of full health-ish 5v4 at Baron, but they said it's okay, we can infinite tank Baron with Redemption and Soraka heals. And then they peeled off quickly as well, right? They peeled off, they knew they had limited time before Jizik was back alive. Anyone that died, they traded away appropriately. They had Wiggly sit on the Baron at like 1k as the rest of the team zoned out the Elise. Like, good plays were made macro-wise by CLG.
And you know what I really wanted to see again, and we didn't get to because there was more action on screen, but the third Dragon fight, where CLG had lost a member and Wiggly is off by himself. But they manage, Wiggly cataclysms and joins the rest of the team, but in that they also get a stun, which picks off an extra EG member, and that to me is one of those critical points, right? Third Dragon, tipping point right there, and CLG are able to have the coordination that you're talking about that people have been looking for with this lineup.
Yeah.
And that moment was when you start to see it for them. So congratulations to CLG to get their first win of this season.
CLG coordination definitely better. Good job to them. 1-4. It's a good start. We'll see how many more they can get. But for more on that first victory, Riv is standing by with the CLG jungler.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I am joined by Wiggly after a cataclysmic victory and the first one on the split. It has to feel fantastic. Wiggly, earlier we saw a side of you, the sound on tape, saying, hey, things aren't going right. We're still working on things. We're trying to fix everything, but it all seemed to come together in a way that what you were working on got the win. What were those things that worked out for CLG this game?
We picked Soraka, so... No. Actually, I think we improved on a lot of things that we're working on in scrims. Obviously, there's a long way to go. I'm not, like, super happy about that game, but it was still, like, a nice win, finally, to get a win, so, yeah.
And how's the team feeling after this? Obviously, there's been a lot of work going into top lane, middle, jungle. How's the team kind of feeling? What were the comms like throughout the entire game?
I mean, we've just been trying to talk to each other more in-game, just say little details more, and I think this game we actually over-communicated, so that was a good change from our other games where we just kind of were more silent, so yeah, I think that's the biggest change.
That's interesting. Awesome insight. Looking at your champion pool, you've had Rek'Sai, Olaf, and the Jarvan. Last summer, Weldon kind of mentioned that you have more agency on those engaged champions. Do you feel the same, and do you think you control the game a little bit more on the Impact Engage?
Yeah, I mean, it always feels nice to be the one to decide what fights you're taking, so I just like to be able to decide, okay, this is the fight I want to take, and when I'm on other champions, sometimes it's kind of hard. I have to rely on my teammates more, so yeah, I would agree with that, so.
Oh, victory for CLG. The stocks are on the rise, so get in now. We are going to take a quick commercial break, but when we come back, we are going to have 100 Thieves versus Team Liquid. Don't go anywhere.
Well, so am I. Wait, he just showed up from top lane. He's already there in the mid. Crown, you knew he was top river. He's got to be careful. Going to jump backwards, gets the heal. Wick was up in time. Jizuke knocks down Wiggly. And failures on the back line. It's so much damage. Q can't land. He's dodging every single Q. The shockwave there as well. But Wiggly shows them this 3v1. Shockwave right afterwards, but they are not dead just yet. They're so tanky. There's a big shield. The boss tries to do it, but he's fired anyway. It's a domination from Crown. They've knocked down the mid laner. Make it a second, make it a third. Counter Logic Gaming with the comeback win. Grabs the first win of the split.
Welcome to Assist of the Week, presented by State Farm. Dignitas versus Team Liquid was a banger, going right to the bitter end. With their base open, Dignitas decided to hard engage. Grig flag and drags to Team Liquid's right flank and immediately catches 3 members of their team in his Cataclysm. Dignitas wins the resulting fight and immediately runs down mid to end the game.
I'm Randy Diaz, mayor of Seltzer, Pennsylvania. If you love Bud Light like me, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's a hard seltzer from Bud Light. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. If you don't love Bud Light, you'll love Bud Light Seltzer. It's not Bud Light, it's hard seltzer. It comes in 4 flavors and tastes great. Bud Light Seltzer. It's unquestionably good. Questions? Call us now.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Well, so am I. Wait, he just showed up from top lane. He's already there in the mid. Crown, you knew he was top river. He's got to be careful. Gonna jump backwards, gets the heal. Wick was up in time. Jizuke.
Welcome back to the LCS, and before we get into our next matchup, I wanted to take a little time to talk about Senna. It's a champion that has kind of taken over competitive play and kind of not at the same time. If you look at the presence across the international leagues, you can see a massive difference. 90% presence, which is the percentage of games has picked and banned in the LCS. 83 in the LEC. 5% in the LCK. So clearly there is a difference of opinion on where Senna can be strong and weak. And talking about some of the weaknesses, Doublelift actually shared some strong words about his opinion of Senna and how it affected Team Liquid in their 2 losses so far this season.
Usually when we lost, like the last 2 games that we lost C9 and Dignitas, they did 8-minute swap. We didn't punish. Like we couldn't do anything about it. Both times I was playing Senna, who's like the worst wave clearing AD in the game. So I think I'm going to stop playing like doggy ADs like that.
So I want to dive into a little bit of about what Doublelift said about the poor wave clear, because Senna has some immense strengths. That's why the presence is so high. The ability to have extended skirmishes, the sustain, the global, the scaling, there's so many good things. But exactly what Doublelift is talking about in the way they utilize AD carries hurts them. So let's get into some of these clips that I've pulled from when Doublelift is on Senna and when he was actually on Xayah against TSM. So here, it takes Doublelift 20 seconds to clear 10 minions, and he has his first completed item. You can be okay with Senna if you're contesting another person off the wave, but so often Doublelift and Team Liquid have him just catching side waves to try and generate tempo there, so that was slow. Comparing this to when he was on Xayah 2 minutes earlier in the game, just a Doran's Blade and a Longsword, about 7 seconds faster to clear a minion wave up before the 8-minute Rift Herald swap, which Team Liquid was unable to do well against Dignitas and Cloud9 in their losses. And now you can see, again on Xayah, a little bit later in the game, how quickly he's able to push this side wave, and not only does that generate him faster golden side lanes, it also lets him pick up this side turret. Senna wouldn't have been able to pick up this turret. And the cherry on top was probably this play against Dignitas, where he's really just desperately trying to clear this wave and get back, but because he's Senna and not a faster wave clear AD carry, it gives Johnson and Aphromoo that fraction of a second to catch him out with the root, and Doublelift dies. So my conclusion on this is that Senna is an extremely strong pick. But if you're going to use her as a champion who's trying to clear sideways, which is what TL and Doublelift like to do, it's not the pick for them. So I'm really curious to see what the Senna priority is in our upcoming 100 Thieves versus TL game, and let's send it to the casters.
Thank you very much, Jat. Welcome back to the Caster Desk. Game 2 is indeed coming, where 100 Thieves will be facing up against Team Liquid. Spoiler, Jat already told you that. Take a look at the starting rosters. Selecting blue side is 100 Thieves, with Someday up in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle, Ryoma in mid, Cody center the bot lane with support Stunt, and Coach Joseph Chang. Of course, Coach Zix, sadly homesick. Hope to see you tomorrow.
And facing them on the red side, it's Team Liquid. Top lane Impact, in the jungle, still Fire. Mid Jensen, bottom lane Doublelift, support core JJ, coaches Kane and Dodo on stage.
Gonna be an exciting game, as we talked about, and at least as Jat talked about. Doublelift on Senna. As soon as they got away from that pick, they started to win a lot more games. I think he's 0-2 in the pick so far, so do want to see him move to other places and see if Doublelift can be more impactful.
Meanwhile, they did get an update on the Broxa visa situation. It's been approved, so he's on the way. This weekend, though, I think it still should be Schernfire. Broxa can't instantly teleport quite yet.
Yeah. It's also against league rules where, like, you declare your roster for the week. If he's not eligible by Thursday, it's too late. See you week 4.
Fair enough. 100 Thieves, they aim to take off a win before Team Liquid gets stronger, right? Because people are presumably thinking, Broxa, once he gets here, it's going to be the full robot combined here for Team Liquid.
Voltron.
They'll have all of the Power Rangers or Voltron or whatever you want to
the Megazord
want to go with.
Pick one. Captain Planet.
And they think that this team will eventually return to the top of the mountain here, the number 1 team, dominate the LCS. But people have been contesting that. So as far as Cloud9 with a pretty good spot there, sitting pretty at the top. We'll see what happens down the road. Currently, though, still with Schernfire. They have some business to take care of because they can't keep losing games now, or they might not be able to catch up to Cloud9 by the time Broxa gets here.
And honestly, I am, like, if TL does become Megazord or Captain Planet or whatever, by the way, tweet us at LCS Official. What is your favorite, 5-person into one, Ginyu Force awesomeness? Just let us know what's the optimal, situation there. But I'm okay with them. Like, if you're a TL fan, like, okay, well, they just go 16-2, see you in finals. Like, that's a fine road for them. Like, I don't think you need to like,
first place at the end of
C9 in regular season. Top 2 is good enough. I think, you know, like, that's an okay road for TL. But they need to show us that, right? Like, they need to actually, you know, you can kind of give them a pass here, whatever, but from week 4 onwards, like, okay, the show's on the road. Like start showing up.
Strive for perfection.
Strive for perfection. That's the goal here. 100 Thieves and Team Liquid striving for perfection in this game now as well. And its picks and bans have begun. Rumble, Jarvan, Akali, Bandoff.
All right, let's see if we get any kind of Soraka shenanigans in this game as well. I would say it probably should show up. I know people have been throwing around possible counters to it, and you know, a lot of teams in the LEC today, we had a lot of them let it through and lose to it. You can pick stuff to try and kill it in lane, you know, Aurelia, those types of things. They're going to jump in, go for full burst.
I got to say, I like this 100 Thieves ban, right? They know TL's going to hop off the Senna train. They're going to either first pick a Aphelios or force the van here. And if TL wants to play a carry ADC, they've got to jump down to, like,
I think Miss Fortune.
Isa.
I think
mean,
Miss
Epic's
Fortune.
fine. I don't think she, like, yeah, she's fine, but yeah, it's not quite the same.
All right, well, they respond with a Lucian ban of their own. And there you go. You get your Xayah banned away. We think Double Lift already told us he's not going to pick Senna, so we'll pick Aphelios. And I think that it would be either MF or Varus. I actually like Varus a lot right now, too. I think Varus is being overlooked because...
Oh, my. Spoiler, it's support Senna, top lane, top down.
Yeah. Look at his face. You know, he's just waiting to crack up.
Yep. TL is 0-2 on Senna.
What do you call it? A doggy?
Dog champion.
Doggy AD carry?
Yeah, a dog ADC, yeah.
Well, woof woof, Double Lift.
We'll see how it goes. Cody Sun is actually one of the best late game, just straight up DPS marksman players in the league. Like, at 25 minutes, I expect Cody just to do more than Double Lift in almost any game state. Both as players and champions combined. That's going to be really, really awesome here. Jensen gets the last chance to pick up Orianna. Very good at the champion himself. Should look pretty nice here.
I also like second round red side picking your mid laner and then throwing mid lane bans right after this, because you'll get first shot at it and then you get to ban out counters afterwards. But they do switch it up, go for the gangplank into the Aatrox, one of Impact's favorites. He's talked about this many times. And it also lends itself towards landing your ultimate towards Double Lift and Core JJ.
So the Impact's first Gangplank game of the split. Of course, he knows the champion very, very well, but Someday is all about physical damage, melee, aggressive fighters. So third Aatrox game now in 5. Gonna bring that up to the top lane there for Someday, and as the bans come through, Kiana is joining the ban list. I don't think that's really needed. Now, she is more of a mid laner than she's a jungler anymore, especially that Gragas picked up. You know this Gragas jungle.
Yeah.
Kiana, I think, is dead from the jungle straight up. And so they're worried about Rhyma playing that mid.
I do still think Kiana mid and Gragas jungle is really scary as a mid laner to play against, because that is a guaranteed 100% to 0 if they have flashes. You know, Kiana with the Water Blade, guaranteed roots. Gragas with the Flash, with Body Slam Flash, guaranteed as well. So I can see definitely still respecting that as Jensen, not wanting to get snowballed on.
Expecting Lee Sin here as the final jungler that Surenfire has played so far this split. They already banned off the Jarvan he's played so much, at least pretty much everyone bans away. Would expect to see Lee Sin gone. It's actually LeBlanc getting rid of some mid lane picks, so Shuren can feel a little bit comfortable on a pick he's already played. That has been one of the weak points of Team Liquid, is that he hasn't really felt comfortable going to a lane. He's been sitting as jungler farming. TL need a mid laner, and it can't be blind LeBlanc.
Yeah, I think I would pick jungle here first, though. Save your pick until you see everything from 100 Thieves. No reason to show your hand first. There you go, Freak. Well done. Looking at Lee Sin here for Surenfire. Possible early game moves, but Team Liquid setting up with a lot of pick and globals here. So it seems like they do want to play more of a split map into 100 Thieves that usually will like to play 5-person compositions.
Okay, so Orianna's going to come through. Syndra just won that matchup last game. We'll see. That's what TL wants to play themselves. I think it would work pretty okay here. They have decent enough damage. 100 Thieves now need the support pickup with Braum banned away, but pretty much everything else left up. Could be Leona, could be something aggressive. Ooh, and we have seen a little bit of Lulu once in a while. I think she's actually very strong right now, but goes over to Thresh. Well, Senna, back in the Lantern you go.
Oh, well, we get to see a lower lane matchup here. Also, I do like Thresh for not only paired with Aphelios, but also into the Tom Kench lanes. So I think it is a good last pick for Stunt. When you do have the Orianna, we saw it last game, Syndra matchup here, you can have the upper hand at level 6 looking for burst, but jungler interaction means so much. Last game we had Crown hovering topside, gets ganked early, dies in the matchup, then also dies topside when he tried to go for the 1v1 with Jizuke. So there's easy outplay room there for the Orianna, plus team play always does come into it. But certainly, once that Syndra is level 6, eyeballs on mid lane.
All right, let's take a look at this one as the lineups are complete. Team Liquid got counterpick in top lane and mid lane. They also got Surinfire on a fairly comfortable jungler in the Lee Sin for him. TL, like, in my mind, should look good on the top side as long as Surinfire can kind of shake off the stage nerves and play well with the squad.
And I'm also looking at Meteos, because Meteos is a player that has been top half of LCS always. Yeah, literally full stop right there. He's always been a top half jungler. He's had a rough start to this split, but in this particular game, I think he has a couple of options here. There are opportunities to go for Gangplank gank early on. Aatrox can push the Gangplank in, try and gain control of the minion wave with Meteos to get up there. You can actually try and punish Impact. That's very difficult to do. Impact is really good at taking top lane pressure away from the rest of the map. Meteos also has options in Aphelios Thresh lane into trying to take down the Tom Kench, actually, of poor JJ.
All right, let's see what happens. We are getting ourselves into the game. Let's go. Game 2 of the day. 100 Thieves and Team Liquid doing battle. A battle at a 2-2 record so far. TL fans point at the missing jungler and say that's the reason we're still great. Want to see if they can tune themselves up. Here goes 100 Thieves.
Actually, very harmonious chants.
Yeah.
I think those two work really well together.
You know, I love how respectful our fans are to, like, let the other half, like, get their half of the chant out and say, it's so cool, it's our turn now. Yeah. Go back and forth. I appreciate you is what I want to say. Thank you very much.
Synchronized chants coming through. Synchronized river dance as well. The River King. Core JJ gets priority, though. Did Meteos place his ward yet? He did not.
Nope.
So not going to complete the early recall then. Oftentimes you see, yeah, you get your free trinket ward, then go back for the sweeper. Keeps canceling it though, so won't be the case this time around. I think he's going to hold on to it and have topside starts.
All righty. Looks like no crazy shenanigans at the beginning of this game. As everyone walks back to their assigned lanes, and Meteos will be able to get to whichever side of the map he wants to be on before the camp spawns. But it looks like that is an on-the-way ping to Gangplank go on to invade the blue buff and say, hey, is he doing that? He is not. It's going to be a wolf start, which Meteos is allowed to be pretty safe there.
Yeah, Gragas, as far as the pro junglers right now, has one of the weakest early starts. So oftentimes in professional games, you'll see teams that have Gragas. If the opposing team has any sort of level 1, they'll go for level 1 invades and try and push him off his buffs. So Gragas players oftentimes do have to start these very small, weak camps. Meteos does that safely, but Surefire's going to find him on the buff anyway. Comes here level 2 with red, and there's 0% chance that you can fight a Lee Sin with red buff there as Gragas. So Meteos going to have to give up priority in the jungle, as is very customary for Gragas players, unless he can get a laner come.
He's got a ward, and he can kind of track some of Surefire's cooldowns. The shield is down. W comes in, goes for the smite fight. Oh, Meteos!
Meteos has had enough! Look at him pulling around on Gragas, freak.
Nicely done. Stops the counter jungle. Gets back to something. And Surefire can go for a gank, and Ryoma should know. He can see him, I think, right now. Oh, no. Just out of range. Now he can see him. That's a stun. That's the Q. That is a lot of damage. And oh, wow. What a gank. It forces the flash. And be careful. Next QE is a kill on Ryoma.
And the hook.
That's a hook. That's a play. There is Meteos. Let's go.
Well, that answers that very quickly, Freak. We had eyes on Meteos in Champ Select because he has had a rough start. He is on fire in this game. He did not have to fight the red buff Lee Sin level 2.
But he did.
He just he waited for him to do the buff for him. He lets him do the work. It's fighting smarter, not harder, Freak. He didn't fight the Lee Sin level 2. He just let him do the work on the blue buff, then steals it away, finds him with the kill here. Teamwork as Stunt roams up from the river.
Sick roam, by the way. Like, incredible by Stunt. Look at this hook.
And there's so many things in this replay.
He's so good!
Because every time you show yourself on an early gank as a jungler, you can't just turn your brain off and then go back into your own jungle like it's a safe space because it's your jungle, your side of the map.
Yeah.
Spoiler, the jungle is not a safe space, Freak.
Kobe,
you get flamed there all the time.
Kobe, I want to reclaim NA talent. Stunt is going to lead the charge on that one. That was an awesome play. We're reclaiming that hashtag. It's going to be positive this year. That was beautiful. So now 100 Thieves pushing forward. Nice bit of damage out there from Someday as well. Impact getting pushed off.
All right. Everybody take a deep breath.
I'm too hyped, Kobe. I can't.
I can tell.
I'm very hyped about this game.
I'm enjoying it.
Good, me too.
And it is 100 Thieves with a very significant lead, I would say, because it's this early in the game. And in the way that it has occurred, Stunt now going for another play, does get the Tom Kench.
That's a lot of crowd control. The play is going to be, there's the flash, there's the play back in. CoreJJ gets the shield, gets big damage, he just barely walks away. Deadlift not really able to trade back that hard. And that is a flash down and the heal down in the bottom lane.
100 Thieves, all offense here, still looking to fire away. Meteos very active.
Oh.
Impact.
Oh, that knockup. Oh, now that is difficult to call whether or not he's going to flash on that play. Impact holds it. Someday the same.
All right, like I said, there's a lot of opportunity for this Gragas around the map. Meteos making his presence felt bottom side, burns his summoner spells off of CoreJJ. Gonna force Team Liquid to play a little bit more defensively down there, and Someday doing his own work, burning summoner spells on the top half and building a big minion wave.
Yeah.
This minion wave should get picked up by Impact though, because Meteos just showed bottom side, and then he went back into the jungle to farm Krug, so Impact feels very thankful that there is not a Gragas here upon arrival from that teleport to fight him on that big minion wave that was stacked up, and he'll be able to clean that up. It will result in a big CS lead for Impact, by the way.
Oh, there's a Meteos. Are they going for the play? They're going for the hook. Good sidestep by Shern. And Helmo's at 5 HP! Oh, the shield a little bit late. Lives anyway, but now a fight in the river. 3 versus 2. Big Q damage coming across. That's the double root. That is a whole ton of pain. The double flay. Meteos flash follow. CoreJJ is going to be caught down as well. 100 Thieves 2-0.
Stunt and Meteos combining on so many plays in this game. Cody's son also had Gravitum on Aphelios, so they're able to get the chase down. Dragon will be acquired off of that river play, and Stunt is bloodthirsty.
Oh, get this one as well. There's the flash. The hook. Oh, it's just wide. Doublelift kept going left, predicted a hook juke, and Doublelift had the mind games going. Gets away.
All right, here's another play. Stunt going for the opening hook, but since Meteos is here and they have Aphelios coming up, big key difference there. Cody's son walked his way up to the fight. Doublelift is farming the minion wave down on the bottom of your mini-map that you can see, and even with the flash forward, Stunt got him with the tip of the flay to secure that one, and they chase down the Tom Kench kill as well. This also results in them heading right back to lane here, pushing it up once again.
A very good early game right now for 100 Thieves, but 1,000 gold is certainly within reach for Team Liquid's side. Fans can stay safe. The top side of the map actually going incredibly well. Impact with counterpick is up 11 CS. He's got that Sheen done already. The fight continues. Good damage for Someday, but Impact's not really being pushed off the wave. Eats the oranges, can land a Q when he needs to. Gets the grasp health back up, and he's back to winning that trade.
Yeah, after you use all your Qs there on Aatrox, Someday has to back off from the trade. Impact able to just start chugging on his corrupting potion. He's got biscuits upon arrival. And it's basically your game plan for the gangplank in this matchup. You sustain through it, you farm up for the early stages, and now that he's got his Sheen, you can actually trade back a lot more effectively, bigger burst damage. Plus, you actually call Lee Sin up there. Is this a counter gank opportunity? Because Shernfire is falling behind in CS. Oftentimes for me, laners too often will call their junglers and make them waste time. See if they can make anything out of this. Yeah, I mean, Someday also has Flash, so this minion wave's in a bad spot for Someday, though. He really wants to be able to crash it.
Media's right now on the Wolves. He's going to sit there and finish the camp out. Looks like a ward curve is just good enough that he's not too terribly afraid. Nice mind game around the barrel, turns it around, doesn't get the Q damage onto him, and now Meteos is heading towards the top side. Level 5 will be found by Lee Sin. Rama towards this direction as well, and Meteos going to walk through the vision. I guess the scuttle just timed out, so not seen. Wards are gone as well. Shern is on a ward. I don't think he's on Meteos. Be the play. They're going to go for it right now. Now Shern can jump to his teammate, no problem. Lands the Q. Going to kick the shield. Core's there just in case it goes weird. And they're fine.
In case it goes weird. You never know what's going to happen.
You never know.
Mid lane. Mid lane's kind of weird, freak.
So, I mean, that's definitely true.
Riftail. See if they actually want to get a full reset, though. Look at the bottom side. Team Liquid did the swap, and 100 Thieves did not. So they still show Aphelios and Thresh on bottom side, yet Meteos is still starting this up. They're going to have to walk their entire length of the river. I think they make it in time, though.
They walked the old-fashioned way. They'd already reset a little while ago. Like, they'd already purchased items. They just simply got to push in top wave or bot wave and make Impact go down. Their Impact is TP-less. So, although now that we have the Atox recall, 100 Thieves don't outnumber them on the map, but it will still be theirs all said and done. Cody Sun grabs the last hit. Meteos picks up the trinket, and we'll see where they donate that Rift Herald.
This is the best 100 Thieves have looked all split. This split definitely, and maybe even for the majority of last split. This is such a strong opening here. With the objective control that they've been able to layer on top of winning all these skirmishes, winning the early jungle fights, Meteos completely outplaying Shernfire on the attempted invade, and the synergy with his support. This just seems like incredibly clean gameplay from 100 Thieves against our 4-time champion team.
Yeah.
Relatively without their intended starting jungler, but still.
But still good. And I need to give credit to Ryoma, who had definitely a weak start in the LCS. He actually has the objectively weakest mid laning stats in LCS so far across 4 games. But he got counterpicked and is equal in CS against probably the best laning mid laner in the league in Jensen. And this is a step up for Ryoma, a man who even got ganked earlier on, had to burn his flash but down to 2 HP. Impressed by him stepping up here in week 3.
And since the Rift Herald's already been taken, it completely changes the dynamic of the team compositions. You know, this Gangplank Impact has with the ultimate a lot less threatening as far as forcing things off of that top side objective, because Dragon is coming up in 30 seconds. And we already have the swap, so it should be a lot more stable for 100 Thieves to set up their mid game as well. Meanwhile, we actually have Someday fishing around here to see if there's any sort of intruders. He does also key place this ward really far back. And this ward goes a long way against these super mobile junglers like Lee Sin that can come at you from various different angles.
Yeah, they're trying for it.
Can they dive? Impact. Many have tried. He does have flash.
There's already a defensive barrel. This is going to be the attempt now. Impact puts the ulti down. The barrel comes in as well. A lot of crowd control. Senna ult over the top. Buys a bit of time, but Ryoma's there as well. Meteos gets out after turret aggro finishes hitting Someday. Nice coordination on the way out. Good kill.
All right, should be able to have no response here. So turret plates on top of it. They'll be traded with topside turret plates because 100 Thieves have left the area. But because you have Rift Herald, when you break these turret plates, you get the bulwark stacking up. Rift Herald will do true damage. So you get the turret so incredibly quickly.
Yeah.
And they're going to rush ahead in tempo.
Really smart to summon after the first 2 plates go down. It does about 40% of turret's health. Good timing there. They finish the thing off. Clean. The Herald dies as well. The Mountain Drake drops on top. Really good stuff at 100 Thieves. 4-0. Losing only turret plates so far in this game.
Really exceptional macro here from 100 Thieves on top of the individual outplays. That's on display. That's getting them to this point. Really well thought out. And that's what we're talking about at the beginning of the season. When they announce, oh, we're bringing Meteos back. You get some veteran shot calling. You get some more experience here on stage for them, and it is paying dividends.
TSM versus Dignitas next up on the board. Talking about teams with high expectations coming in and not quite living up. TSM did have a good week too. And Dignitas, of course, off to the races. 3-1 is really exceptional for them. See how that battle turns out in about 40 minutes as 100 Thieves Having a great opener here against TL.
All right, so you have to keep up the pressure. You know, when you're against an opponent of this caliber for Team Liquid that has so many options for later in the game, I want to see continued use for Meteos here of this Predator. Comes back up on the boots right now, and they can continue to force plays with it. Gragas is such a good champion, especially with Predator and Flash available, at pushing leads. He's got the burst damage already available since he's got his magic penetration and full runic echoes. And if you turn your sights towards Jensen or somebody that is far away from the Tahm Kench, then it's a much easier to actually find that pick. Even if the Tahm Kench is there as well.
Oh, that's the root. Double force to flash away. Gosh, the tail end of Gravity was enough there to land that root. And now, maybe, just wait for your top side.
And there's so many things that you threaten when you have a champion like this that has engaged potential from that range. Meteos just gonna leave the vision there, interrupts the Q, landing.
The body slam, it's word control. 100 Thieves gets knocked that one down. TL, they want to push back in. 3v3, it's gonna be a tight one here. Senna, corridor, very good for her. He lands Q on 6 people, it's very powerful. Someday finds impact. Second Q is gonna land here as well. And a little bit to go if that W wasn't on cooldown. Gets the back to the second half of that one and ends in the sweet spot.
Yeah, it looks juicy. I mean, that's what the matchup looks like a lot. A lot of damage just out by Aatrox in these trades where he chases you down while he has the Qs up. But as soon as uses it, Gangplank's able to restore health, chug the corrupting potion once again, and try and stabilize.
All right, is it going to be a play towards Jensen there? Can they find a shockwave? Can they find an opening? Keep in mind, impact coming down as well. They know about this, but somebody's cut him off. Gragas right behind. There's shockwave to set it up, but no gank to follow through. Meteos just afterwards there. Interesting to note, we have double GLP in the mid lane. That's been more and more frequent here on these sort of CC setup mid laners. As top laners are fighting back and forth. CoreJJ walking up. That's an ulti down towards double. If decent damage at half HP. Q doesn't quite land. Here comes the rest of the junglers, though, as Surenfire kites back, but that's going to be an ulti. Oh, doesn't quite separate him. Surenfire turns left enough. Get away from the knockback.
Yeah, decently low cooldown to fish with. This 3-on-3 on top side is actually just perplexing that they keep on fishing around for it here. Surenfire and Meteos, though, both just planting themselves up here. Surenfire, round 4, comes around for another sweep. Through ward once again. Both teams have had wards the whole time here, so.
Okay, can they find this one now? As Stunt walks in, grabs the play, there's body slam on top. Core cannot bring him to safety. Feel for double does a little bit, but Rama can't quite find the slow. A 1 for 0 all the same.
No sweep in the bush means that extra information for 100 Thieves 100% ready to react to this play here. Ryoma even teleported up there to make sure there's no counter kill onto Stunt. And after the successful play once again, literally every objective in this game, controlled by 100 Thieves.
Everything so far, we're 69 minutes in. They are on a perfect game pace against TL. A very impressive early start for them. The recall comes through with second Herald.
All right, Surenfire's attempt number 4 here over the ward. Stunt is going to take this opportunity to flash in and secure the lockdown after the ward hop has already been used. And then once CoreJJ heats up Surenfire, you have 0% chance of dodging a hook. Your mobility is out the window, so he's able to land that on CoreJJ after the Devourer goes down. And even though they save Surenfire, there's no saving CoreJJ. Here we go, bottom side. Sunday's got to dodge the Q, and he does.
Just away from the Surenfire Q. Has the E back and cooldown, gets to kill a ward. That was close. So, back on the map. 3,000 gold difference. Third Drake spawns right about now. And 100 Thieves have absolute control of the bottom river. Bot lane's pushed in. Mid lane's getting pushed in first as well. Herald Summon might knock down the plate first. TL is around to defend, but not willing to play up for this one. That's going to be a dead turret here on top of this one. Infernal Drake is theirs for the taking.
Yeah, and they can continue to push ahead here, get another charge off of Shelly, even finish off the turret because they're showing Jensen topside. Even though he has teleport, not going to use it. 100 Thieves get 2 turrets out of that Rift Herald and will retreat for a Soul Point Infernal Dragon.
But the important thing is Team Liquid gets the moral victory of claiming an objective. Yes, you killed 2 turrets. We killed 1. Perfect game off the table. Team Liquid removed that black mark from the record, but they have a lot of work to do to catch up right now.
Guys, talking about with Riv last weekend is manageable goals, achievable goals for yourself. Freak.
Achievable goals.
There you go. Breaking the perfect game.
Yeah.
Success.
Yeah. It's like, did I wake up today? Success. You know?
Did Double F clear a minion wave with Senna today?
He did.
Without dying? Success.
Hasn't died yet. 182 CS, highest of the bot laners. So not too bad for him right here. Monday Night League, remember, Mondays at 5 p.m. Pacific. Tune in. It's a great show.
And can we just go over the problems now in this game that are going to plague Team Liquid? Why there is such a low chance that they actually come back? Because their team relies on playing much more of the map, they cannot group up to contest these dragons. The next dragon coming through, an Infernal Soul, is so powerful, 400 Thieves, and the risk to 100 Thieves as setting up for it is minimal. Meanwhile, what do Team Liquid have to force any sort of play on 100 Thieves with? It has to be picking off someone out of position with a cross-map Tom Kench plus Gangplank ultimate, maybe Senna or Syndra snares. But aside from that, aside from 100 Thieves giving and presenting Team Liquid with an opportunity, this should be 100 Thieves with a very stable setup as the Dragon, as the Baron approach.
All right, then my eyes are on what Team Liquid can do to
get
turn this around in the next 3 minutes. Soul point's gonna be hard to fight for, maybe some in the mid side. Hoping Devil was in the brush, he is not. Cannot pick that man up. And there's a shock over the top side. Jensen gets the kill on a Ryoma setup there by Schernfire.
There they go. They find the straggler, Freak, presenting an opportunity, achievable goal. They pick off Ryoma. Orianna goes down, and that gives them some room to work with. Bottom side of the map, 100 Thieves can take the consolation prize of the blue buff for themselves, but that is going to be about it. That's rebuttal there from Team Liquid.
Yeah, but that's piece by piece what they need. 6 kills like that is the difference in the gold lead. So you do that a couple more times and you are back to tied. And you can fight back from Soul Point, you can still do it. Baron we know is alive, and there's still more than 2.5 minutes on that next Infernal Drake.
100 Thieves happy to wait it out. There's no reason to rush anything on the Baron. It's a much more dangerous neutral objective to play around with at this stage. So just wait on the Infernal Drake spawn. Ward yourself up. Make sure that Team Liquid will have to come at you through one of these corridors. It's actually a little bit helpful that's an Infernal map. So some of these walls have been taken out. Usually we'll point out that Orianna ultimate is so good for the team controlling Dragon because the Orianna ball can be placed in one of those 2 areas that lead up to the Dragon when you have control of the Soul spawn. But there are a couple more avenues now that the Infernal Dragon has laid waste to the Rift. A little bit more room for Team Liquid to work with.
Yeah, it's actually very useful.
Yeah, maybe they can actually find their way in. Otherwise, the Orianna and Gragas AoE abilities, very difficult to manage around. Top side of Felio should get that turret uncontested for 100 Thieves, though, as they take down the last outer.
All right, count down the seconds. 85 until Infernal Drake spawns. That's the climactic team fight of this game. If Tio can win it, it's the sign that they have turned the corner and can keep doing so. If 100 Thieves win, it's probably 9-10. They close out with the gold lead in the Soul. Now a fight in the top side. Ulti's traded back and forth. His top laners on the bottom side of the map. The Nuggets coming through, and someday it's not even close. Doublelift's ult came in after he died. TL, you've played together for 2 years. Where's the coordination?
And I thought for sure not only the Senna ultimate coming through, but Impact has flash. I thought for sure he was flashing that Q. That third Q for sure, because Someday had been playing the range there on Aatrox really well. Keeps landing these sweet spots. But Impact never uses the flash. The Senna ult never comes through. He loses the 1.5 versus 1. Take a look at it, yeah. I saw you in that brush, Impact. So he goes in for it. Barrel does land. And even though they're fighting in the ultimate the whole time, Conqueror proc for Someday. He keeps his range. He backs up. Impact goes down. He lands the last Q there. They finish him off. And Nicely played by the 100 Thieves top laner.
Yep.
Opening themselves up for a possible setup here. Teleport back out to the map. Vito's trying to run those minions as close to the base as possible to give them that lead-in vision of Team Liquid with the Dragon approaching.
All right, big window here for 100 Thieves to make their mark on the league.
This is it.
Take down one of the top teams in the early power rankings. The ward's gonna be theirs to kill. Mid lane, TL can maybe clear it first. They gotta be respectful of this.
And remember, the Team Liquid lineup here, they have to land.
Oh my gosh, this fight isn't close, but the flash isn't even enough! Someday is taking over the matchup.
Some daddy right there as he just takes down Impact. You don't want to see the flash like that, Freak.
No.
Worst possible use of a flash for a one-on-one. When an auto attack is started, by the way, you can flash to break the damage if you flash into Fog of War. That is the only way. You have to flash out of vision of the enemy team. If you flash when it has already started the auto attack, though, you'll die every time as long as the team still will have vision of your champion. So Someday wins the back-to-back 1v1s versus Impact, and they'll take the Dragon without effort.
Somebody's on a ward. Impact.
Yeah.
Just early.
Yeah, early on the barrel, so he doesn't get that. Chain lands for Someday. He gets, once again, sweet spots on all Qs, and then there's no escape for you. Someday chases him down.
Yeah, already got started.
Boom. Surenfire can just watch. There's nothing he can do to that massive Aatrox.
Stunned a little damage. Oh, but the barrel pulls Core right back into the range. There's the hook as well. The slows. The shield is on. Saved by Doublelift. Good spells there. Still a very injured Tom Ken. Meteos is stunned. Oh, nice. Zonias gets away. Jensen's rooted, but they're not in range for the follow-up.
And you see, Team Liquid still have a decent amount of offensive possibilities, but they are all these very long-range, high-damage. We got to pick somebody off and kill them at range before we engage for the full team fight. Syndra long-range stuns, Senna snares with the Gangplank ultimate. These types of things have to come together on the same targets for Team Liquid to be able to earn themselves a numbers advantage that they can then use to turn this game around. Otherwise, 100 Thieves here with their Infernal Soul should be turning their eyes towards the Baron area, trying to move their vision over. Currently, they do have some vision protecting Someday's split push here, which is going very well for them. But they need to transfer some over to the Baron area to try and bait Team Liquid out of safety.
Okay. Baron on the map. Top side wards being fought over, but still decent ones there for Team Liquid. They might have caught Meteos. Just flashes, doesn't take the lane. I don't know if the Syndra Q stops for some reason, but just simply flashed away.
All right, side lane pressure commencing 400 Thieves as well. Look at the mini-map, pushing both sides in. Someday owns that 1v1, and on the top side as well, they sent Ryoma up there on the Orianna to push that in so they can then collapse to the Baron and control this area. Because once again, big thing for Team Liquid, if 100 Thieves do group up, if you say, oh, why don't they just go siege up on 5 members on one of these inhibitor turrets, because they do have their strengths in range and a lot of these barrel chains, Syndra stun, Senna snares, that is the prime opportunity for this team to make a comeback. And 100 Thieves don't want to hand it to them. Impact has lost several big 1v1s to Somedays thus far, but if you make a big barrel chain onto a backline, well,
Damage stun flashes in, they get an ulti on top, big damage there, a kickback. Buys some time away from Someday. Stunt gets alive as well, but a couple of flashes down, ulti's down on Team Liquid's side. Is that enough to set up for Baron? It's enough to knock down some wards, but there's still a couple in this side of the jungle. Ryoma's hatching one right now.
Yeah, a couple critical ones right there, actually, for Team Liquid. Find them some more time, but Cody Sun will finish off yet another tower as 100 Thieves close more territory on Summoner's Rift. And they still have the control ward inside the Baron as well. Team Liquid are still on that farm for late mentality. We have to wait for the opportunity to present itself from 100 Thieves. Then you focus fire somebody down. They've come very close a couple times here, especially with Meteos. Now Meteos has no flash, but he has been able to upgrade that broken stopwatch into the Zonias. So he's got some sort of defensive opportunities for himself.
Yep. Well, Team Liquid, speaking of defensive opportunities, Banshee's Veil and Edge of Night done on their primary carries here. So not easily hookable, not easily explosive taskable, flash body slam, all those things are, at least the first one, prevented by these options. Looking for a play.
Groupon control ward, baby.
Yep.
It's gonna get
Edios puts in the Q and jumps right away. Doesn't get stunned off there as mid lane control keeps going forward. Now, fighting for a Baron 50-50 is a lot safer, I think, than an Elder Dragon 50-50 when you are the winning team. I would not want to contest that latter one. And give them the chance at stealing it.
And the main thing is, they've got Someday in this dominating 1v1 on bottom side. He's level 17 with a Guardian Angel. So I say you continue to apply pressure here. Keep that big strength on the bottom side of the map, far away from the Baron, so you can make Team Liquid more nervous about this.
Oh, Shern fires, caught! One more shot and kill him, and he's barely walking away. A good slow for Jensen as well. Keeps the jungler alive, but a flashless Lee Sin is not as good at stealing Barons as one with it. That might be the pull.
Definitely a big cooldown. The problem is they did take Aatrox away from the side lane here, so they're grouping up on 5 to burn this Baron down, and it's Team Liquid face checking.
They get the vision. They have the GP ult. They have Shrimpfire with Smite. Is this the play? Do they trust the Smite? How can they mark him? How can they get him out of the pit? Shrimpfire, gonna take some damage, goes over. Cannot land the Smite. Meteos grabs it right before dying. They should be able to trade the jungler back. There is the kill for a kill. Baron buff on 4. 100 Thieves, just a clean disengage. Lets them siege.
Yeah, they can get Baron empowered recalls off here, reset with that money. That was pretty risky though. Shrimpfire did get in, had an opportunity inside there with the Baron pit. Well done to secure the Baron 400 Thieves though, and now with the Baron buff, they can actually go break some of these inhibitor turrets.
But TL is going for a tricky play. They're sitting in this rush by red buff, and Someday is gonna walk by the path, but is that the target you want? No, it's gonna be Cody's son. If they're in that brush, Cody's gonna get killed, and he's gone right away. What a play by Team Liquid, and now it's a 4v3 with Elder Dragon alive.
Red buff, baby. Juicy target there. Good call, Freak, on that setup for Team Liquid. They know they don't have a lot to work with, but they also know...
Red buff, no! The Elder Dragon stunned him!
Get back home, quick!
But again, 4v3. Now, Meteos is alive, but now so is Shrimpfire. So it's still 5v4, Smites on both sides, Impact forced away. 100 Thieves can fight for this one, but TL need to make this work. They know without Cody's son, they can win the team fight.
Impact getting chased down by Someday again.
Just heroics from the top side.
Oh my gosh.
An auto and a Q would kill him. Saved by Core, explosive. Okay, but it's a Dragon reset, and it's 5 seconds on Cody's son. Honestly, falling time is all that 100 Thieves needed. Lantern back to safety. They defuse the situation.
Yeah, you're not gonna grab an objective as powerful as Elder Dragon on Someday's watch. With level 18 now achieved by the 100 Thieves top laner. Guardian Angel Aatrox with a 2-level lead on literally anyone in the game. Elder Dragon will be secured by 100 Thieves.
It looks like top lane is impacting this game, but the other one I see is on 100 Thieves side. Level 18 doing a lot of split pushing, 3-0-1. And an Elder Dragon on with still a minute of Baron buff for 100 Thieves.
All right, this has gotta be inside the base now. 31.5 minutes. Someday's already on the turret here, buffing up the cannon minion. It will slowly do its work as the rest of 100 Thieves go straight through mid.
That is a turret dropping rapidly. There's still some minions around, and a lantern just in case Cody needs it. Turret falls. Someday's in the bottom side, ready to split push as well. Mid inhibitor's gonna drop. Still 30 seconds on Baron buff, and the Elder Dragon on for 2.5. He just wants to find a little bit of poke. Doesn't get it, but they can re-siege again. Yeah, the next wave. Top is a little far away. Bot just lost theirs.
And actually, you cannot go give move speed to minions anymore, so you just kind of have to wait.
Yeah, they just walk so fast natively that it doesn't really matter. Move speed increases with game time, and it's enough that Baron buff essentially doesn't do anything in that regard. Stun takes a bit of damage, but he's happy to frontline. He looks for Iron on. Ulti not gonna land there from Cody's son, but second turret is gone. Second inhibitor follows suit. Still more than a minute and a half on the Elder Dragon buff. TL should not be willing to fight this, but when will they? Because their base is still losing members. Top lane, maybe the easy target for 100 Thieves. They can walk over there without too much difficulty. They're gonna go now.
Yeah, there's no reason to stop this push. They still have Elder Dragon for another minute and a half left to themselves. And with that execution plus the Infernal Soul, their firepower is
so high.
3 times as high as Team Liquid. Let's go with. All right.
Higher. It's certainly higher. I don't know about 3x, but it is wave clear. With Baron buff gone, the minions are squishy, and a Gangplank ult helps to clear the wave. New one coming in 15 seconds. Cody Sun easily knocks this one down. Wave clears with the red gun. It gives him the extra shield on top. A little bit extra tanky. Again, goes for some turret damage there. Lands poke once in a while. Lands hits away in case he's going to get shot at. When does the re-engage happen? Less than 1 minute on Elder Dragon. Can Team Liquid withstand this wave as well? So far, yes, but someday in the bottom lane knocks down yet another turret. He's splitting them apart, and now some backdoor damage comes in for Cody Sun. But now they might have caught Sunday. Does he have the damage kill impact? A single Q would get it, but they can't get it in range. And Guardian Angel is down. Here comes the rest of the squad, though. Will they find the stun? No, it's too early, but Jensen couldn't stay any longer, and they siege now towards the mid lane. 5v5, but there's some low health bars. What's going to come through? Core! He's nearly at death mark right there.
Surefire's about to get executed, too.
Yeah.
Can't be walking around with low health bars when the Elder Dragon buff's still on the enemy team.
Well, 1,500 gold roughly per 100 Thieves members. 6,000 gold in pockets. That wasn't stats. They take the reset. They say, look, we crushed most of your base. We'll cash in the 7,000 gold lead. I don't think they have to wait for Baron, but they might choose to.
Yeah, I really like keeping up the pressure. I would say you get your reset off, go spend your cash quick, but immediately head to top side, apply pressure. You will slowly finish this game. There's only one Nexus turret left, so Team Liquid cannot leave these super minions unattended. Yeah, I like this for 100 Thieves. Don't wait around, immediately move on, up to the top side. You can play it slow at this top turret. Don't risk anything. Absolutely do not go for a dive, because Team Liquid, time is against them. Team Liquid want an instant fight. They want mistakes. They need action now.
We're gonna hope they can find it right there as Elder Dragon buff is gone. It's, aside from gold, equal footing. I guess the Infernal Soul, I guess, helps as well. Not quite equal footing, but look at that damage. Yeah, the Chakram turret doing nicely. 2 autos will knock that thing down. Does have some regen, but look at this. Puts a new one down. Hit, hit, hit. Gets killed by the turret, but easy wave clear for Cody Sun.
All right, they have to go now. Turret's about to fall. One more shot, it does.
Oh, it is gone. Stunt. Drops a bit low. Here comes the ulti. Does a little bit of damage, doubles the half health right now, and an open inhibitor is the target. Surefiire forced to ward hop away from Sunday. Root's gonna land from Double's side. All inhibs are gone. Baron is alive, they want it. To play the slightly risk-averse style, you run into that top jungle. You take a recall for stunt, you walk him back into the map. And Team Liquid now, without anything but a single turret inside their base, have to deal with 3 dead inhibitors.
Yeah, they've got a minute left on the mid inhibitor, which is going to come up first. Baron started up now, though, so you got to rush for it. You got no time.
They don't know that's Surefiire. Now they do. He's slowed, though, and they're pushing him so far away. Shockwave was burned for that when he ward hopped away from it. But Surefire's a little bit far away. He can body slam into the pit. There's the ult, explosive cast, but he can get back in. Can he get it? Oh, it's stolen by Jensen. It's a bad smite for Meteos, his first big misplay of the game.
I really, really do not like even getting Baron low, though. To me, you just wait on Baron and dare Team Liquid to come out of their base. Look at these super minions. I said, Team Liquid, the time is against them. If you just make them wait here, if you pull off a Baron, no damage, stop damaging, then the minions will take care of the work. But they burn the Baron down. There's an opportunity. Meteos smites it at 900, and it's picked up by a Syndra Q. Team Liquid have Life Freak.
A little bit, but it's just the vestiges of it. 30 seconds, 25 on Elder Dragon. The gold lead, 4,500 is not insurmountable at this stage of the game. The inhibitors are respawning in mid. Bots soon after. TL will likely try to fight for Elder here.
Yeah, and now they've got Baron buff. They've got inhibitors respawning for themselves, so they don't feel nearly as pressured as they did at that Baron.
Top bot waves are still pushing in, and a single Nexus turret cannot defend that. 100 Thieves can still play the time game here. They can also look for the re-engage. Oh, it's not going to land. Hook, not either. Surefiire by himself. That flight could have killed if he didn't ward hop in time. Bottom inhibitor now back up, but top wave has 2 supers on it. Meteos chunked down below half HP, though. Devil's getting some good poke with Rapid Fire Cannon and Duskblade.
Impact can go and answer, though. He's got Teleport. He's got Gangplank Ultimate. Team Liquid have options.
Stunt's got to be careful, taking some pretty big damage there. Glacial Augment helping to find extra shots now as well. And Team Liquid, you can see what they can do. The chance to win is actually there. Down so far the entire game. That steal from Jensen, just what they needed. Still a hard one to win. A nice save there by Core JJ. 100 Thieves, they realize now how tense this game has gotten. They don't have that same confidence in their movements. Trying to find some poke, trying to find some damage. Top wave got cleared by Impact. He's back with the team, at least able to be. But now Someday split to the bottom side. Once again, back to what worked before. Top difference has been a big factor in this game.
Problem is, Gangplank scales so insanely well, will become a very big team fighter. If this stalling keeps going, Impact, now he's got Infinity Edge. He's got armor penetration for himself. He scales really, really well compared to the Aatrox, who is decent, but has to be this flanking bruiser.
Really good ult, though. Movement speed when you cast it, runs right away from the 3v1. That is a non-combat ult down. That's not even that big of a loss here for Team Liquid.
They're on the prowl.
Forward, the flash as well for Ryoma. Get away from Schernfire. Osa knows combat. And the mid laner survives, but that is the inhibitor doing work. They don't stop the recall, so one gets back to base. Impact again to clear the wave. So now, again, 5v4. 100 Thieves gonna try to make this one happen yet again. Can they bait Team Liquid in? Here's the ult. Again, it misses for Cody, though. They don't find the poke, and the Dragon resets, and Impact just takes the wave, farms back up, gets to level 18. And once again, 100 Thieves are gonna try. They've got ward control yet again. And Team Liquid not willing to fight for it.
These are the steps that I was talking about for the previous Baron setup for 100 Thieves. You make the enemy team come out. You do not get the Baron low until this critical point. Once they show their defenses, once they channel their recalls, then you can take your objective. So now, 100 Thieves, Elder Dragon, number 2. They should be able to march through. Inhibitors are exposed. The only tower, there's 0 towers left, actually. That thing went down to the super minions. There are 0 towers left on the map for Team Liquid. So this should be an open field for 100 Thieves. With the Elder Dragon execute, with the Infernal Dragon Soul, can they make it happen? Team Liquid's range must be respected, though. Barrel chains, Syndra stuns.
Yep. Doublelift has more kind of items inventory, but Cody stuns are of higher quality if you compare the marksman down there. Mid lane wise, you can see control wards in one slot, stopwatch in the other. Still this 5,000 gold lead for 100 Thieves, the Infernal Soul, the Elder Dragon Burn all on top. Should still be a team fight win for the blue team in most cases. But you've seen TL be wily in these ones. Knocked down one of the Banshee's Veils. Looking at the re-engage from Jensen, finds some damage there. Where's the play? It's Someday behind. They know he's there though. Meteos again chunked down. Rapid fire cannon. Senna, if you auto into instant Q, you can get both off at the extended range and do about 1/3 of someone's health. Doublelift doing a lot of poke, shockwave on 2. Is it enough? Ult comes in, Core gonna save Doublelift. The stopwatch to re-engage the ult over the top as well. Is it enough? Cody Sun brings his own stopwatch. Into the back lane goes Someday, he gets 1. He's gonna get 2. He's looking for number 3. Doublelift tries to make the big plays. It's kill after kill after kill. Someday picks up the Quadra, and 100 Thieves will knock down Team Liquid.
Thanks, Someday. What a performance. 100 Thieves demolished Team Liquid in the early game. Meteos getting the better of the jungle invade, roaming and working super well with Stunt.
Yep.
Stunt's Thresh finding critical picks for them to get all these objectives added up. But towards the late game, we were just saying Someday, 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 over and over again. This guy earning advantages for the team in critical moments. And 100 Thieves take down Team Liquid.
Beautifully done. A 3-2 start to the record. One of those losses to the best team in the league in Cloud9. 100 Thieves fans, hold your heads up high. This team is looking better week over week over week. Looking like a playoff caliber squad right now. Smiles in the faces. That level 2 roam by Stunt was incredible. The rest of the jungle from Meteos was incredible. And then the late game was top difference.
As a jungler, watching Meteos stick around off of that blue invade from Lee Sin, level 2 red buff, and getting the smite, that is a like, you go, man. I'm tired of getting pushed around the jungle. And Meteos is tired of it too. He's able to get that smite. He loops back around after Shrimpfire shows mid. Beautiful. That's some jungle justice. That game was jungle justice.
Jungle justice for the Gragas. Nothing but praise for 100 Thieves right there. The one slip up, and it gave me a lot of worry for them, was that Baron play where the smite came in too early, Jensen got a steal, and when you stabilize with dead inhibitors, you get so much golden XP back, your players all catch up, and it's very easy to catch yourself off guard and take the wrong fight and lose from there. 100 Thieves held it together, they found the next fight, they won the game, and well played to them. Now we're gonna send down to Avli, who's ready to hear from the Menace in the top lane.
Menace, he is a freak. Thanks, guys. Someday, congratulations on the win. First thing that I need to ask you is tell me what was going on in that final play, because you swung around, flanked them, and picked up the quadra.
Yeah. My positioning was like flanking, so they didn't see my positioning. And even if my team, everyone's dead, I just killed everyone.
Yeah, that you did, buddy. Earlier last week, we heard Papa Smithy say, now listen, there's scrim someday, and then there's stage someday. And stage someday is just a monster, and you proved that here today. So what happens when you step on stage that makes that change?
Actually, I'm not sure what's changed to me, but if you look at the person, like face, you cannot see like every personality, so it's kind of hard to thinking.
And I was under the impression, we saw that Coach Zix said that he was sick with the flu this week. So did that change preparation at all with having Joseph move into that head coaching position?
Yeah, because Tony really good at making us like group, like one. But when our assistant coach just Joseph doing was like kind of messy, like draft to like sometimes going crazy, but we just won, so it's good.
It's fine. You have that veteran experience. You can basically lead him as well as some of your other teammates. Speaking of which, Ryoma said that you are very important in teaching him some laning and also, I guess, some other very important information. So when you look at him as this rookie who's entering the scene, do you see a little bit of yourself in him, or does he remind you of you when you were first starting out?
Yeah, because I debuted when I was really baby, and I can see the Ryoma, and he's still baby now. So he have to grow up, so I'm helping him a lot.
Help that baby grow. Okay, here's the final question. This is actually something a little bit fun. I heard that you, your assistant coach Joseph, and Ryoma all went out and got matching haircuts and perms. So what can you tell me about that? Because we need to know.
Last time, I didn't get perm, and I got Aatrox 06, and I'm 7-0 now. So maybe perm power.
Perm power, you heard it here first. We don't need the bowl cuts anymore. Someday, thank you so much, and again, congratulations. That's it for us here. Back to the guys at the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you, Avali. The perm causes the pop-off in the top lane for Someday. Which one of you is going to get a perm so we can test this
My
theory?
stocks are really bad, so I need to get a perm
to
help
turn that game around for you. Definitely a rough day for the Team Liquid stock buyers, but I do want to talk about this 100 Thieves victory and the aspects of it that worked really well, because it did almost get away from them there in the late game, but Someday, his play on the Aatrox to kind of, put a bow on it, was really clean.
It was him the whole way through, and in Academy last year, he basically ran the whole gauntlet with Aatrox being his main champion, just raining hell on everybody. It was not even close. It looked like Impact was a challenger top laner from last split, which is incredibly impressive, as Impact was the #1 top laner that many had ranked last year.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he was getting solo kills in the side lanes, chasing him down in jungles, all that pressure helped 100 Thieves, because as great of an early start as they had, they were perfect gaming TL for a fairly large portion of the game.
Right.
it actually still stalled out a lot, and most of it came down to Someday making his own plays happen.
Well, and you saw some of that disjointedness that he talked about, you know, that plagued them a little bit this week, some of the disorganization, but ultimately the individual play was able to pull it together. I do want to take a look at that early game that you mentioned, though, Mark, because Meteos, a jungler who suffered in the initial weeks of the LCS, getting bullied around a little bit. This time around, he shows us what he's made of.
This is a huge moment. This is essentially an alpha test of junglers when both are fighting over the blue buff, but Meteos times the Sonic Wave better than Lee Sin. So he actually has the opportunity to now know that the Lee Sin is not at his blue buff, and the incredible roam. We actually got to see the Fog of War. That was a blind hook.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't let up. They picked on Surenfire for the first 10, 15 minutes of this game. That one pick like you're talking. And then here, Jensen was burning Ryoma's flash, almost solo killing him a second ago off screen. And during that time, this skirmish was going heavily in favor of 100 Thieves in the mid lane. Ryoma did a really good job absorbing a lot of Jensen's pressure and allowing the support in jungle position to really carry for them.
And because Lee is behind early, he can't impact the top lane, which is what Gangplank wants against the Aatrox matchup. He's on a ticking time bomb there. If he can get a use of his grasp with Lee Sin, he can whittle him down and put a stop on the eventual snowball that would be the Aatrox. But unfortunately, he just got to be level 18 when Surenfire was 11. There was a 7-level lead at one point in the game.
That's absolutely crazy. But it was a very solid early game up to that 20, 25-minute mark. 400 Thieves almost got away from there with the Baron steal from Jensen, but able to tie it up in the end. I want to now kind of transition here to a more holistic view of the league because top of the day, we had some choice words for one Prophet Crumbs here.
Look at how it's spelled too, by the way.
On his stock decisions. And to be honest, he very much was
already
Prophet Crumbs.
Yeah, and I tweeted this out. I felt like when you're down 0-4, you're desperate. I mean, you're willing to do a lot for a win. You don't want another 0-2 win. Soraka.
Oh, no! I didn't know what the value was going to be. Oh, my God.
In 2 games, it's like a 500-point swing in Crumbs' favor.
And it gets better because he had less stocks and I had more, so I get even more of an upswing.
Yeah. It feels good to be in Crumbs' position. Yeah, basically a double swing there, a $500 gain as compared to you.
Good to be rich.
And there's 3 more games to play in this bye period. Maybe CLG will go 1-3 and CL will go 3-1.
That's true.
I'll be laughing.
I'm curious, even in that case, what the totals, what the ending of it. They go 1-3, you probably break even or something based on the opponents. But
smart buying, smart
we've got
investment.
the profit. Don't doubt the profit. When we come back from break, Captain Flowers and Jatho, they have a special edition of This or That. TSM versus Dig Edition. Stay tuned.
Guys, I love playing League with you. So let's keep playing League together.
QE is a kill on Ryoma.
And hook.
That's a hook. That's a play.
I'm not. Finish. I got GP. Actually, looks hard. Nice. Lee. I'm kiting.
Body slam into the pit. There's the ult explosive cast, but he can get back in. Can he get it?
That was on yours here. Okay. I'm on Lee. Okay. Yeah. We win the fight. Let's play the fight. Nice. Oh shit. I'm not end. Yeah, nice. Sounds like a pentakill. Good shit. Nice.
Yeah, I'm married. Does it matter? You do that for me? Really? Yeah, I'd like that.
Who are you talking to?
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning? Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Hey, do they ever ask you what you're wearing?
Yeah.
Red sweater, button-down shirt. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Every click.
Every frame.
Every press.
Every sound.
They're playing aggressive.
I'll take mid. Every advantage.
when the difference
between winning and losing
is measured in milliseconds.
Everything. Everything. Everything.
Everything counts.
The Alienware Legendary Battle Station.
Welcome to another bite-sized episode of This or That, and this time we are going to be focusing on specifically the TSM versus Dig matchup coming up. I am Captain Flowers. I am joined by Jat, taking over Kobe's spot here this week. So let's see what we can talk about here in regards to this match.
TSM Dig, there's a lot to talk about. What do these guys got for us?
All right, number one, let's see. Better mid laner. Starting off strong, Bjergsen or Froggen?
Just better. Like, there's no way this could be interpreted in the wrong way.
We'll definitely not get flamed for this one.
Better performing so far is what I will say.
Okay.
And in that way, it is that. Because I think Froggen, MasterCard Player of the Week in Week 1, very strong control mage performance, and that's all that he's necessarily been called on for, and then a not-so-great Echo game, compared with Bjergsen, who even though he's found 2 wins, he's played both sides of the LeBlanc-Zoe matchup and looked kind of average in both of them. And I want better than average from Bjergsen. I want Player of the Week from Bjergsen, but that's what Froggen did.
I think that when we look at these players overall, because you're interpreting this to mean better performing so far this split.
Every time I talk about Bjergsen, I have to time box the way I'm talking about it.
Right. I'm looking at this as who's going to be the better mid laner by the time the dust is settled on Spring Split.
Okay.
And I think it'll be Bjergsen. And I think in this matchup, he has the opportunity to punish Froggen and expose some of those weaknesses that we saw in the Echo game. So I'm going to vote this.
There is a lot of hype with this matchup.
It's going to be fun either way. Whichever one you think, this is fun to see.
Yeah.
Let's go number 2. More likely to win the entire thing, TSM or Dig?
For a second, I'm like, man, another Dig TSM question. Then I realized
I didn't even remember this is a special.
Yeah, to win the whole split. This feels wrong. This doesn't seem like the right answer, but I'm saying Dig.
I'm saying Dig as well.
Yeah, we've only ever had, I'm looking up here, we've C9, CLG, TSM, TL, they're the only ones who ever won it. But we're saying more likely to win the Spring Split based on what I've seen, which is only 2 weeks, and the trajectory of these teams. Dig has Aframu on the team, he's won the split before. I don't even know if I can make this argument, but right now, just the name that came into my head was Dig.
Although I think that Bjergsen can stand out, like I said last time, as being a better individual player than Froggen can, I think that I want to go back to what I said when we saw Dig play last on the cast, because I said the most exciting thing for a lot of people right now is the fact that Froggen is not only having a good couple weeks so far, Froggen's got a damn good team around him.
Yeah,
and that's super fun.
That team was originally built around Huni, right? So they have the ability to carry from a lot of different lanes and in a lot of different ways, which is why I was so bought into Dig after their 3-0 start. This game is actually going to tell us a lot. If they can handily beat TSM, then I'm much more confident saying this.
Well, we both say this for now. More likely to win the split. And this is also one we cannot be wrong on if neither of them do, because it just says which one's more likely.
No, if one of them wins, that's the right or wrong.
Right.
I think whoever
we
goes
can also,
farther.
we can be wrong, but we can also be immune to wrong.
Okay, the game within the game.
All right, one more. What do we got? Number 3. Bigger win condition. Huni being tilt-proof or Dardoch being tilt-proof?
It's interesting because if either player tilts, it's bad.
Yeah.
It's which player tilts harder. They both tilt really hard. So this is a question when they tilt, what's worse? We've actually seen, I think we saw Huni tilt on set after he died at level 1 and immediately tried to make a play mid and flash. So I'm going to say that it's more important that Huni doesn't tilt because I haven't actually seen Dardoch tilt the split. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense because we actually have hardcore proof of what happens when this goes down.
Yeah.
And it's Huni making a lot of errors.
Yeah.
At the same time, I'm going to base this on just the state of League of Legends right now, where if I had to pick one of my roles to tilt and do goofy stuff, I want it to be my top laner, because top has just the least impact on the game.
Okay.
On the contrary, jungle affects everything. If my jungler tilts, we got problems everywhere. Top lane, bot lane, mid lane. I have to go with that. Dardoch, keep the tilt away. He's been doing a pretty good job of it here so far this split. Gonna need to keep it up against Dig.
I absolutely agree. This is gonna be a good matchup.
All right, and with that, let's go ahead, get ready to jump into the game. Here we go. Dig versus TSM.
Well, thank you very much. But the one thing I learned, Flowers, is both the names rhymed, and you didn't say welcome to this or that with either name and either name.
That's what you learned?
That's the most important thing I learned, is that he can't keep up with the show he's already on. It's okay. We're going to get ready to go into TSM versus Dignitas. Let's talk about it. We heard them talk about mid lanes, who's the better team overall. I'm excited about these bottom lanes.
Yeah, and there's only one little thing that I would nitpick from last week and Dignitas' one loss about the bottom lanes. because I have also been very positive on, Johnson, this new guy coming in for Dignitas. We had a lot of everybody was really wondering if he was going to land on his feet on stage. But they did have a really decent Rift Herald play, whereas teleport was very late. I don't know if that was team communication or him taking initiative or whatever. But the team play not quite in sync last time around, and delivering Dignitas their first loss. It's going to champ select, though. Akali Rumble off the bans here from top lane, so TSM will first pick that Set. He is back, baby.
Set is incredibly strong. However, he did lose over in game 1 of the day, so maybe it's not as good right now, or who knows?
To Soraka, which is available.
And a very good top laner, of course, herself. Aphelios on the board for Johnson, counteracted by the misfortune right away as Zaya was going to drop the table. And it's an aggressive bottom lane here. MF Leona is a lot of forward pressure. Aphelios is one of the maybe the very squishiest conventional bot laner in League of Legends. You can all in this guy.
Yeah, and this is, like you're talking about, a very easy combo to execute too. If you want to try at home a kill lane with your buddy, Misfortune and Leona is the way to go.
Yeah.
Because you hit level 6, just go try and kill someone.
They're dead.
You're probably going to kill someone. Braum has been picked up by Dignitas to try and stop that. Braum's idea, obviously, put up your Unbreakable when the ultimate comes through, try and block that. But in my experience, you just still kill the Braum.
Maybe
so. The combo down there still will be very volatile, and especially if a jungler is present, that is what TSM are going for. We saw last week, TSM looking more aggressive. They were much quicker with their games. I think their average game time literally dropped 20 minutes from week 1 to week 2. And we saw Kabe doing offensive ults forward with Zaya flashing forward. So this team is looking to create their own advantages rather than sit back now. So I'm really excited for this matchup, considering how well Dignitas have actually played up until this point. A couple mid lane bans here. LeBlanc has been super popular for blind picks. They don't want it to counter a Froggen style champion, which would be my thinking. He wants to pick, obviously, things that are going to be more susceptible to those assassins. He had a really crazy Victor performance.
Yeah, Pantheon dropped off the table as well. Dignitas are going to have top lane counter pick, and if they want it, mid lane counter pick here as well. I need to talk about Dardoch, though, for a second. He is 3-0-3 year-long in the first 15 minutes. He's actually doing a ton of work for TSM in the early game. Already talked about MF Leona being a good bottom lane to gank for. Kennen versus Set is obviously going to be Kennen pushing in a whole lot. I think getting the kill on Kennen is going to be pretty hard, but we'll see what mid and bot look like, and I expect Dardoch to get the better of the early game matchup here.
Yeah, this is a very Huni style top lane matchup. Picking the Kennen there.
What is this Set jungle?
I mean, theoretically, yeah, he was picking it into Set. It can be rotated to jungle. It can be even moved to mid lane as well. So Aurelia can't. Okay, it's definitely jungle if they lock in the Kayle.
Yeah.
Because you're not jungling Aurelia. You could technically though. I've done it.
I don't know about blinding Kayle, but if TSM knows,
well, they're assuming it's going into Kennen.
Yeah, but I mean, I feel like Aurelia's going there. Like Aurelia's going into Kennen. You're putting Syndra in the mid lane as your blind, and Set is getting jungled here for Dardoch. So that's his 5th unique champion in 5 picks. They got the flex to put the Kennen up and then find a matchup that Broken Blade wants to play. And Broken Blade had a really good week too. He put in a lot of damage, did a lot of work, and he gets counterpicked top lane in a volatile matchup where the Aurelia can absolutely take over this Kennen, especially if your ganks work. On the other side, Froggen is picking himself into the matchup that Syndras tend to want. There we go! The Vel'Koz is back for Froggen.
There's a Froggen champion.
Yes, it is.
Super long range, great wave clear. You max the W quickly. It actually feels so amazing on Vel'Koz, just to annihilate a minion wave. I want to talk a little bit about Set jungle, though, because we have only seen it top lane thus far. I know, and I talk to a lot of the pro junglers just all the time trying to get tips and tricks, but they have all been practicing Set jungle. In my opinion, I had more fun with it because Chilling Smite gives you more mobility than you're used to on top lane Set. So any extra mobility does feel really nice. However, in the jungle position, it is much more difficult to fund a build of Trinity Force Sterix style, and the Death Dance is way out of reach. Yeah. So the super hard, like big carry, crazy unkillable Set style builds are much more rare in the jungle unless you are super popping off. very, very frequently, though, you just get these full tanks with Cinderhulk, full defense set styles. I think those are actually really effective, especially if you can get Stoneplate, because with just Cinderhulk, a little bit of health, Stoneplate, you can really soak it up. And you still get out Haymakers. You still, want to land the middle for true damage. So I think it's going to be a little bit different of a look from Set than we saw from Broken Blade Set, which was amazing for TSM and got them their win last week.
Yeah.
Now we'll see if Darduck can return the favor.
All right, into the game we go as TSM and Dignitas do battle. Dig off to a 3-1 start. Welcome back to the LCS. And Froggen gets his battle with Bjergsen. This time around, he's got a real team. See what he can do for himself now as we get onto the Rift.
Wait, where's the dig chance?
We got a couple
There was
at the
like
end.
2 half-hearted clipped dig chance at the end there.
All right, well, we got a quick word from Biofrost on reuniting with Bjergsen.
Bjerg's more constructive. I think he makes his feedback a little bit more constructive than before. When I first joined TSM, there's a little bit too much red energy, A little bit too much of like emotion. Now it's a lot more constructive. So I would say that's part of his growth.
That's one way to put it.
I would say that Freak is always red energy, by the way. He will always flame anyone in the vicinity, even if he doesn't have any malice towards them.
Nope,
yeah,
not at all.
Just because he thinks it's funny.
Shut up, Kobe.
Yes, sir.
And see, they left.
Got him.
Got him.
It's really nice to hear, though. People, everybody that goes in and out of TSM. Well, never mind. Let's watch this.
Q for a Q. 2 auto lead. Broken Blade popping off in the early landing phase.
Hey, nice counting, by the way.
Thank you. It's really nice of you to notice that.
Still got his Corrupting Potion charges going there. Used it for the extra burn on his trade. Won't have that much sustain left for himself, though. So we'll have to see if he actually makes use of that extra damage. Oh, yeah. Couple of groans there for some missed minions.
But it's equal farm.
Yeah. Froggen also took some damage while he was pushing up, too. So not only did he miss one as well, but also here's got a good trade in there. The earlier stages of Vel'Koz are a little bit more finicky until you can get your super clean insta double W cast.
Good sidestep, good stun though. Broken Blade out of turret range and takes one turret shot for the auto. I maybe take that one. Nice play by Broken Blade.
Yeah, I definitely take it. He's also pushing it up here on Huni. Let's see how he deals with jungle difference though, because oftentimes you look at a matchup in isolation and think, oh, what was a good trade? What was a bad trade? Is this even a winning matchup? Well, he knows that his jungler is bottom side of the map. Grig could have been there, but he's actually going mid. We'll see if they land this.
Ooh, almost the slow. If he ever goes left, he's in Goku range. Right now, there has to be a flash. You can react to that with Bjergsen's reflexes. So no gank to be found. Nice attempt.
And that right there, I honestly want to go back to looking at mid lane because that was the difference between our first game and this game. Bjergsen hovers down to the bottom side of the map where they have a ward. Safety side on the bottom side, so he doesn't put himself out there for the elites, for that cocoon you're talking about.
There's the trade of blows on the bottom side, and yeah, that's what you get with Braum. The shield comes up, you get the guaranteed stun on the way out, and Biofrost loses far more health than Aphromoo does.
Yep, they do push the wave in though, so now they get time to roam. They can go get a scuttle because Leona has a stun in her kit. Actually feels really nice if you can take that as a bottom lane. Maybe with Darduck crossing mid though, he wants to claim the jungler bounty. That's gold that's rightfully his.
Well, right now it's pulling back to Skull Crab. Cash money in the pockets. Oh, there you go. Meanwhile, Grig just taking the high gold camp of Krugs. Takes the recall, 5 camps in. But you've got more farm and more done on Darduck right now. Now he looks towards the bottom side, but I think a dive is so unlikely with the health bars as full as they are on Dignitas. Yeah. Just gonna make sure nothing stupid happens. Nothing does. Takes the recall.
All right, challenging smite for him as well. So he's not even going for the skirmisher saber. Doesn't even need the extra mobility. We will have to check if he has Nimbus Cloak, though, because he has Sorcery. Okay.
He's running Nimbus Cloak, and he's running Water Walking. So he's running the movement speed portion of the Sorcery secondary tree, so that the Red Smite will still give him some movement speed, right? Nimbus Cloak got changed this season. Yeah. Move speed on Summoner spell use, not on ultimate use. So just like smites for running.
Yeah, it's not nearly as effective as it being a Skirmisher Saber, though, with the Nimbus Cloak. I found it's a lot easier to chase build down with it, but
sure, Blue Smite is definitely
of course you're going to have the extra defense as well. Goes a long way for jungle set, because of course you are going to be lower in gold, so you need more combat effectiveness.
The top side fight, and they go back and forth. One quick recall was sent by Broken Blade to grab the Negatron cloak and walk back to lane. Froggen has to walk away as Bjergsen TP's in, and that's the first reset through. It's a bit of extra mana regen, bit of extra AP, and Bjergsen burns that first cooldown of the game. Froggen might do the same pretty soon, has cleanse for himself in case of a Syndra stun.
And Dardox has been on River Patrol, controlling the area thus far for TSM, because they get a recall out of Froggen. This Dragon play may look bold, but that's all because Froggen recalled there, so they know there's no possibility of mid lane coming. And it is because of the difference in the summoner spells here. Froggen's running Cleanse because he doesn't want to get Syndra stun comboed. Bjergsen uses the teleport, and that teleports gets him a dragon.
Nicely done. Very early pickup there, right? Has the upgraded smite, uses the W to turn around a lot of that damage, heal back up as well, and that's a nice early pickup there. Inferno Drake on the board for TSM. Gold State, a little bit Dignitas favored. Nice trade right there, good chunk. Oh, shoot comes down. Just seen pretty good farm in a lot of spots, right? Actual gold is plus a little bit for Dignitas here. Dig again, trying to find this gank for Grig. Formerly on Bjergsen's team just a few months ago. Now against him, hoping he can find some pickoffs there. Walks right across the mid lane spotted, and now they know he's bottom side as Aframu recalls away. And we still sit neck and neck at a pretty close early game.
Broken Blade top side checking back in with the early Merc Treads versus Kennen. I actually do like it. A lot of people are like, yeah, Merc Treads, you're playing a lot for tenacity, but Kennen stuns are the real thing you have to worry about. Plus, you're getting your double effectiveness out of your magic resistance because it's an Elise jungle, so it's the perfect buy.
Yeah, I mean, look at the enemy team comp, right? It's like there's 4 of them with hard crowd control, and then Aphelios chilling out there. It's like you definitely always buy Merc Treads.
Yeah, you're trolling if you do not.
Yep, exactly the correct choice there. Expect to see it on the set as well, and probably the Leona, although sometimes you want Mobies. Once again, waiting around for the next big play. It's actually been a fairly docile early game. The attempts at ganks were there. They sat in the side brush, but no real fight's been happening. Biofrost kind of learned from the first trade that you can't really E in on the Braum squad, apparently. So they're trading farm back and forth. But look at this 20 CS lead to Kabe. Now, there is a wave being pushed in that will answer back a little bit, but Kabe right now with the farm lead in that bottom side.
Yeah, pushing in, playing very aggressively for themselves. And we're approaching the 8-minute mark here, so the pushing team, which is Kabe, Biofrost here for TSM, should be able to get their Rift Herald swap off if they want. Looking at top side right now, Huni does have the ultimates ready for himself, but Broken Blade actually brings a lot to that fight as well. And Bjergsen ulting early because he's got the cooldown reduction here of blue buff in preparation for this fight. If they force the back from Froggen again, it will be another neutral objective.
Okay. Well, pushing in right now is this Herald's going to be going down at 8 minutes 20 into the game. And this is definitely TSM with continued control. Top got counterpicked. It was a nice flex with the set. That gave them push to the top side. They blinded the mid lane, but Bjergsen's doing a really good job landing up there as well. And now it's Broken Blade coming off to the side to push Huni away. Herald picked up. Grig come back around, but no good fight.
And look at that. Merc Treads means you don't get chain CC'd out of your Kennen stun.
Oh, the flash, the pull, the ult's on the top. Huni forced a flash away. There's the dunk, a flash away for Grig. Big damage coming in, but it's too much for Broken Blade. They fall around him, and Dignitas gets first blood.
Yeah, should have walked away with the flashes taken there. Actually goes too deep under the tower. Locks him up in the end, and that stun is enough to get the kill under the tower, turning the kill back around on him. Take another look at him chasing him down.
This part's good.
Yeah, Dardoch finishes up. He just walks away. And even, I would say even this part where they get the flashes out of him, because Dardoch is able to go get flash in, get a great double stun there into the Aurelia ultimate. Then they get the flash, and then the ultimate, they got Grig's flash too. But right here on the edge, Uni's able to get the stun this time around, locks him up under the tower. That being said though, go back to the objective count, Priest. The Infernal Dragon was picked up because of the desynced mid lane recalls. Second objective, also, the Rift Herald picked up because Bjergsen unleashes the trade, uses the ultimate on Froggen, forces another recall from mid lane, and earns TSM that second objective as well. So the mid lane priority here has determined the early game objectives, and then it was just an over-aggressive tower dive from TSM that gives the first blood back to Dig.
Grig knocks down a ward, has to walk away though. Whoa. So close to stun. Probably wasn't gonna die. You've got Repel for the ulti, so he's, usually okay, but reinforcements are coming. Biofrost goes for the ult, not repelled, the flash forward. They're stun chaining him. How does he get out? He tries to go to the other side of the map, but it's not gonna be enough. Bjergsen claims the kill. 3 assists on the board, pad the KDAs.
Yeah, I mean, even if you're not going to get out, you gotta repel Sona ultimates. Here goes Broken Blade on Froggen though.
Has to flash, the stun wasn't quite available, gets away from the slow. Broken Blade sets that one up a little bit there. Nice signs of life for TSM. As we know, they already got the neutrals. Go for another one on top of that one. In front of Rick already grabbed. Mountain Drake is next, and no one's going to stop them. With a dead jungler, a mid laner, kind of forced back.
Yep, TSM still happy with Grig there. This time around, they pick off Grig, and they get a dragon for it. Dardoch moves right in. Mountain picked up on top of the Inferno, and TSM continues stacking objectives.
Kobe, more likely to win the split, TSM or Dignitas?
Win the split?
Win the split. Which one's more likely?
I mean, this is a rando time to start that, but I'm still going to go with Dig then, I guess.
All right, fair enough.
What prompted that?
It was on this or that with Jat and Cap.
Okay.
So I figured I'd just ask the reigning member of this or that, who's been on it for like 17 and a half years, that you get a chance to question too.
I am getting a bit old.
Yeah. The show predates League of Legends. That show is just around. Well,
Did you know they use the this or that format all the time in NFL, NBA, like all these random games?
Yeah,
And every
predates
time
League of Legends.
Every time another show uses it, people spam tweet me, and I like it. They're like, "Hey, you guys are the originators. You're the real this or that creators."
Yeah, League of Legends also the first MOBA, by the way. Completely original concept. Never before seen. Minions and heroes fighting in the lanes. Don't research that at all. Just trust me at my word.
Side note, never trust Freak on anything.
Wow, that was very mean.
You know how they say, do your own research?
Yeah.
That's incredibly true with Freak. Rift Herald used mid here for TSM, though, and they're going to get some turret plates with Bjergsen. Little bit dangerous, though. He's got to dodge the skill shots, and he does.
I don't think he was in range for the gold in that Herald charge either, so those plates aren't getting cashed in.
It's really dangerous because you pop the Rift Herald that early, there's 3 people sitting there. If you get hit by even Braum slow, they can probably chase you down, so you want to get close enough. And the range is actually very short. You have to be basically where Herald is when she starts her charge.
Yep.
To get that cash in, if you haven't already autoed the turret, that is.
Kobe, would you be willing to trade Flash for 2 plates?
Yeah.
It's like just maybe barely.
It's close because you're like, well, it's basically a kill's worth of gold, but you're not taking one of your opponents off the field.
Right.
So it's not as good as a kill.
But that's the thought, right? It's like, ooh, he could have, if he was willing to flash, maybe. And that's obviously a really tough call. Doesn't go for that play, which is completely defensible. And the topic is pushed in yet again by a Broken Blade. But Huni this point around, actually winning in farm, as you mentioned for that earlier dive, actually has the assist here as well. So that cannon working out pretty well, at least in the laning phase. We'll see what happens as time goes on. Dardoch still getting a lot of control. Gets another steal away, grabs that red buff.
The boss.
Whew, yeah.
He's teaching the former TSM jungler.
Yep.
His new place.
I replaced you, and it was a good choice. That's what he's saying with all those moves.
Yeah, well, his new teammate is now here. Aphromoo is with Grig, so Dardoch's got to be a little bit more careful. Doesn't have the numbers on his side.
And we look towards
They're
the top
headed straight
side
for him.
as ultis are burned, but Broken Blade has tenacity. Second stun comes in. And here comes the slow. No, it doesn't land. Pulls him back in. Knockum's not going to land there either. Finally landing something there, but Dardoch. Whoa, he shields kind of late, though. Doesn't really get any damage block. But he gets to walk out.
All right. That was a close one. Wipe off your brow a little bit there. Behind enemy lines for quite a while. Dardoch does escape. And the farm continues. Froggen does have the Luden's Echo now, too. So if he landed that W on Dardoch, that was definitely going to be a kill. Let's take a look at the fight over control wards, though. They're headed straight down the river. Starting it straight up. Actually, just clearing out all the minions. Okay, no AD carries will be involved in this Herald fight if they do spark one. Both just farming away down bottom side. That doesn't mean they can't go for it, though.
These minions get traded back and forth on the bottom side, but the 600 gold lead for Dignitas. The 2 Drake lead for TSM. Herald no longer hit anymore. 15 minutes in. Nothing picked up there, and we wait for the next big play. Both supports have gone Moby Boots. They sacrifice the combat stats to get to the right place at the right time, as is pretty much tradition for pro play. The waves go down, and Froggen grabs one as well.
And honestly, this dragon coming up is going to be more important than the Rift Herald. So all the wards that they just used up by the Rift Herald need to be repurchased and moved down to the dragon.
Gotta say, I missed the setup. I'm sorry. So much was going on in the early game. 168 CS, what was required for Bjergsen to get 100K all-time LCS minion kills. My brain wouldn't say LCS CS. I was like, that sounds wrong. But he's done it. Good job, Bjergsen.
I don't know. I don't get excited for lots of minion kills.
That's because you're a jungler.
Fair enough. Not really an award I'm likely to.
If it was 100,000 all-time Baron steals, you'd be hyped.
Oh, I would be really hyped for that. 100,000 Baron steals. Oh my.
You said you were excited for CS.
All right. Well, I could get excited for a dragon fight here. Dardoch's looking for a way in there on set. Does have the red buff for himself. They also push this mid wave. Mid wave priority acquired for TSM, allowing them to move into the river.
Nice poke. No oceans picked up yet for TSM, so none of that extra regen for anyone but Set, really. But look at that. Bjergsen gets a couple of shots off of that turret. Doesn't even get hit on the way back. Here comes the ocean pull here. Everyone is around. Huni, he's going to burn the TP, but Set's going to stop him. He's going to stop the teleport. Nice use of the ultimate, but it's not going to be an ult in the team fight, so doesn't even mean all that much. Finds a stun as well. Will they go in on Dardoch? They're going to find a bit of damage. Flash over the wall. Ooh, Leono's going to miss now as well. Broken Blade burns his stun on top.
A bit awkward here, actually. That teleport was going to behind the pit for a possible flank. Now they're going to start the dragon up again. Oh!
Snaps a nice shield in the way for Aphromoo, and a nice smite comes in for Grig. It does mean the mid turret goes down, though. TSM trade the Ocean Drake for the turret kill.
And they could transition up to the Rift Herald as well. They push mid lane here, and they're going to pull that one out. Rift Herald does not do much damage at all. All you have to do is dodge the cleave, basically, that she does when her eyeball opens up. So it's a very risk-free objective to actually start up at any time.
Looks like they're playing this one without much issue. Should be 2 Heralds picked up here for TSM. The first one really only did about 40% of a turret's health. No gold was earned from it, aside from 100 for killing it itself. Second one might actually knock down that turret, though. Of course, the remaining damage on mid was partially caused by that earlier Herald charge. And now we'll see if they can knock down something else. They summon instantly towards the top side. Should probably claim that turret as well, as Kabe's already pushing the wave in. That turret is low enough.
The walk away. I don't need to dirty my hands finishing off this turret.
Should be just in time. It's close, actually.
Herald's going to finish it.
Wow. He was a quarter second away from not getting that 250. But does claim the gold. Right on time. Whoop. It's very satisfying, by the way, auto-attacking like a live Herald and just like chugging it from 1600 to dead. It's only with 25 gold, but it still feels really satisfying.
Yeah, because you do way more damage than you usually do with your auto attacks.
Killing can't.
That's fair enough. In the end, that turned out to be technically 2 tower kills for the dragon. So even though it was the 3rd dragon that set TSM up for the soul point, they did get a boost of gold right now out of it. And they do have decent positioning to try and focus on the last outer turret, which is bottom here. Whoop. Huni gonna run through the extra brush provided by Ocean Summoner's Rift. And walk his way right back out. TSM focusing on that outer turret we're talking about. Get a little bit more chip damage on it, but Huni's here to defend, and Huni's here to get dove.
Yeah, well, his E is on cooldown, has the ulti though, and that might be enough.
He's got stopwatch.
Yeah, he's got a lot of tools to live, so that's unlikely to work out as Dignitas come down this side of the river. No one to fight though, TSM backed off enough. So it looks like bot lane might just be the apple of their eye. Shoving in now with everyone but Bjergsen, who's off to do mid control. That wave's already been pushed in. No one's answering that minion wave. So the Dignitas defense actually drops 6 CS as Bjergsen shoves one in, and no one's going to grab it.
Yeah, mid lane pushing has really been a big story for this game that hasn't had too many kills in it, but has had a lot of maneuvering for the objectives. And TSM opening up a lot more space to work with here. You can freely push those mid waves because they got that mid tower down. Next step, moving in to try and clear out some of these control wards here. Kabe farming right away along towards probably the Infinity Edge for himself on the Misfortune. Put some more power behind the ultimate as well as looking for those big crits. And on that power spike, I think they should be able to move it. Already you can see in the jungle, Dardoch is in there taking away the blue buff. So Vel'Koz will not be able to get another one. Or is he looking for a flank on Johnson?
Split push for TSM still working. 3-0 in outer turrets. Look at that gold lead, 2,000 up. Good plays to them.
And Froggen is showing top right now with a non-teleport Vel'Koz, so TSM fishing around possible Leona set combination there, but good job by Dig. Nobody exposes themselves until
here comes the team fight. Big damage, and Dardoch goes down right away. Over the wall they go with the re-engage. Here comes the squad, but they've got Froggen. There's the laser, and Broken Blade goes down again.
Big 2 kills here for Dig. They absolutely annihilate him before he's able to get any sort of answer off in this. There's not a neutral objective up for it, so it is just the 2 kills, but it allows Huni to push the bottom wave in, chip down this turret in preparation for the next dragon coming up. And you let one get away, Freak. Not that big a deal, but Ocean number 2, if that goes over to Team Dignitas, they take down the outer turret. They've got dragons now starting to stack up in their favor. Plus, look at this, how they get the extra money. It's a control ward placement here. Afromu slips back in.
He says, come here, they're face checking me, let's go.
And they do see him with the sweeper, but that Braum stun, oh man, it feels good to kill a set with no W. He never gets time to get the haymaker off. Fully stacked up there with the grit.
Yeah.
And they 100% to 0. Braum stun into Cocoon from Grig, and he gets some payback on the new TSM jungler.
And Johnson was on green-white for his guns. He had the Chukram turret with a sniper rifle for the offhand. The marks reset your auto attacks, so you're just like throwing damage down in those cases. Put out absurd damage in that one and just pretty much one-shot that poor jungler who doesn't have any armor. He's got a Cinder Hulk and a Kindle Gem for tank stats. Blew him up.
Well, definitely well played. Stacking CC even into the Merc Treads there by Dig. And they cleanly pick up the Ocean in the aftermath. So early game, heavily TSM favored. But they make that mistake on the dive on top side. And from there, it got a little scuffed for him. And Dig making good here on a couple of plays. Punishing Dardoch and Broken Blade. See what they can do with it, because with that extra regeneration, feels really nice when you have a lot of these longer range options too. If you can disengage and then circle back for another one, you've got Vel'Koz. And your second engage, you use the Cannon Flash. That will be a completely different story here. So, Dig clearing out the vision here around Baron and moving up towards Bjergsen.
This is a game I want to point out where actually the value of Merlinomicon Executioners goes up quite a bit. Because we've got Dig with 2 Oceans already, which is in-combat regen. And the Soul is likely to come in as well, which is even more in-combat regen. So regardless of comp, you're actually in a pretty high regen game where you actually really care about Grievous Wounds in your build. So You want to see that come through at some point, especially when they get towards Soul Point here, which Dig seems likely to grab. Good stun, good poke towards Dardoch, but he's very tanky. There comes the engage, good repel, but is there a re-engage? This could look very good. A little bit too early for Bjergsen. Cannot find the stun, and Grig gets out.
Yeah, he's going to have to burn his flash in order to do so, so TSM do force a summoner spell with the pick and the Leona ultimate, but TSM get out unscathed. Nobody goes down. What can they do with this control over the red quadrant of the jungle? This right here, TSM have been able to infiltrate, push Dig out of their own space, and get down their wards looking for these picks. No Leona ultimate for the combo, but Syndra can often set them up herself. GLP plus stun can often get you an unsuspecting support player.
Here we are yet again. 2-item spike done for both the AD carries. There's really going to be a lot of power in both these squads. Misfortune's already maxed out for W by now, so going to have really good team fight power in both these cases. Death cap done for Huni, obviously really big deal as well for the backline access. And let's find out when these fights come through. Triforce done for Broken Blade. Sterix Gage stacked up, plenty of time here. Or not Sterix, but Jarum's Fist.
Flank is going to be the name of the game here too, Grig. TSM are behind Dig right now, but they're so split.
Whoa! Grig is gone. The flash engage for Biofrost. The dunk on the top as well. Afro can't run away fast enough. That's going to be stopwatch for a second. Broken Blade finds Froggen. Hootie the backline will try to claim Kabe. Finally takes him down. Zonia's buys a second. There's the ult. Oh, that's some damage, but look at the team fight. It's 4 kills to TSM, only 2 for Dignitas.
Yeah, Dardoch doesn't go down in that explosion from the Aphelios ultimate. He barely survives it. So TSM come away with such a big victory. I said flank is the name of the game. Well, TSM won the game, Frank. That was a beautiful flank. They get the instant kill off that pick with this Syndra stun that we keep mentioning. 3 games in a row, 3 Syndras. The long range run does find the kill here as Grig walks over to the control ward and they deliver to their old jungler. Yeah, that's exactly what we're talking about. Then Leona goes in, they get the full engage. Dardoch on set, full flank here. They even get teleport from Broken Blade, I believe, to get the full flank on Froggen, and they're chasing down the kills. Huni for Dig does get Kabe, and Johnson is going to be able to answer because 4 members are grouped up. So those are the Dream Infernum ultimates where you do get those kills. But he actually only got 1 with it. And in the end, TSM super happy coming away with the extra money.
Well, the respawn's coming in time. 30 seconds in Ocean Drake, and Dignitas first to play to push down mid lane. And they are clearing things away. Second turret now on the board as mid tier 2 was cracked a while ago on the TSM side. We can see a 2,000 gold lead for TSM, a 2-turret lead as well. And here comes the 3rd Drake. Triple Ocean would be a lot of regen for Dignitas, but it's a pretty bursty TSM lineup. You're looking at what Bjergsen, Kabe, and Brooklyn want to do. It's usually pretty quick fights. Here we are, everyone now to the bottom river. There's the engage. There's Biofrost in the front. Huni gonna Zonia's first. Damage out from Aphelios, gonna kite back, but Aftermove's already gone. The engage towards Grig kills him as well, and Kabe just barely burns down. Leandres takes that one off, but Broken Blade gets the chase, and it's a 2-for-1 to TSM.
Froggen just annihilated Kabe. TSM are making this dream engage. Really good job there. Biofrost, he goes in, has the zone, has the stopwatch to be able to survive. If it wasn't for Froggen on that Vel'Koz, lasering Kabe, countering that Misfortune ultimate and getting that kill, this would have been a clean sweep for TSM. And here's another look at how they started it out. Even though Broken Blade's stun is down, Biofrost goes in. He does split the team there with the ultimate, but he gets the stun onto Huni. And taking away a good Kennen ultimate means that TSM actually get to chase down these kills. Bjergsen and Broken Blade finish off the 2 here in the bottom river, but Froggen's ultimate alone on Vel'Koz there. They're able to channel it on the channeling Misfortune, who burns down at the very end as he's walking away.
And it puts TSM on Soul Point. That Oblivion Orb should probably become relevant before too long on the Froggen side, and he'll have time to do it in the next 5 minutes. But I think we want to see that one come through. Flat Pen's on the board, got decent AP. And we wait to see what comes in next as Kabe goes towards some lifesteal. Doesn't want to make that, situation happen again, so auto once, maybe survive it all. Meanwhile, Johnson on the way towards that all-important Hurricane. With Infernum, it's a lot of damage.
Yeah, definitely has the strong guns available for a team fight. AoE ready at the willing.
That's another attempted stun. It's at least the slow. I'm going to back off.
Problem here for TSM is that Dig do have some decent ways to check this, right? They've got a decent amount of long range and poke abilities, skill shots they can throw out. So even though there's even more brush on Summoner's Rift, they're not as worried as some team comps would be around this Baron. And with TSM recalling, they get to sweep in, breathe a sigh of relief, take out a bunch of those control wards, and lay down some vision for themselves.
Nice little hit right there.
Look at your mini-map, though. Bjergsen right now split pushing on the Syndra. Because all the focus on Baron, he made it all the way up to that bottom tower. And Syndra, with all that AP, actually does a decent amount of towers with the auto attacks. He's chunking it down by himself while they're trying to stop back.
Oh, Afro's been stunned up. Hilt's committed now as well. The rest of the squad showing up. 3v1, no way out for the Braum. TSM picks one up. Dardoch gets his first kill of the game.
They get the pick. They also got that turret that I mentioned. Bjergsen's able to finish it off all by himself. So TSM, 5v4 power play right now. Bottom tower taken away. Control of vision around Baron. And they're just daring Dig to come check it.
As they clear away a lot of this jungle, there's only the single ward. It doesn't see all the paths.
They do have Johnson's Scryer right now. So they have one blue trinket use available.
TSM are just tearing them apart across the map. They know they're 2 minutes from Soul Point. They don't really have to commit to the Baron play anyway. They're up 5,000 gold just in the mid game, just by playing the map better. Spreading their opponents out. I mean, 2 kills does not make 5,000 gold. It's all the farm and the turrets they're picking up. So TSM playing Dignitas like a fiddle.
Fully controlled game right here. 1.5 minutes left on that dragon to come up. Ocean Drake's doing so much less than Baron and way less threatening, so you can just start it up, try and bait them. You can always turn without too much of a worry of it really hindering you. The slow is kind of annoying for whoever's tanking it to try and get out of the pit, but that is about it. We'll see about the setup for this fight, because once again, as we said earlier, the flanks are everything in this game. Set and Aurelia with Leona, they got TSM just fully surrounded Dig last time around, and they annihilated them. You can't really afford for your Aphelios Vel'Koz, two of the most high damage output, but also most vulnerable backline carries that you can draft.
And it's why Johnson went towards Phantom Dancer instead of Hurricane. It is a downgrade in damage, but an upgrade in durability. Desperately needs the health. 480 damage shield. Certainly a lot when you consider his health bar is not that big. And you can hope that's enough that he survives Broken Blade or Dardoch.
Dragon is set up, and there is no ward for Huni to teleport deep on. So Huni can't get a flank of his own. It would have to be a defensive teleport to the rest of the team. Broken Blade got it!
Blade finds 2 for the stun. The flash engage. Good cleanse away from Froggen. They find a stun now as well. Now's the re-engage. The duck over the top, and Huni only hits on the 1. There's the pullback! And look at the bullet time over the top. It's 3 kills, make it 4, and Huni gets slowed again. It's the ace for TSM.
Ooh. That is a clean team fight, Freak, I believe is what we'll call that.
And it might be enough to close out the game. They've already got the wave. Ooh. They're pushing into the bottom side of the map. And it's 20 seconds on most of the meaningful recalls in TSM. With such a lackluster week 1, turned it around in week 2, and aimed to please in week 3. 3 wins in a row. TSM knocks down Dignitas.
Feel like we've had some educational content on the LCS today, Freak. Last game was Jungle Justice. This game was Team Fight Flanks. Lead your way to victory. TSM, clean ace in that last one. Broken Blade teleports in. Dardoch sections away the Kennen after Huni uses the ultimate, taking away the only real big threat that Dig had for the team fight. once that's out of the way, they're completely scattered because they get flanked and surrounded. And TSM just dissect Dig on stage. So may have to change the answer to the this or that slide.
Yeah.
As TSM with a very one-sided win here over Dig.
Really well played. TSM 3 in a row. We had heard the reports of their demise, the memes around the talent suppression machine after the 0-2 start in week 1. But definite improvement here. The squad is looking good. Dardoch continues to have some pretty solid games overall, being a good initiator here. Bjergsen on the split pushing, 0 deaths, but found a lot of direct kills for the squad.
Yeah.
TSM worked today.
And he got to 100% his old jungler as well. That's like in solo queue when your jungler's flaming you the whole time. You meet up against him in the next solo queue game, and you get to stomp him.
Yep, it's pretty satisfying. You do the same with your support, by the way. Works for bot lane as well.
Yeah.
You get the kills
Actually,
in the lane.
any person.
Oh, yeah. If you lost to anyone at all, and then you beat them the next time, it's fine. It's good. It's going to look pretty here. So, yeah, TSM again, 3 in a row. They are roughly, more or less tied for second as far as win count is concerned, right? 3 wins is the mark for second place right now. C9 alone at 4. And that's a good look right now. TSM are now back in the top half of the table for the first half all split. And now I'm curious, what their other matches look like, because if they are in this form, they're a contender for sure. Now let's send it down to Riv, who's standing by with the TSM mid laner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by Bjergsen after they defeat Dignitas. Bjerg, pretty open-ended question for the first one. How are your feelings about spring so far?
Well, I've been sick for the first 3 weeks of LCS, so that's definitely a first and not my favorite. But I've been trying to still play as well as I can individually. I'm getting better and better, though, and I think by next week I'll be back at 100%. But yeah, it just sucks when I feel like I need to be such a big voice in the team that I'm kind of not feeling well with my health. But I think we're doing pretty well considering that, and everyone else is doing their best to kind of step up in those moments if I have a day in practice or a day at LCS where I'm not at my best.
Absolutely, and we saw in the drive that with that bigger voice, you're taking a leadership role and knowing what the team has needed for so long, that with this version of TSM now, it could be the best version. Do you think that's something we see in spring, or is that something that manifests in the summer? How is that going to work for the team?
I think it's really hard to say because a team can improve really rapidly over just a few weeks and become a completely different team. That's kind of how it was for us in spring last year, where we looked like a pretty average team, and then we kind of turned it on and we were really close to winning the spring finals. So I think we're nowhere near our peak or even being the best team in NA right now, but yeah, just time will tell.
And a little bit of a look inside the team, a lighter question. How are the comms working now? And we just saw Kabe talking a bit in an interview that him and Bio are speaking, and then mid-game is a bit more of Bio and Dardoch. What's the team kind of dynamic right now for those comms throughout?
I think we're still trying to find it because obviously everyone saw the game differently on the team that they were on before, or they had a different role in communication in their team before. So we're trying to figure out what role does each player need to fulfill in our team and what is the most natural to the players, and also helping players step up and have a bigger voice, especially BB being able to kind of take over these games and carry himself with a counter pick is something we're working on a lot. And yeah, I don't think anything is set in stone yet. I think Dardoch and I are naturally active communicators in the game. Biofrost is very good with things like vision control, support things, and yeah, we're still trying to find exactly how we want to communicate.
Bjergsen, thanks very much. Congrats on the win, and hope you feel better. We're going to throw back to the State Farm analyst desk to break that game down.
Thank you very much, Riv. After a tough season opener at 0-2, they've now put 3 wins together in a row. We've brought Meteos onto the desk to break down this game as well as the next, so we get a little doubleheader of one of our favorite LCS junglers. But TSM really rebounding from a rough first week to move to 3-2, tying Dignitas in the standings.
They're getting snazzy with the draft, too, because they first picked the set, which we saw CLG deal with the Soraka, but no Soraka came out here. Dignitas did not resort to Soraka, even though we've seen the world pretty much use this against it, instead going for a Kennen. It's odd.
Yeah, I thought that was weird. TSM were trying to do something clever with using the set early pick to then, set up. I hate that. Set up a swap to the jungle for the set and then get a big counter pick on the top side, which I like the idea of. You heard Beer kind of talking about going back and some of the things that they were doing in spring. This was a very spring thing to do from last year.
Without a doubt. I mean, last year, a lot of their discussions were around, Acadian's synergy with Broken Blade and workshopping that into, into a specific win condition. And while they struggled in the early portions of the split last year, they were eventually able to find their footing and fall into second place. It feels like a similar thing is being attempted here, just with Dardoch in that jungle position.
Yeah, I think when I was looking at this draft, I was sitting back in the makeup room with C9, and they asked me, like, yo, which draft do you like better? And I was like, I like the one that doesn't have 3 AP with Elise.
Yeah.
Because, I do like the set flex into jungle. I think it definitely has a place when you can get a nice counter pick in the top side, but it should be a pretty bad matchup into Elise. You can't ever really get on Elise, and she can just keep, like, stunning you, kiting you, avoiding your grit damage. But when the whole team has Merc Tread and Elise can't really do anything, then it's a bit of a BG.
Do you think Froggen should have played a physical mid laner? Because I think that's not something that's so much in his wheelhouse to play an AD mid, but it would have definitely given you a lot more options to deal with Bjergsen, who almost had a 100 CS lead, rushes Merc Treads, and is untouchable.
Right, I'm not really sure what they would have to change individually. I think, either top or mid, if they can go like an AD champ, will give you a much better balance on your team comp, or even just not taking Elise if you don't have those options of getting the AD.
Yeah, mid feels tough to find AD in right now. There's not that many popular champions, and I don't think you want a Lucian, really, or like one of those kind of unique picks, especially for Froggen. You love him on control mages and type stuff.
I'd rather the Lucian be in the top lane. If I'm giving it to anyone,
give it to Huni.
I'm giving it to Huni.
Yeah, exactly. So overall, I think a lot of this came down to the fact that Dardoch actually did have a really good game, I think. You saw him have some really big engages and things like that.
Yeah.
And that was where I think they were able to win. The draft did feel very unfortunate for the Triple AP team on the top side, but I think a lot of other things went wrong for them.
Right. I think it is important to note that while maybe the first bit of attention to the top lane didn't net positive for TSM, again, kind of akin to last year, if they continue to do that and find the synergy, then things are only going to get better for them, because in the late game, they navigated it quite well.
So watch what Dardoch does here with the teleport. So the cannon ults right away and immediately just puts
Get out of here.
in the perfect position to get attacked from multiple sides from their carries. It's picture perfect there for TSM.
That was a really well played fight by Dardoch there.
Yeah.
Was that a 800 true damage that popped up from his W? Did
I
read
think
that
so.
correctly? Yeah, that was a lot.
You could do that too if you played set jungle.
Yeah.
See you tomorrow.
Hey, you're starting to think about it, huh?
I mean, I've played my fair share of solo set jungle.
Okay,
Could
fair
happen.
enough. It's important, I think, with the narrative that surrounds Dardoch, that we do take this moment to once again acknowledge the level of play that was showcased there, because that is why this guy is still finding his way onto LCS rosters. You hear, all the storylines about why he's been bumped off of rosters, but it does need to be reiterated that this guy is an incredible individual talent, and it's just about finding the right set of people, the right environment for him to be successful in. And who knows, maybe all of a sudden this is a championship contending team.
I worry about that narrative because to me, if you take the nameplates off, it looks so much like the play and storyline that was around Greg and Acadian as well. I feel like I need to see more delivered from Dardoch before I really commit to him being this amazing jungler, because there's still some things that feel too different from the Dardoch that was a god in solo queue and a god in LCS before, that now it feels a lot more reserved and not as polished.
Well, I think the thing that you're hoping for is that play that went wrong for them in the top side, where they went for that dive
exactly.
and it wasn't on the same page. Someone died on their side. But that's what you want to see out of him, and that's something that eventually they got right in spring last year when they ended up being the second best team and being close to winning the finals. If they can find that level of success with Dardoch, who should have a higher peak than either of those junglers, it should be a better roster.
On the world stage, who would be Dardoch's equivalent, like aspirationally? My thought is MLXG.
Like
that's what top tier. That's what top tier Dardoch looks like. Is MLXG caliber player, where he's gonna have hot and cold moments. I don't think you ever get rid of those cold moments necessarily with Dardoch, but that he can absolutely take over a game from the beginning. That to me is what pinnacle Dardoch would look like, and maybe at the end of this year.
Yeah, I think Dardoch's he's definitely a solid player. I think one of the things he does is he likes playing these kind of like off-meta champions like the set jungle. Usually whenever a new champ comes out or something's reworked, he really likes playing it a lot jungle. I know last split he was playing like some crazy stuff in Academy, like Kai'Sa jungle Yasuo jungle. Maybe some of those were more scientific than others. But
scientific, yes.
Yeah, he's a mad scientist. But I definitely think that's one of his strengths, is just like having a pretty wide pool. And like you said, he does play really aggressively, and he likes, just like forcing stuff really hard.
Big performance out of Dardoch and the rest of TSM to move just over 500 at 3-2. Meteos is sticking around to help us break down our next game of the day. When we return, FlyQuest tries to take down Cloud9. Don't go anywhere.
The flash, the pull, the ult's on the top. Hootie puts the flash away. There's the dunk, a flash away for Craig. Big damage coming in, but it's too much. Here comes the team fight. Big damage, and Dardoch goes down right away. Over the wall they go with the re-engage. Here comes the squad, but they've got Froggen. There's the laser. Hootie the backline will try to claim Kave. Finally takes him down. Donias buys a second. There's the ult. Baby! That's some damage, but
I have a good ult here. Here, also holding here. Oh baby! Kill Wombo. Nice shit, guys.
Yeah, kill this guy. Go mid. Somebody go mid.
I'm TPing bot. Bot is the end. Bot is the end.
It's Jake from State Farm. Sounds like a really good deal.
Jake from State Farm at 3 in the morning. Who is this?
It's Jake from State Farm.
What are you wearing, Jake from State Farm?
Khakis? Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
When you're chasing greatness, just remember, it's not about what you say, it's about what you do.
Hello and welcome back here for game number 4, where FlyQuest aims to be the first team to hand Cloud9 a loss. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, happy to get into my third set of casting games of this decade with Mr. Joshua Jat Leesman. I'm counting them up too.
Yeah, I was counting them up. Did you ask for that, or did they write that in just to troll
They
you?
wrote it in for me because I had already forgotten.
Perfect. It's great to cast with you again.
Writers are always looking out for us. Let's go ahead. Let's take a look at the starting roster. Selecting the blue side, it is Cloud9 with Licorice in the top lane, Blabber in the jungle, Niski at mid with Sven and Vulcan bot lane and support, and the coaches, you know them, you love them, it's Reaper and Westrise.
Yeah, and before we see their competitors, Ovly did catch up with Sven after winning Player of the Week in Week 2.
Thanks, guys. I am here with Cloud9's bot laner, Sven, as well as Week 2's MasterCard Player of the Week. Congratulations on that. Now, before we get into the actual interview, Sven, you got to open up your trophy, because this is my favorite part. Da-da-da-da! Let's take a look. Take that baby out. We'll go ahead. Pass it off to the side. It's so cute. It's actually so cute. I know you have your mic. I'll hold it up to you. I'm trying to help you.
I actually really like it. I wish I could have known that this was going to be post, so I could get a different post. I really wanted the finals, you know, the...
Oh, you wanted that one?
Yeah. But
Didn't that kind of backfire, though?
Yeah, but it doesn't make it less funny.
All right, no, that's totally right. But I mean, this is actually well-deserved by you. You have been playing absolutely out of your mind. I've spoken with some of your peers, and they've all, you know, basically said that you are the AD carry to beat right now. But I want to ask you, do you think that you are currently playing as the best that you've ever been?
I don't think I'm at the best I've ever been, but I'm definitely playing better than the last 2 years. So there's that. But I think I'm not the player to beat. My team is just the team to beat, and I happen to be playing that role on this team.
That's a great way to think about it. I mean, right now you are leading in KDA and you have absolutely 0 deaths. You're deathless right now. Now, how much of that is on you and how much is that on Vulcan?
It's all me. But the whole death thing today will change because we're playing as FlyQuest, and I did make a promise on my Twitter, twitter.com/Sven, to run down today for the planet. So FlyQuest plants trees for every death of their opponents, right? So today, if I have no deaths, I'm gonna run down to the fountain for nature, right?
Okay, well, clearly you're not paying attention to your own social media because Cloud9 is working with FlyQuest. Cloud9, for every Cloud Drake that you kill and for every kill that you pick up, Cloud9 is also donating towards that initiative and planting those trees. So I think you need to pay attention a little bit more. But no, let's go talk about that. So you are going against FlyQuest and as well as Dignitas this weekend. Much tougher opponents compared to the teams that you've faced so far. Yeah. What kind of challenges do you think that they're going to bring coming into this week?
Fly is looking pretty good right now. They last week they had Pio's Rumble game was pretty good against Dignitas, so it looks like FlyQuest is better than Dignitas, but they're both like the second and third best teams right now in the league. So this week is going to be a real test for us. I think the first 4 games weren't against the best opponents, so this week will be a deciding factor if we're actually as good as we think we are. So yeah.
All right, well, Sven, last question before I let you go prepare for your next game. Once again, pizza party Sven when?
But nah, I don't know. Like it's just the whole cosplaying thing is not really my thing. Why is this?
I'm going to keep asking until it happens. But Sven, thank you so much. And for everyone else who's watching at home, you can vote for who you think should be the player of the week for Week 3. All you have to do is tweet at MasterCard Nexus, and who knows, you could go home with one of these mini statuettes. But Sven, once again, thank you. And back to the casters to get us into the next game.
Don't worry about it, Sven. Sometimes they try to get me to do all sorts of cosplays too, and I feel the same way. You just got to scratch your chin about it sometimes.
Yeah, I love how honest Sven is as well. Whether it was funny at his expense, he knows that it's funny. Yeah. And he knows that he has the best KDA in the league with 0 deaths. Funnily enough, if he does run it down, his KDA is going to stay the same based on how we track it statistically because we don't differentiate between 0 and 1 deaths.
Well, as long as he runs it down one time. That's true. If we start sprinting it down, if we start marathon running this, it's not exactly going to be the best state of the game, but the man has been putting up the numbers.
Yeah, and you can see there just some of the numbers for Cloud9. They've gotten every Baron. They actually have the top 2 players in CSD at 15. They've gotten 6 of 8 possible Heralds in 4 games. They have the best gold at 15 in the league. They've just been completely dominating everyone.
And we'll see if their opponents today can hand them their first loss of the year. Coming up against them, it's FlyQuest. Vipers there in the top lane. Santorin's in the jungle with all them trees. Power of Evil in mid. Wild Turtle and Ignar bot lane and support with Coach Curry.
Yeah, and as they mentioned, the exciting news for TreeQuest fans is that C9 has actually joined them for the Game 1 matchup. They're planting 1 tree for every kill against FlyQuest, 100 trees if they win, and 10 trees for every Cloud Drake. So that'll be good either way, depending on who wins.
Now, what I'm looking at here is it's automatically going to be 100 trees no matter who wins the game because they both have the same bet on that. But what we want for maximum trees planted, we want a bloodbath of a game, kills left, right, and center, and we want a 7 Drake match that has either a Therapy Dragon or a Wind Dragon on it for maximum number of Ocean and Wind Drakes.
I mean, that would be a nice game. I'm down for some early game action because a lot of the global games I've been watching, particularly LCK, have been very slow. One thing I love about Cloud9, though, is that they have been forcing more early skirmishes than any other team in the LCS. And what's also interesting is FlyQuest, this surprise second-place team, has also been very active early when compared to the LCS norm. So rather than seeing, this is, classic caster curse, rather than seeing the late-game scaling picks, I think there's a good chance we see more early-game skirmishers with these two teams.
And then remember, while a patch has recently dropped and we're on 10.3 for the live servers, we're still on 10.2 here for competitive play, and that means Akali has not received that 11% win rate nerf bat straight to the kneecap, so she's going to continue being banned out every single game here. Set and Elise also banned out by FlyQuest as Cloud9. They pay respect to the Riven tax. They ban that away, along with Lucian and Blitzcrank, and Rumble is the lock-in here for C9.
Yeah, and you can see the reason that Rumble has made it through pick and bans. He was actually 85% banned through 2 weeks of the LCS in 17 of the 20 games. It's because of the high targeting of bans. The fact that Riven and Blitzcrank were target banned left a bigger power pickup, and C9 locks it. And if the draft is any indication, we're going fast. So many teams dilly-dally and hover before locking. Not either of these guys. We're 5 picks in, maybe 30 seconds after pick started.
And we see both bot lanes locked in their entirety for the two sides. It's Senna and Tom Kench for FlyQuest going up against Aphelios and Nautilus for Cloud9. Some very common faces appearing recently in the current meta of the game. Aatrox locked in, so what we're seeing is most likely mirrored lanes here in the first 3 picks for each side.
Yeah, the nice thing about Rumble, though, is we know that it's a very flexible pick and could likely go mid. There's a chance Aatrox follows it for sure, especially in these contexts, but Power of Evil, who, by the way, leads the league in damage per minute, has played Rumble mid twice already. He's actually 2 of the 3 Rumble in LCS plays, so extra value for C9 to have that takeaway.
Let's see how these bans are going to shake out here. Neither side having a jungler. Both sides still looking at a solo laner as well. Camille will be the ban from FlyQuest, and Syndra the ban from Cloud9.
Yeah, so you can see Cloud9, I think, is dedicating bans towards securing a better Rumble matchup, since the game really unlocks for Cloud9 through mid-jungle. It's a large way that they won last year with Svenskeren and Niski. There's no reason that needs to change with Blabber Niski. So making sure that mid-jungle 2v2 can be good is beneficial, and that's why we're seeing those mid-lane bans. But interestingly, FlyQuest bans LeBlanc as well, so they're still not sure where that Rumble's going.
LeBlanc banned out, 1 more to go. Cloud9, what's it going to be? Are we going to continue to focus around that Rumble matchup, trying to narrow down that pool that they could pick from, keep Rumble in a spot where he's able to be that mid-game team-fighting powerhouse that we know him as? Final ban of this game is going to be Orianna.
Yeah, so that does signal to me that it is likely going to be the mid lane jungle. They're picking 4th the Jarvan because neither team had picked junglers. Additionally interesting there, where they're flexing the Rumble top now because the Kiana was left open and 2 of the stronger ranged matchups are already gone. So I love watching Reaper drafts, partially because it makes me say things that in retrospect are like, what's he doing? Just because he switcheroos so much. Like, those bans could have been different things, but here, having the Kiana mid, I think, is pretty smart.
And the response from FlyQuest may be, oh, it's Diana! So we'll get to see that go up against the assassin in the Kiana. Diana, very potent against opponents that have to get up in her face. The shield, very powerful at dueling.
Yeah, we saw this matchup a couple of times already, actually. I'm not sure if it was in LEC or in LCS, but it is one of the better melee matchups into Kiana. Extremely volatile, And I like how both teams have mixed damage profiles between jungle mid, so it's not like you can do an easy Mercury Treads or Ninja Tabi buy to avoid it. So it's going to be a very explosive mid-jungle matchup.
And one thing to remember about Diana, for those of you who might not have been fully up to date on the changes, the champion was recently reworked to swap the old R with the old E. Yep. So she does not have any gank assist potential pre-level 6. The ultimate still has the vacuum on it. It pulls you in, it slows you, it does a ton of AoE damage. However, since the dash is now on E, CC's not quite there.
The exchange of flowers on their way off the stage from the coaches. Very nice to see.
And this, as we said at the very beginning, FlyQuest has the opportunity to be the first team to beat these guys.
Yeah.
Cloud9 is the only team in the LCS that has managed to escape the first 2 weeks of play without a single loss.
And statistically, after watching Dignitas lose to TSM, if FlyQuest wins this game, they're actually in first. Because they'd both be 4-1, but they'd own the head-to-head tiebreaker against Cloud9.
And for FlyQuest fans, that is exciting, man. This is FlyQuest. This is a team that a lot of people rank at the middle of the pack, and they are challenging for the top. That guy says he's here to watch FlyQuest plant some trees. Let's see how it goes down here as we're getting on to Summoner's Rift for the 4th game of the day.
Really excited for this matchup because of FlyQuest's surprising start, and also even a little bit of surprise of how dominant C9 has been. Like, you expect them to be good. Don't know if we expect them to be this good this early.
And as the crowd starts the chants and as the champions make their way out onto the Rift, Amelie is standing by with a sideline report with both of the coaches. Take it away.
Thanks, guys. Yes, I am here with both Curry and Reaper of FlyQuest and Cloud9, and this is so wholesome. I caught them backstage, and they both actually exchanged gifts as a sign of what? This partnership between you two, all to plant the tree. So, Curry, any words that you want to say to Reaper before we go into this game?
Let's just make sure we plant a lot of trees today.
Planting the trees. Reaper, for you.
Yeah, same.
Same. All right, short and sweet here. Let's hope that we plant that forest. Back to you guys.
Oh, they're looking for a bloody game too.
Yeah,
they're looking for a bloody game too.
No, like, oh yeah, we're really looking for, Tom Kench to avoid the Kiana dives. Nope, just plant some trees.
Good sign already. First Drake will be Mountain, which means it cannot be the Soul. So we now have a 2 out of 3 chance of getting one of the Drake Souls that will ensure maximum planet saving.
It's true.
That's what I'm talking about.
There we go.
That's a
Good
good
stuff.
sign. The game itself has heard our prayers and come to answer. Let's see how these lanes break out. Power of Evil, as you said, the man who's currently topping the league in damage per minute. He is popping off in these performances recently for FlyQuest.
Yeah, it's also surprisingly the best start of his LCS career. He's never started a season 3-1, so a lot of positives early on for FlyQuest, and really them getting put to the test this year. Nothing would make them be taken seriously more than a win over Cloud9, who everyone you talk to, and also just looking at the standings, you can tell that they are the best team in the league right now.
And I like exactly how Sven worded it, because even when people are hyping him up saying, dude, you're playing awesome right now, like this is the return of the OG Niels. But he's saying, no, I'm playing better than I have been, but I'm playing like that on the best team.
Yeah, gotta point out right now though, something that's happening. The jungle's getting split, but I'm really curious to know if Blabber notices it, because he's doing a 3-camp clear. If he knew that it was an invade, he would have done 2 camps and wiggle his way straight into blue buff. He did not. So there's a good chance, because he's Gragas, he's doing a 3-camp recall to buy Predator boots, but is going to end up getting 3-buffed.
And FLICKR walks down now just to check that exact situation, see what's going on. Okay, the blue is gone. He's saying we got a problem here. But Santorin has already made his way back to his own jungle. Blabber walking towards bottom side, but as you said, no Predator boots available here. You have to wait for that first back to be able to buy him. You don't have a keystone effectively until that point, and that means Santorin is able to go over to his own blue, 3-buff complete.
It's good start from Santorin. Maybe not as great as we would think, though, because of what FLICKR did. I really love how much information FLICKR just gave Blabber with which to make decisions. So yes, his blue buff is gone, but FLICKR let him know that his whole camp and whole quadrant wasn't cleared. Wolves were still up, Gromp was still up, he can still take Scuttle, so he'll hit level 4 after doing this Scuttle and Gromp just fine, and not actually be that far behind on the play. And the 2-for-1 that FLICKR actually accomplished there is in case Santorin was going for a cheesy gank, since he just shoved the wave into the turret, he wasn't going to die in a 2v1. At worst, it would have been a 1-for-1, so really good play from FLICKR there.
Speaking of a gank, Santorin may be looking to set something up here in the bottom side. Cloud9 does not want to step up too far. Santorin goes in, looks to find the knockup, not going to grab a lot. Vulcan and Sven doing a good job playing correctly against this move from FlyQuest, and they honestly walk away barely worse for wear.
Yeah, that was excellent by Vulcan to actually cue the Jarvan EQ. It prevented the knockup onto either of them, and now Blabber's going for it.
Oh, Viper underneath the turret. Gonna have to try to outplay here. FLICKR taken down below 100 HP, but it's still gonna be a 3v1. TP coming in, warding Cloud9 away, trying to say, don't you dare dive this man. Power of Evil showing up to keep his teammates safe, and Cloud9 walks away.
They go for the dive, though. That's the type of early action that we've seen out of both C9 and FlyQuest. A lot of teams have actually just kind of accepted that the lanes aren't going to have action until 8 minutes, and then they swap up. Not these two. Santorin has been one of the most active early game junglers. You saw his early attempt bot, and you already see an attempted dive there by C9.
Important thing to note about that Cloud9 dive attempt, it was the flash used by Licorice there. Yeah. It was teleports forced out from both of the laners as they were both taken incredibly low, so those are not going to be available for either side. And while I'm talking about it, I want to point out this game. Massive TP advantage in the later stages of the game for FlyQuest. It is 3 teleports compared to 1. There are no additional teleports or summoner spellbooks or anything besides what Licorice has on the Rumble.
Yeah, that's really big, especially when we're talking about Rift Herald, which has been a hot topic of conversation in terms of how do you swap up for that at 8 minutes, especially in this game where one team has teleport and one doesn't. The big challenge for Cloud9 right now, since they are the team, if you notice, without teleport on their AD carry, is to try and get Wild Turtle to burn that early. The fact that Sven has a combat summoner, they would like to be able to push Turtle into the wave here and make him use teleport before 8 minutes. Otherwise, Rift Herald is basically conceded for free.
Keep your eyes on that as we go through the next 2 minutes of the game, working towards that 8-minute mark. 5.5 minutes in, first Drake has spawned. You can see nobody heading towards him yet, but there is control ward vision down in the pit from Blabber. Sometimes teams like to go for these nice and early, but doesn't seem to be the play here from either side in this matchup. Santorin on the bottom side of his jungle, still prowling around over there. No kills yet on the board from either team. Mobility boots, the rush here coming out from Niski on the Kiana. Sometimes we see Kianas go for an early Tiamat instead if they want to get extra wave push potential, but he just wants to make sure he's able to rotate around to these fights.
Yeah, he may not have TP, but he's got really fast feet with that mobility boots. But it's best tricky. Like, unless Blabber gives him river control, he can't leave that lane because Power of Evil will out-trade him. Here comes Blabber, though.
Cloud9, control over the river, control over the scuttle. That one's secured, makes it so FlyQuest doesn't have any opportunity to really try to sneak any sort of a Drake should they get the chance, but when the mid lane is not in their favor, when the bottom lane is shoved up underneath the turret, kind of hard to go for one of those kinds of plays anyway. See if Ignar and Santorin make anything happen here. Viper in trouble though. Licorice finding a very good trade. 100% HP left on the Rumble. Viper down to about a third.
Really interesting moment in the game right here. With both top laners having no TP, and a level 6 fight against a Kiana is always incredibly risky. Also notice the way that the bottom lane is consistently getting pushed up, and how now Vulcan has control of the river. So whoever has most control of the river is most likely to be able to do Drake, but unless they have enough of a window, they're not going to be able to invest that time.
Sven and Vulcan will continue keeping control of this bottom side, shove those waves up, make Turtle and Ignar farm underneath the turret, put the pressure on nice and early. You can see a very slight CS advantage for Sven, but that's going to be evened up as Turtle farms up these last couple of minions. Jungler's not quite level 6. Remember, both these guys really explode in their gank potential once they've got the ulti.
I just saw the C9 ping, so look at this. Wild Turtle did use teleport to go back to lane, and the wave in bot is actually pushed up right now. So after this wave hits, we're going to see these people recall, and we're going to see them run straight out towards that Rift Trail. That's what I think the play is here.
Watch the Cloud9 members. Is Jat correct? Does he have the inside knowledge? Ladies and gentlemen, yes.
It's not inside knowledge. Every team is doing this.
I'm going to pretend like, let me talk you up, damn it. We need to pretend like this is secret information.
Yeah, it's in the code.
Yes, I need some 5 heads in the chat for what you've clearly deciphered here. Yeah. This is the Da Vinci Code, and you are just deciphering the entire thing as Cloud9 head towards the Herald.
All right, well, in the code, you can see C9 has first setup, but the question is, since they've started it, can they burn it down fast enough? Probably, because Wild Turtle, as we know, Senna is very slow at clearing waves of turret, but Santorin's going to be coming in here. It's just almost impossible to fight a Rumble, Kiana, and River.
Turtle does have the Dawning Shadow ready to fire. We know Senna ulti can have a pretty big impact in fights like these. Centaurion's over the wall, but he goes over with the Blast Cone, so the EQ gets him right back to safety. It is Cloud9 picking up the Rift Herald, no contest.
Yeah, and you could see FlyQuest was actually matching it anyway rather than getting pressure elsewhere, so this could be a disaster for FlyQuest.
Oh, nicely done by Blabber there, using the body slam and the flash, followed up immediately by the ult. It puts Viper in a spot where he's not getting out. They want to give it away to Sven, and there you go, one shot in the back, first blood.
Perfect execution of post-Rift Herald by C9. Viper had to respect that because it's not just about acquiring the Herald, it's about finding a good way to drop it. You don't want to drop a Rift Herald in a lane alone because it'll give you 2.5 plates. You want to drop it in a lane where you've already killed 2.5 plates so it can secure the first turret. And notice how C9, well, I'll show it after. They're going to recall after this to get pressure, but we're just going to watch this gank one more time. Blabber just flashing. Viper didn't get the early flash, and at that point, he's just completely dead.
You gotta love the teamwork there just to make sure, hey, give the last hit to the guy who needs it. Sven's got the extra range with the Calibrum sniper rifle, takes him up to 550 to 650. Very easy to get that last shot there with the Ignite, giving him into the brush. As now FlyQuest finds themselves down, honestly, just a little bit more gold than the total 600 value, including assists of the first blood. So it's not like Cloud9 is completely just smashing this early game, but they are off to a cozy little lead for themselves.
And they're already so far ahead in pressure. Look where Sven is right now, and look at the minimap where the opponent duo lane is. They're actually a full 30 seconds ahead in tempo from the other team. So they can now spend this pressure advantage to get an uncontested Drake because they know that Wild Turtle recalled and is that far behind where Sven is on the map.
A little bit of a slow first Drake, but considering both sides wanted to play for other things like that early Herald, not too surprising. That one is secured. Ocean Drake will be the second, so no Therapy Dragon here today. I'm a little bit sad on that. Yeah. But we still got a coin flip for whether or not we get Cloud Drake spawning for the rest of the game after.
Yeah, we still definitely have the trees to thank for this one, and it hasn't been that bloody, but we'll get the Drakes. And if Sven is deathless, he's already guaranteed us at least one.
Yeah, he's running it down in the fountain if he says he goes perfectly deathless this time. So we'll see. We'll see if he makes good on that or if the call of the KDA is too strong.
And just to talk a little bit more about how well C9 has been playing, every gold graph has been up and to the right because they take these small advantages and make them bigger. What I think is next is notice, even though there's a TP disadvantage on the map, they do have that top lane teleport if needed. They can summon the Rift Herald down here. These plates are already almost done. This is basically the turret, and FlyQuest is going to try to defend it, but they may die just because Rumble's going to be in that area.
Oh, baby, here comes your dive. They're looking to take down Wild Turtle. Stasis going to be keeping him alive. Shelly underneath the turret. Ignar takes a bite, keeps his AD carry alive, but the turret itself will quickly fall. A little bit more damage will take that one down, and the play is, as you say, Cloud9. They use the Herald properly, and they're going to grab first turret.
They're a pleasure to watch right now. Like, I really like seeing like what a team has identified as an optimal strategy and them to just go through it perfectly in these games. Even Blabber covering Niski on his way back to mid. The fact that Licorice had actually moved mid lane in case of a river fight and now holds his teleport until the next big fight can happen.
And now that gold lead has ballooned up to over just about 2,000 gold because you had everybody down there. You got all that extra plate money. First turret bonus as well. Viper's escape route going to be cut off. Licorice dropping the equalizer in a way that makes Viper not able to immediately run back to the lane and to the safety of the turret. But because they don't have allies close enough, Cloud9 can't make a play off of it.
Yeah, Blabber's threatening for sure. Has ultimate if he gets the slow. Yep,
here comes Niski, chain CC.
Mid-jungle synergy. PoE thought he was safe because he had his Jarvan in the river a second ago. There was no safety there.
A supreme display of talent and crowd control makes it very easy to pick off an isolated opponent. When those two just weave those abilities together, lock them down, blow them up.
Whew. Okay, I've talked a lot about what C9 has done.
All right, let's talk about what FlyQuest has to do to keep themselves from bleeding out this game after we check the replay.
Yeah, I'm going to need a minute to think about this one because this was just, he has flash, but he doesn't want to use it, and Niski never gives him a moment. Notice how he walked over a control ward, flash EQ to guarantee the route, and then chained with the rest of the CC. It's like there was no time for PoE to react. What FlyQuest needs to do is neutralize the map as much as possible. They have pretty good lane setup right now. They've managed to push the top lane into turret, and the bottom lane is on C9's side. So that should give them a small window of time to get a little bit of control in this river with vision. So, like, just to hope they could get a pick before C9 fights them.
Here could be that potential pick. Vulcan flashing over the wall to stay alive. Santorin and Ignar cannot follow up and go for the kill there, so Vulcan with a good use of Summoner Spell to stay safe and get himself out of the FlyQuest clutches.
That was really good, though. You got to see how the side waves were pushed, so it gave them time to go into the river and make a play. And with the Senna mid lane, notice how they're contesting the wave. It's punishable if C9 can get a flank, but this is how he kind of needs to play Senna.
Oh, Vulcan tried to go for the hook there, wasn't able to get it, got stopped by the minion. FLICKR looking to make some kind of a play here, but doesn't want to go too deep.
Here comes Santorin
coming in from behind. FLICKR's down to half HP. The
Vulcan's
Senna really found its way out of Vulcan, and there comes the Cataclysm. Santorin's gonna get 2 stopwatches, but Sven brings in the firepower. Ignar's gonna be roasted alive, and the stasis will barely keep him in there. The equalizer's brought down, and that is fried catfish, baby. Cloud9 is going to town in this team fight. Wild Turtle, he even has to flash away, but it is too damn little, too damn late.
Well, congratulations on C9 for moving to 5-0 in the LCS. It's been fun. There's still lots of games to play, but you can see how daunting it is to play these guys, because, like, logically, that was a pretty good place for FlyQuest to be. But not only do you have to have the right macro, you have to be able to out-skirmish them. And the stopwatch usage here is what defined the fight for C9. The double stopwatch as the teleport is channeling and as Sven is weaving his ultimate through, which buys enough time for FLICKR to get there, and then layering the equalizer on top of the enemy stopwatch to punish. At this point, the fight's already won, and FlyQuest is trying to salvage. That was their mistake. Beautiful Kiana ultimate coming in right at the end to secure the 4th kill of the skirmish.
FlyQuest unable to cut those losses. They lose so much. They're down 4,500 gold. 15 minutes into this game. Second Drake is alive. FlyQuest could be caught out of position. Vulcan goes in, but because Sven wasn't immediately there for the follow-up, Cloud9 does not want to overcommit. And I really like seeing this tempered aggression from this team. Yeah. Even though they're 4,000 gold ahead, they are not willing to walk into some sort of a play that could be less than optimal. They don't want to risk it.
And they don't have Rumble Ultimate, or they did not have Rumble Ultimate during that first initial trade of spells. So now that they do, you can see them moving up to get full control of this second dragon.
Cloud9 zoning their opponents away. Vulcan hanging out in the brush. There you go. He's able to find the dredge line onto the first target. Santorin going into the stasis. These stopwatches are just being smashed this game. Niski caught out off to the right, and he is blown up. Pretty important pick there coming out from the side of FlyQuest. Power of Evil looking to go forward even further. Ocean Drake taken very low, secured by Licorice. Blabber out over the wall. FlyQuest and Power of Evil won't be able to find anything else. Damn you, Infernal Dragon. This is not your game.
The 1 in 3 chance. Flowers.
Even the crowd disapproves.
Yeah. Tying charity work to RNG is a dangerous move.
It's very risky. It's very risky. That poor Infernal Dragon's gonna have a nightmare recovering from the bad PR of this.
Yeah.
He used to be everybody's favorite, but now the mighty have fallen.
Yeah, first he gets nerfed, right? It was like 10% for one of them last year. Now it's 4% AD and AP. Now this. What's next?
Just get off social media for a while, Infernal Dragon. You'll be fine. Let's see what Licorice is able to do down here in the bottom side, though, as Cloud9 still command a very comfortable lead here in this game. Just shy of 4,000 gold. 2-0 on the Drake count, 1-0 on turrets, 6-1 on kills. Every metric this game can be measured by. C9's ahead.
Yeah, and how are they going to close this out? Also coming up, we're going to have Meteos, 100 Thieves Jungler, who's coming off a big victory today. Also, help breaking down this game. Got to hear his thoughts on Blabber v Santorin. I mean, Blabber continuing now his all-time best win rate of LCS players. Only getting better this season as they stay undefeated, but really adding a lot to his young career already.
And especially in the wake of following up a guy who was voted MVP in the previous split, where they took Team Liquid to 5 games in the grand final of summer in 2019. Cloud9 saying, no, we got faith in Blabber. The kid is ready to become the man, and he is stepping up, playing some good League of Legends here so far in 2020. 2-0-4, and he's the one dropping the Rift Herald there, making sure that turret falls in the mid lane, further extending the Cloud9 gold lead. This team is scary.
Good Herald usage will open up more of their ability to roam. It also prevents Wild Turtle and Ignar the Senna Tom Kench from pushing up midway because now they have more flanks to respect. And also, fun fact, that's now 8 Heralds in 5 games secured by C9, right? A lot of times, 2 Heralds don't go down in a whole game. C9 has gotten 80% of all possible Heralds so far this year.
Yeah, that's pretty extreme. One thing I also want to point out here, I think an important itemization breakpoint that needs to be noticed. Vulcan's Stoneplate on this Nautilus is completed. Stoneplate Rush on tank supports is the new age meta. It lets you just go in there, be a massive target, a huge DPS sponge for your team. If you look across the board, Ignar does not have the same item completed yet. He has components. There's a Chain Vest, there's a Magic Mantle. But if either of these supports get caught out, it's very easy for Vulcan to survive. For Ignar, I'm not singing the same song.
And I think additively, looking at the damage profile of both teams will make Vulcan even tankier by comparison. Senna teams usually need something with high sustained DPS because Stoneplate supports exist. So Aphelios has that to cut through Tom Kench. Rumble also has that to help burn down tanky targets. So really, again, Vulcan is at optimal power spike right now. He can be a true frontline tank engager.
Cloud9 have 1 tier 1 turret left to take down this game. That top lane FlyQuest turret still standing there, about 2/3 HP. See if they want to commit to this. They don't feel particularly compelled to do a crazy play for it, but if it's still standing, you might as well knock it down. Bottom side, you can see the top laners have rotated to the other end of the map. They both have TP, so if the fight breaks out, they could very easily join. Remember, FlyQuest also has the teleport advantage on mid lane and bottom, but considering they're so far behind this game, you kind of want to have everybody there should a fight break out immediately. Otherwise, by the time the TP is complete, you may have already lost.
But notice where Wild Turtle has to stand right now on the minimap where Senna is. The fact that they've lost that mid turret and they have the Rumble Kiana as well as all this vision throughout the jungle means that C9 is fairly free to just get shots on that turret over time as they're waiting for this next Infernal to spawn, or they can just get a fight in the jungle.
Vulcan going fishing yet again. Throw the man a cask. He's going to need a drink after that one. Flash don't make it over the wall, and back to the fountain he goes. Vulcan grabs the kill.
Beautifully done. They can continue chipping away on this top turret. They could force Baron if they're feeling really spicy, or they could take the more conservative play and just get the Infernal Drake in 30 seconds to put them 1 away from Soul Point.
Santorin in the brush. Gonna be just checked there by Blabber. He's got the barrels. This Gragas is so far ahead of the Jarvan too. Look at Jarvan's inventory. It's a Cinder Hulk and a non-fully completed boot. While if you look across the board, Blabber's got Sorcerer Shoes, Runic Echoes, and an entire Zhonya's Hourglass. Woo. He's very strong in this Gragas.
Oh, that hurts to see. And then they have just that like nice damage profile as well with the AD Assassin plus basically AP Assassin coming out of the jungle. What are you gonna do, Flowers?
Probably die a lot if you're on FlyQuest trying to frontline against this. You practically have to go in and be the sacrificial lamb and hope the DPS missteps. But again, on Sven, 2-0-4 with the Aphelios, almost full kill participation. The man's been having a great split here so far. And the Infernal Drake will fall to Cloud9. FlyQuest recognize they can't try to challenge this, not at the state of the game right now. And that means Soul Point for C9, just shy of 27 minutes. That 4th Drake will spawn, and FlyQuest will have to make a decision on whether or not the Soul is worth fighting for.
Yeah, they generally need to try and make as many plays on sides as possible around PoE.
Oh! PoE using the stasis, trying to make an outplay here. Ignar and Santorin show up to help, but Niski buys enough time, makes it so they can't make any sort of a move against him. He does expend both summoners.
Yeah, gets the stopwatch out of PoE though, so not bad all things considered. Like, I think depending on C9's risk tolerance right now, it's totally a good play to just wait the 4 minutes and 20 seconds and then fight at Infernal. If we look at how like FlyQuest's composition could have worked, it's if they didn't get so blasted by the original Rift Herald play, which then snowballed around the map, because you can see like Diana is a good side lane matchup against the Kiana, and Aatrox is also a good side lane matchup against Rumble. The 1-3-1 totally could have worked. It's just the fact that C9 has out-executed so far. So right now, I do think we're gonna chill for about 4 minutes and then get that next Infernal Drake.
Just completed on his last back, Licorice was able to pick up Morellonomicon. Full item means he's able to reduce the healing of Viper in the ultimate form. Also going to shut down some of that Senna healing throughout the team fight. So any sort of the sustain that you would see from the team fight of FlyQuest is going to be further reduced, meaning life just gets harder for nature's favorite team. Cloud9 setting up shop in the jungle here now, laying down some of the vision. With all those tier 1s gone, it means you feel safer to push up, get that vision line down, make your opponent's map darker, make them more afraid to step up.
They are threatening a lot of Baron side vision control 3 minutes before the Infernal Drake goes up. You can only put so much vision down on the map. Like if they do want to secure Infernal vision in 3 minutes, they're actually going to lose their Baron vision. But I can't fault them too much. Like it's something to do while they wait for Infernal to come up.
Viper grabbing that bottom lane tier 1 turret. 24 minutes into the game, FlyQuest claims their first turret. And it's the bottom lane tier 1, not the most useful thing.
Right,
Viper looking to make his stand here against LCR. 1v1, and Viper is showing off the power of the World Ender.
Here comes Niski.
Throw LCR up into the air there, needs a little bit more damage. The cavalry has arrived, and Viper cannot complete his task in time. Niski picks up the kill.
Viper did his best. That's just wasn't good.
It's about all he could do. You're not running away from the Electro Harpoons, so stand and fight. Die with your boots on.
Definitely a little bit baited by the fight from LCR. Still actually creating pretty good sidewave pressure, right? Like they were able to get 2 of these turrets down. The gold's a little bit frozen. They're coming back a little bit. Respect the effort for sure.
But that effort is not showing the results they want. It's 2 minutes until that final Drake Soul is there. 2 fully completed lethality items on Niski's Kiana. Fighting around the river, so dangerous when the Supreme display of talent is ready to go. You can see the stopwatch ready on LCR's Rumble, which has been contributing a lot of damage to the fights here so far. 2 crit items plus another cloak puts Sven's Aphelios at 70% total critical strike chance. The DPS is going to be massive in the upcoming fight.
Yeah, Sven is absolutely terrifying if they can get any type of CC layering. No active stopwatches left on FlyQuest actually, so whatever Vulcan presses R on, LCR can also press R on with Rumble, and that target is just probably dead.
The Stone Plate is complete on Ignar's Tom Kench.
True.
So we do have that. There is a defensive item there.
Oh, this is interesting. They're actually going for the Baron right now, so they could have waited another minute, but they don't want the split push to get too powered up. They want to do something now.
Remember, Santorin does have the opportunity to make this a 50-50. Does FlyQuest make their stand? Baron is going to be dropped off. Power of Evil, Santorin into the pit. Baron's going to be taken very low. LCR, the man who secures it. Power of Evil going to be melted away. Santorin already down now as well. LCR grabbing the killing spree. Niski on the side, looking to cut off the escape route. FlyQuest have already lost 2. It's a 2 for 0. Niski's got the supreme display of talent. Ignar going to be burned away next. The projectiles are flying. FlyQuest is dying. That is a clean play coming out from Cloud9.
Whew, they get the Baron, they'll get the Infernal in 30 seconds, but Flowers, that looks stealable. I'm just saying.
It was at 180 HP for a real long time.
That was popping around. I thought for sure C9 would go for some type of fight, but that is one way. You have the fastest average game time in the league. You got to take risks occasionally. I would have liked to see him take it for. Let's watch this one more time. They do have Aphelios sentries set up, and PoE jumps in with Santorin to burst. So I actually love this. C9 likely just wanted to stop damage at 2K, but FlyQuest went to force it down from 2K. In doing so, though, they use all of their Diana engage, which completely exposes them for the ensuing team fight that Niski is able to get some lockdown on before Sven runs through for more kills.
And Cloud9, now they've got an 11-1 lead, and they've got a fight on their hands.
The flank.
Tom Kench goes in behind. Can FlyQuest do anything with this? I don't think so. Power of Evil's already out of there. Ignar taken very low. They're going to get 1 in retaliation. Turtle's burning away. Sven follows up on it. Santorin's just trying to hobble out. That is a 4 for 1. Cloud9 did lose their jungler, but is there any possible way they lose the Drake? No, sir. That is Infernal Soul for C9.
I'm just saying, it's pretty incredible that Sven is just adding to that miraculous KDA. It was 51 before this game. It's 64. Math. It's one of those numbers that's higher than it was before. It's got to be approaching.
Yes, of course.
It has to be approaching an LCS record. It's actually like it is touching what he is doing, but like the history nerd in me says, Sven, you could go for 100.
What was Chovy's record in the LCK when it was crazy? It was over 100.
It was getting close to that, yeah.
It was about 100. So Sven's still got a little bit more work to go towards that, but damn that the man isn't playing some fine League of Legends here in Season 10. FlyQuest have lost a mid lane inhibitor. Yeah, this is what you want to see out of your AD. This is what AD carries aspire to be, man.
Yeah, 63 is the current KDH for Sven. I'd love to know what the LCS record is for start of season. That's going to be like a difficult pull. We'll get that eventually. Watching this fight, you see Blabber separate Wild Turtle on the bottom right of that screen as FlyQuest was trying to flank. So like the Ignar PoE flank was an okay idea, but it just couldn't be followed up by the rest of the team. And then the equalizer after it all funneled in was just adding insult to injury. It's over.
Right down on 3 members, just completely claims the team fight for Cloud9, plants a flag in it. And now, let's see how they're going to end this game. It should be swift, and it should be, just really not that great for FlyQuest.
He's got Zonias as well.
Just turns this around, 1v2. You're not trapped in here with, I'm not trapped in here, I messed it up, whatever. They're still gonna be forced away as FlyQuest is on the back foot permanently. Cloud9 pushing that top lane up.
Infernal Soul Rumble is one of the goofiest things you can see. PoE actually achieved this in his mid-Rumble game when he had one of the highest DPS games of the year for him. You saw it right there too, just like, it's completely absurd how much damage you can do. I think they end on this push. Let's see if Sven runs it down.
One last chance, FlyQuest. It's gonna take some kind of a miracle here. Let's see them make their stand. Cloud9 going for the end of the game. There comes your root! The Moonlight Vigil sends them back into the fountain. Nexus turret number 1, it's gone. Nexus turret number 2, that's the target. Vulcan on the front line, Stoneplate ready to go. There comes your follow-up engage. In from Blabber, Stasis also coming out to dodge away from the Dawning Shadow.
FlyQuest is still alive.
FlyQuest trying to do anything, but there's nothing they can do. Sven and the rest of Cloud9 are taking it all the way to FlyQuest. He can't make it into the fountain. 7-0-7, Cloud9, they got themselves another win.
Huh. I didn't think it was going to end just like that. I thought it was going to be a C9 victory, but FlyQuest didn't all in down the stretch, so it was never safe for Sven to jump into the fountain.
Yeah.
I'm happy he hadn't died.
When the biggest problem you have in a game of League of Legends is your AD carry couldn't int it at the very end of the fountain, I feel like you played a good game of League of Legends.
They played a great game of League of Legends. One of their best games of the year, where there have been very few mistakes from them. From start to finish, the way they just were drilled in their setup of Rift Herald, but also skilled enough to out-execute when FlyQuest went to challenge them. That's the combination that makes you wonder, when will they actually lose? Because sure, like, little things can happen that make it go wrong, but this team hasn't been behind in a game the whole split. Like, sure, maybe there's been like 10 or 15 gold they've down, but the major deficit stat, which means the other team has a 1.5%, like they're 51.5% of the team's goal. There's a 0% major deficit for Cloud9 of the year. Every game has been even or ahead for the whole game.
I mean, you've said it's just been nothing but up and to the right. And look at the game. 2 deaths the entire time. The mid laner dies once in an early fight for a Drake, and then your jungler dies once and you get an Infernal Soul for it. Yeah. That's it. That's the only time any of these guys died. Support, AD carry, top laner, none of them dead even a single time. It was a great game from Cloud9. We're going to be planting tons of trees for that one. And for more on the matchup, let's send it over to the State Farm Analyst Desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That's another one for Cloud9 as they move to 5-0, absolutely smashing the league so far, and in particular, dismantling FlyQuest in this game. Once again, Meteos is joining us. We will be talking to Blabber in just a bit, so stand by for that interview. And let's start by talking about that guy. Blabber put on quite a performance today.
Yeah, that game was pretty nutty. I was saying it during the game while we were watching, but I really feel like this C9 is one of the best teams I've played against or seen. Their entire team is so in sync, so aggressive, and they just never really seem to miss their opportunities to punish. So
this reminds me of the run that Dignitas / Clutch had last season, where they had the Rumble, the Gragas, these big team fight Kiana ultimates, and were just doing so much with it, but spearheaded in a way by Vulcan. You know, you have Vulcan, hey, here are some of these ideas, some of these picks we could have. Blabber, what could you do with it? What could you do with it, Niski? Turns out they're even better than what the Dignitas Clutch lineup were using.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I said it in the countdown that this team looked better than Summer TL, and if Brox doesn't come in and become an upgrade, they're the favorites for the split for me, and I still feel that way. That is such a stomping of what was looking like the second, third best team right now. They have Dignitas tomorrow where they'll get another chance to prove it, but they seem leaps and bounds better than anyone else in the league right now.
And that's why I think it's cool to hear straight from you that this is one of the strongest teams you've had the pleasure of playing against in the LCS.
Pleasure.
The pleasure, or I don't know. Yeah, right?
I do think it's a pleasure. You know, I love playing against really good teams. It's just nice to watch. Pretty much any time you make a mistake, you get punished for it. Even when you don't know you're making a mistake, you get punished for it. So I always really enjoy playing against good teams. I think right now they're playing super, super well. Really in sync, just aggressive. They back each other up. They play fast, and yeah, you know, it's something that drives
you speak of backing each other up. That's exactly what happens in the mid lane as I go to you, Crumbs.
Yeah, I have to ask you because you're seeing what Santorin is doing, and you know what kind of jungler he is, and this is a play that comes off of an attempt to catch out Vulcan, but I think this just highlights the team fighting that Cloud9 has and how quickly they're able to collapse. And what I wanted to ask you, Midas, is do you think that Blabber's playstyle has now just kept true and the entire team is just playing around him and allowing him to be this aggressive? Or has it just been something else about this team or about a player that's making them be so aggressive?
I think it's probably just a full team mentality thing, because if you watch this play, even though it was FlyQuest kind of starting the play, C9 reacted much faster. You saw Licorice TP'd in right away, even though Aatrox had it available as well. And so it just feels like they're always ready to fight, like pretty much at any opportunity. And it's not something where, you know, they're probably having to communicate it super in depth, be like, okay, you know, like blah, blah, blah. If they do this specific thing, we're going to TP. They're just always ready to go. And so like, even when you try to surprise them, they're ready for it, so.
Some of those Rumble ults were just straight nasty. Top tier play from the top laner from Cloud9. Lastly, though, we got to check in on Sven's KDA.
Oh, baby.
Let's see how it's doing through 5 games. Still deathless.
65.
He jumps to 65. We need 35 more to hit that 100 mark. You think he can do it?
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah, it's looking pretty good so far. I don't know.
When do you guys, have you guys played yet?
We already played them.
Oh, you already played them. I was going to say, are you like playing them tomorrow? Or
yeah,
something?
we gave them a good amount.
Let's see, they've got Dignitas, TSM, and then EG-CLG. So these next 2 games are going to be pretty tough.
You're not going to beat him anyway, so just end Sven. He walked in the offseason, you know, you can't let him get that record, too.
Yeah, you got to just play to kill him.
Yes, that's the goal.
TSM grudge, just getting Sven down.
Fair enough. Well, for more on that win, Ovly is hanging out with the Cloud9 jungler.
Thanks, Dash. I've got Blabber over here with me. We were listening to your discussion, actually. I do want to hit on some of those points, but Blabber, just coming to you first. What a game against FlyQuest. What did you think of your own performance today? Because I think it was like 3-1-10 was your final score?
Yeah, I think it was 3-1-11. But
excuse me, I missed that assist there.
but I think I played pretty well. I mean, to be honest, Gragas kind of just insanely overpowered, in my opinion. So being able to rotate it 4-5, I think let me and Niski do whatever we wanted.
Now, I do kind of want to touch on Crumbs' point. He did pose a question wondering, like, if your aggressive play style has changed Cloud9, or if Cloud9 is trying to change around it, or if maybe the entire team as a whole is just becoming a little bit more aggressive.
I feel like against us, a lot of teams struggle just in the laning phase, and that's why we're able to do so well. I think all 3 of my lanes are just really strong right now, and the way we play is pretty simple. It's just bot lane's usually winning, or almost always winning. Vulcan and me just go mid, 3-man Niski's lane. And then it just enables me, because if you have a bunch of winning lanes, then it's much easier to play as a jungler. So I think they've definitely helped me a lot. I also think I've been playing a lot smarter towards the mid or late compared to before. And I think it has something to do with, being able to play full time.
Now, I do want to talk about you playing full-time in a second, but first, let's talk about a little bit more about your aggressive play style, because I was also watching. I cringed a little bit when you died, because I'm like, come on, you can go deathless this game. Prove to them that they're wrong, because you have always had such high kill participation. But last year, your death count was a little bit higher, averaging, I think it was around like 4 or 5 or something like that. But now, I think the most amount of deaths you've had in a game so far has been 3. So are we seeing a little bit more of a controlled Blabber going into this split?
Yeah, I think so. I think if I keep playing smart, I think honestly we're gonna be unstoppable this split. But I mean, TL does have Broxer right now, so we don't know for sure. But I've definitely been trying to play more careful. The game I had 3 deaths. I think it was on Lee Sin. I really ran it down. Yeah, Reaper was not happy with it, but I've definitely been trying harder, for sure, to think about what I'm doing and if my plays are too aggressive or they're really good.
So has your performance so far loosened the grip that Reaper has had around you a little bit, allowed you to maybe be a little bit more flexible with your champions in the jungle?
Well, Reaper's always been really flexible with my champs in the jungle. He pretty much lets me play whatever I want, whatever I think is good. Before, it's like, when I first started, I thought Kindred was broken, so that's all I played. And then, I mean, now I think Lee Sin's really strong, so it's my most played. So, yeah, he lets me try out things in scrims. He doesn't really care unless it's, or we're trying to prep for the match. But besides that, he's generally letting me play whatever I want.
All right, now let's talk about you officially joining this split as the jungle starter for Cloud9. 5 games now so far that you've been the starter, and since you've always been splitting time with FLICKR in the jungle position, tell me about the moment that it really, I guess, clicked for you to realize, like, I can finally claim this position as my own, no more standing in his shadow.
It was definitely after Worlds, for sure. That I mean, I didn't know it was going to be with C9. That wasn't like decided at all. But after the split, I was like, I don't want to do this anymore. Like, I want to start full time, whether it's on C9 or on another team. I mean, it happened to be C9, which I'm really happy for. We're playing really well, but I think I was just glad that I got a full starting spot after Worlds last year.
That's really interesting. Can you tell us at all a little bit about maybe the conversations that you had with Coach when you were asking, like, listen, I deserve this starting spot. Put me in, Coach.
I mean, Dennis probably, I don't know what they talked about, but he probably had the same conversation where, like, we both said, we're not going to do this anymore. We don't want to split time. And it was actually with Jack that we had the conversation with. And I mean, I just told him straight up, like, I want to start. And I hope it's here, but I definitely want to start somewhere.
Yeah, and it's funny that you say that. I mean, right now I think that you are proving that you deserve this spot. But Cloud9 was also the team that yoinked you out of scouting grounds and picked you up there. So tell me about what your expectations were when you were first picked up by the team versus how everything's played out now so far.
Well, I mean, when I first started the team, I was playing Academy with Jensen, Sneaky, and Smoothie.
Yeah, it was a little stacked in your favor.
Yeah, so I think I was able to learn a lot more than most rookies are able to in my first split. And I mean, I guess like them underperforming ended up being good for me too in LCS because then I got to play.
Yeah.
But it definitely feels good for sure. Yeah, just thinking about it, I think I got really lucky.
Lucky you did. Well, actually, I do want to bring up, we saw some tweets come up on Twitter, and they were actually a little concerning to me, and they were regarding you. So I think we could go ahead and bring them up, and I'd really like to know your thoughts on them. What is this? Blabber, what is this? Scrim's going great. Top laner Licorice tweets this. Scrim's going great. Can't wait for LCS. Describe this picture for me, please.
I don't know what he's tweeting. Like,
you don't know what he's tweeting?
Like that specific day, I was really carrying my team.
So what's this?
I don't want to leak anything, but Nisqy was playing Lee Sin mid.
Oh yeah, that's what it is? Nisqy was playing Lee Sin mid?
Yeah, so I don't want to leak anything, but, you know, we roll swap sometimes, me and Nisqy. So I play mid champs in the jungle. Yeah, that wasn't me.
All right, I guess we're going to have to take your word for it or wait for some of the more spicy tweets. Blabber, thank you again for joining me over here. And again, congratulations on your win. That's it for us over here. Dash, what'd you think of those questionable tweets?
I mean, there is very clearly no proof. I didn't see nameplates. Did you?
Could have been Nisqy.
Could have been Nisqy.
I think actually the fact that it was cropped in is more evidence that it is.
Right.
Blabber.
Licorice was
Licorice would have shown it.
Yeah.
You know, otherwise.
Something very fishy going on over there in the C9 camp. That's inner turmoil right there. This team's about to implode. No. This is the reality of the situation here for Cloud9 is that they are hard smashing the league. Again, 5-0. What speaks to me, though, about that interview there was Blabber's response to the question about their success so far and the fact that he says, hey, jungling's really easy when all of your lanes are winning. And to your point from earlier in the day, Mark, we have yet to see Cloud9 get put pretty far behind. So we haven't seen them navigate their way out of that losing situation yet. We've only seen them in winning situations.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes both ways with jungle and laning, where the jungler's actions influence lanes and the laner's actions influence jungle. So
not a one-way street. That's an important.
Yeah, definitely. It's not the case that like Blabber's just getting carried, because he's definitely making really good plays all the time. But I'm sure his laners are also like playing very well. So just overall, I think solid team.
The other thing that was really interesting he added in there was that he's been focusing more on mid and late game shot calling, which I think is probably something he noticed in his own play from when he subbed in for Sven Skaren a couple of times. The difference in how good they were coming back when Sven was in versus they lost a couple of games when even ahead in summer. So I think that's really intelligent for him to find the areas of his game that he can continue to level up. We know he's really aggressive in the early game. We know he has a pretty defined play style in that way, but where can he improve?
Well, it seemed like 3 deaths to him is running it down. So I feel like this is a player. Did you not feel like 3 deaths?
I wish my
was that against
his scoreline there was 5-3-11, and it was you guys who gave it to him. Yeah, right. Hey, that's.
I wish my solo queue teammates ran it down.
I'm
only
curious
3
to track what other players' attitudes towards running it down. Is 3 deaths the number that is too high? Because if that's what our best teams think, then
I run it down.
This is a very high standard.
Well,
that I think it's hard to.
3 deaths.
I imagine it comes down to the type of game. If you're smashing them and you don't have to die 3 times, then it's too many.
If your team has 4 deaths and you have 3 of them.
Yeah.
In that case, they had 5 deaths, and he was 3 of them.
Yeah.
So he was a majority of the team's deaths. Anyway, we digress. As we wrap up the day, let's see how the teams stack up. Once again, you'll see Cloud9 at the top there. 5-0.
That's me.
Whoa.
What?
That's
gonna
up
feel good.
there?
Yeah.
What are you doing up there?
Damn.
Hey, look at that. Yeah, a total cluster of teams at 3-2, right? Before the conversation was just Cloud9, Dignitas, FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, TSM slotting in second place. It's making up for quite a sweet race, top 6.
Yeah, and Team Liquid now losing record. Meteos put him there.
Team who?
Team Liquid.
Team who? Huh? Who are they?
Team waiting for Brock.
One of the only times
Are they good?
that Liquid's had a negative record, no?
I would have to think if they had any of those other splits.
may have
At the beginning,
They started slow a couple
I
times.
was gonna say,
but I don't know if they
possibility
ever-
in the spring that they had a rough.
They have a
first
sub though,
week.
so it's not like super worrying trend.
Do you think that this is only due to substitution, not who we want to
Nah,
start, or
dude.
do you think they're actually struggling beyond that?
It's hard to say. I mean, I know that definitely when you have a sub come in, especially if the person's like not as experienced as the rest of the team, then he's got a lot of catching up to do, and it can kind of like throw everyone else's flow off, because rather than just focusing on what you're supposed to be doing, you're trying to like help the new guy figure out what he's doing too. So I think that could play part of it. I don't know. I'm not like sitting in on their team meetings or anything like that. At least they don't know about it. But,
or to their knowledge.
Yeah.
Well, that's how the teams did. Let's see how you guys did with your predictions.
Let's not.
Hey, you started things off real hot, Crumbs, with that CLG call.
Oh, wow. Nice prediction.
But 1-3 stands the prediction scoreline for Crumbs at the end of the day. The TSM calls and the Cloud9 calls feel
But
good.
I mean, who in their right mind ever would have predicted 100 Thieves to
over
be Team Liquid?
Excuse
yeah,
me?
Meteos versus Sternfire's, that's a lopsided matchup, to say the least. Everyone knows Sternfire's going to come out on top in that one.
All right.
The price for CLG to win was very steep. That's what I'll say. I came off the victor in stock markets, so at least I won somewhere.
Stocks are riding high for now. We'll see how they do tomorrow and the rest of the week. The LCS does return tomorrow with Immortals versus 100 Thieves. We got Dignitas challenging Cloud9 in Game 3 and 2 more matches before we call it for Day 2. A reminder that we'll have a 3rd day of action, though, with Monday Night League after Sunday's games, followed by Bud Light League Lounge. Looking at those matchups tomorrow, first I'm going to come to you up against Immortals, Smithy, longtime jungle opposition of yours. Probably one of your most experienced matchups. How are you feeling about that one?
Well, we're feeling pretty good because we won against Liquid today. And I think on paper, if you're playing against Liquid and Immortals, the Liquid one's going to feel like the tougher match.
Mm-hmm.
But that's also a huge trap to fall into, because it's like, oh yeah, we beat Liquid. This one will be no problem.
Right.
And then we might just run it. But I think we're just going to try to, focus on all the stuff we've been focusing on, even in today's game. I think we've made a lot of progress as a team, but always stuff to work on. And I think for Immortals, they haven't had like a ton of time to play together. So I'm sure they're going to improve a lot as they get more practice. So not going to have too many expectations, just going to try to do our best, and hopefully we can win.
How does that affect your prep if you haven't seen them play, right? You have to go into tomorrow. They've seen you play against Team Liquid. You don't know what they're doing. Patch with a Soraka.
We've seen them in the past couple of weeks. I mostly meant like they've been tweeting out that like they didn't have a lot of time to scrim together. So we don't always know like what they're going to be preparing. So
All I'm saying is that if I see 3 or more deaths from you, I'm calling it that you're
You
in
ran it down.
You're running it down.
If I get 2, I'm AFK.
That's it. Yeah, just park it in the fountain for the rest of the game. If you need more league action, head on over to twitch.tv/academy or youtube.com/LOL Esports for the Academy Showcase taking place right after the break. That's going to do it for us, though. Thank you so much, Meteos, for joining us. Now for myself, the casters, the entire LCS crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you after the break for the Academy Showcase.
Can't make a play off of it.
Yeah, Blabber's threatening for sure. Has ultimate if he gets the slow. Yep.
Here comes Niski, chain CC.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
Yeah. We can re-engage him. He's dead. Nice.
Maybe a D?
Yeah. I flash him. I'm nothing. He's slowed. Got him. Nice.
Let's make their stand. Baron is going to be dropped off. Power of Evil, Santorin into the pit. Baron is going to be taken very low. Licorice, the man who secures it. Power of Evil going to be melted away. Santorin already down now as well.
I'm dead. They're cooking. Yeah. Dragon. Yeah. Look at him. Chase. Come on, Dragon. Nice. Yeah.
Wait, don't we just end if we go mid? Okay, it's fine, just
Hello and welcome back here for the final game of the day, which has 100 Thieves Academy going up against C9 Academy. Let's go ahead, jump right into those starting rosters. Selecting the blue side, it's 100 Thieves Academy. They've got Fake God in the top lane, Contracts in the jungle, Saligo at mid, Prismal bottom, Breezy on support, and coach Kelsey Moser.
100 Thieves Academy trying to come in here and get a win on stage. Facing them on the red side, it is going to be Cloud9 Academy, who we just saw their main squad completely dominate. Top lane is Fudge, jungle is Inori, mid lane Palafox, bot lane is King and Diamond, and Coach Rainover. There's a face for those of you, the old school LCS or
baby, throw it back.
LCS fans trying to make his climb through the coaching ranks.
Important thing to point out, King is playing remotely today due to visa issues, so just keep that in mind in case you look at the player cams and wonder, I wonder what's going on with this one.
When I was doing my first one of these, which was, I think in week 1, it was Dignitas versus someone who they totally smashed. I looked back and I was like, I wonder when we're going to start, because 2 of the chairs were empty and then it just started into champ select.
It's like, wait a second. 3v5. All right, well, where once Cloud9 Academy dominated the scene, they start Spring Split, still hoping to achieve a sense of cohesion as they go up against 100 Thieves Academy here today.
Yeah, King and Inori have struggled a little bit more than I think was expected. You know, King coming over from OS, Inori actually playing at one time in a 3rd, 4th place match for Phoenix 1, for those of you who remember. So you're kind of expecting them to do pretty well. And then across on the other side, Contracts has been pretty strong, and 100 Thieves has that 3-2 start.
All right, let's see what they want to ban here. What do they want to pick? What are we going to see? We've got Akali, Syndra, Rumble, Thresh, Elise, all banned away. Pretty popular picks. We've seen a lot of all of them, except Akali, because you never see any of Akali, because she's always banned.
Will the boss get first picked, even with the Senna ban? Because the Senna ban is daring you to pick Aphelios, but the boss is a fun first pick.
Well, pick him, pick him, pick him, pick him, pick him. All right, he's locked in. We're going to see some punches.
Yeah, he's really strong right now, and it's so weird because a lot of people talk about this. Also, by the way, Mordekaiser is usually what's picked against him, even though Mordekaiser usually still loses lane a lot, but then has an over 50% win rate in winning the game.
Because Mordekaiser can do more stuff in a fight.
Yeah, he just like does more stuff later, even though Set's ability to just kind of take over early mid is just nuts.
Set's he's a walking house with hands. He just walks up to you, and you can't hurt him, and he's really big, and the hands are there to punch you with, and it's just a very difficult situation for anything that has to get within range of him to do anything at all. So Mordekaiser and Set locked in top lanes for each side, and it's also going to be bottom lanes picked up for each side. Those mirror lanes that we've mentioned so many a time before. Aphelios and what looks like Leona for Cloud9. 100 Thieves. Wait, it's the complete furry anime roster. It's Zaya and Rakan and Set all locked in at the same time.
Sure, that's the comp. What? Can you round it out, or is that all?
I'm pretty sure that's the only 3 of them. I was trying to remember what their names are. They're Vestians or Vestaians or something like that. I was talking to my stream about this last night because they didn't realize Set was the same species as Zaya and Rakan.
Wait, he's just okay.
But he's half. He's half because he's one of those and a human. You need to read the lore. This is important.
Yeah, it's something that has been on my list of things to do, but that I just never looked at.
We have a lore book now.
I know. Like, there's actually, so I'm not memeing here. There actually is improved lore, and it gives you so much to talk about during downtime, but I just know, like, 0. I'm so bad with lore. I'm like, Set, he's the dude who does sit-ups. Like, that's about as much lore as I have.
Hey, that's pretty good in-game lore. That makes a lot of sense. It fits his character very well. Let's see what we're going to see in these bans, though. We got Jarvan, and we got Gragas. Targeting the jungle pool when junglers have yet to be picked. Good moves there coming out from both teams. I like it. It's a good look. Rek'Sai taken off the table as well. And since Elise got banned out in that first phase, a lot of these popular junglers, they're not there, my friend.
Maybe we're going to see the jungle Set. Like Dardoch played earlier, he actually played that jungle Set so well. I don't think, just like my read of it, is that jungle Set is not that good because his early ganking is pretty lackluster and you're not able to get in the pro game like high enough income to justify it. But I mean, Dardoch made it work. He had a spectacular game on it. It's just, I don't expect 100 Thieves to flex it.
All right.
But what are they going to do? Because that's all the junglers
Yeah,
gone.
all the junglers have gone poof. Well, no, except this one. This one's here.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's locked in, and Ori gets to play him.
And then Contracts will play like Kindred or something? And just get kicked out of his ult?
Wait, and Inori's not wearing the headband today, but he's playing the champion that wears a headband.
He was wearing a headband last time he was on stage.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So the headband synergy's not quite there between him and his champion. We'll see how well he can take that to the rift.
GG, go next. 100 Thieves moves to 4-2. Let's see you next week.
Well, we have the Aatrox picked up for 100 Thieves, so that could be the top laner and Set is the jungler. Entirely possible. Aatrox can also go mid into certain matchups.
Yeah.
But considering our opponents have not yet shown
be the jungle Set.
The mid laner for the side of Cloud9, if you're talking from 100 Thieves perspective, you don't know. But yeah, that is looking like jungle Set with Orianna in the mid lane. Okay, Cloud9, you're thinking, all right.
Set Ori.
We know what's coming now.
Set Ori could actually be a really nasty ball delivery system.
Yeah, you just jump in from the top rope, slam somebody into the back line, and then boom, shockwave.
Yeah, I want to see that. That's my goal for this game.
Oh, that's
is to see that combo.
That's some true WWE style right there. I can't wait for it. LeBlanc locked in from C9, so they want some pick potential. They're saying, all right, you guys got the tag team. We're just going to blow people up. I mean, LeBlanc and Lee, that's some good pick potential. Have a Felios shooting an ult from 2,000 units away. He'll assist with it. It's great.
Yeah, everyone trying to get picks while Mordekaiser tries not to die. Well, I guess he doesn't have to laning at Set anymore, so it's actually an easier lane, even though Aatrox is pretty strong.
And Aphelios' ult range is not actually 2,000 units, but he still can hit from a very long way away. If he hits you with the ulti and the auto attack from Calibrum comes in, it's like really fun.
I think it's 1,800.
It's not 2,000.
It's darn close.
So I am clarifying there. But
fun fact, I don't know if we're going to see this, but if it does happen, it's not too wonky. So Set is unstoppable during his R.
Yes.
Right? Since Mordekaiser's R is a suppression, if you try and R him while he's unstoppable, it doesn't work.
Exactly.
Your ult goes on cooldown.
It's one of the fun things of playing a suppression champion. I know this all too well.
Well, you mean not fun?
Yes, fun.
Yeah, fun.
Fun. Yes, fun. But we'll see how well the Mordekaiser can deal with him. Or maybe during the team fights, if Set just starts, being that big old brick house with fists, you just ult him and then run away from him in your own death realm so that you just keep him away from the fight for 7 seconds.
I would hope that you can 1v1 a jungle Set as Mordekaiser.
True. This is also the Mecha Kingdom set, which I like a lot better than the normal one because I like giant robots.
Okay.
I feel like not enough people use this one. I think there's too many weebs in LCS.
Should expand on this.
Which means people tend towards the anime-looking one more.
The anime-looking Aatrox skin?
But giant robots are also anime. It's just a different kind, right?
Yeah, it's like Gundam anime.
Yeah, I don't know. Ollie would probably know more about this than I do, but I like the giant robot kind better. And we've got 2 giant robots on one team with 100 Thieves.
Cool.
Mordekaiser needs a skin where he's a giant robot.
He is a giant robot.
I don't think he's a robot so much as
he's like Shadow
armor.
Realm
It's like
stuff.
It's the medieval robot.
You could make a giant robot Mordekaiser and it would be sweet. He already has so many sweet skins though. Like the fact that each of his skins have like their own colored death realm.
Yeah.
Like the Infernal Mordekaiser.
It actually
death realm.
takes you to hell.
Yeah.
So, fun Mordekaiser fact. If you spectate a game of League of Legends, and the moment you load into the game, Mordekaiser has someone in his death realm, the entire game will be in the death realm for the rest of the match, and you can't fix it unless you rewind the game. As soon as you rewind the game to any point, it'll fix. But if you don't rewind the game, it will stay in League of Hell for the rest of the game. It's very hard to do. I've only ever done it twice because you have to do it purely on accident and just come in at the exact right moment, but it's still super cool.
Do people know how much you just watch Spectator?
I watch a lot.
You do it all the time. So
I use it for background noise.
That's how rare this probably is. Like the fact that it's only happened to you twice.
Yeah. If I'm eating dinner and I'm like, oh, what should I watch? I just find one of my friends, I watch Solo QTV, and sometimes you watch Mordekaiser in Hellland.
There you go. And you just leave it on.
Yeah. Oh, as soon as I see it, it's like Christmas. Christmas in February. Inori starting off on his red buff. You're going to see Contracts starting off the same. Contracts going buff to buff here, it looks like. Running to the other end of the map immediately. And
get those autos in. Oh, I like
that. Trade back and forth. Flap, flap, flap.
Oh, Spellbook Ori. Sometimes there was like a. I'm kind of disappointed he didn't go Smite Spellbook Ori because there was that like brief moment of time where we thought maybe that would be good.
Oh yeah, with the runic echoes.
But especially with the earlier jungle camp respawns, I think it. I'm not good enough at mid lane to be able to like limit test this, but I think it could be good. Spellbook Warrior with Smite with the short jungle timers, especially if you're doing it with a single target jungler like a Lee Sin or a Trundle who doesn't actually want to kill Raptors, and then the mid laner just has Raptors as their camp.
See, I only play Skarner, and I like taking my own Raptors. So
you
I'll
would not
test
like
this with you, but I'll play Garen top. And you just leave me alone, and you and the jungler can farm the Raptors as Contracts comes up here to make a play. Fudge is in some trouble, man. This is not the best place to be. Contracts coming in. Fudge resigns to his own fate. He knows he's not getting away, but he wants to take Fake God with him. Tries to bring down the hammer, but no, sir. The haymaker comes out. The punches follow it up. Fake God's just hanging around saying, look what you weren't able to get. And bam, uppercut. That's first blood.
Yep, that's definitely one of those plays where you can't be fighting when you're up against a jungler who started red, went blue, went Gromp. That's just like your bread and butter top lane gank timing. I got into this debate like last year on the dive with Kobe. I want to actually know your thought about this as a jungler.
All right, I'm so ready for this.
So I think an effective way to climb in solo queue is to find a good jungle path / strategy and do the exact same thing every game.
Yes.
Like as a simplification. Kobe was like, you can't do that, there's so much context. I'm like, sure, in like Master.
Yeah.
But if you're trying to climb, like what you saw Contracts do here, like if you're a blue side jungler, you will, and you're a strong level 3. These are the 2 prerequisites. And you do red, blue, Gromp, gank top. 70% of the time you're getting a kill. Like I swear, it's that simplistic in that sense. Tell your top laner, I'm coming up at this time, like know the timing, and that's already beyond where a lot of people go. Like they don't actually know what time their 3 camps are.
Yeah.
I'd say, hey, I will be top, and since you've done it every game, at this time, it's so free. Like you get this just for climbing. It's not for like the best player, but it's a way to climb.
I am a simple man, chat.
Okay.
I see a simple man's strategy, and I say yes, that's for me.
Okay.
I recognize I am not a challenger tier player, nor will I ever be. I peaked 25 LP shy of Masters and never got there, and I've regretted it for the last 3 years. But I did what you're talking about. I climbed using spammable, repeatable strategies.
Yeah.
Yes, it's not the smartest thing. Yes, if people play against you 2 or 3 games in a row because you're playing at 3 a.m., they're going to say, hey, this guy ganks top. But you know what? That's part of the game. Yeah. That's part of what you're signing up for. But it does work, especially if, like you're saying, you got a champion that really vibes with that kind of a strategy.
Yeah, sweet. I'm glad we're in agreement.
Back in Season 6, when I was actually decent at the game, Season 6 was when you could power farm jungle and just take over the game. And so the route that I did with Skarner, you would be able to have flash, ult, your red buff, and your blue smite at level 6. You'd be level 6 at 6 minutes and 4 seconds every game. And you just flash ult the mid laner, kill him instantly. You would be level 6 and the mid laners would be level 5. And you would go take the Drake. 77% win rate for most of that season. And the reason that this worked is because it's hard countered. You actually skipped your red on the first clear. So if your opponent knew what you were doing, he would take your red, you get bonked. Like, oh man, it feels really, really bad. But if he doesn't know what you're doing, which I wasn't a master tier player, I'm not queuing into the same guy 10 games in a row, it works super well. So you have to be willing to play around the fact that you're not the best. If a bad strategy works and you're not in super great ELO, abuse it until it doesn't work anymore.
Sweet. I got my Season 1 strat for you after this, but there's a play happening probably bot lane as they're trying to contest for this Mountain Drake.
All right, King gets a little bit of damage onto Breezy. Diamond's looking to walk away. Breezy grabbing the knock up there onto the Leona, but the follow-up's not there in time. Remember, Contracts on the set doesn't have any gap closing potential without that ulti, so he's gonna walk away, and Nori grabs the crab. That's all she wrote.
Yeah, I mean, Contracts is farming up well. Another really interesting like meta trend that I've been looking at is the way different regions kind of approach jungling. Where it's not uncommon to see LCK junglers with over 200 CS by the end of the game because they're still taking these like fairly low risk plays, and I'm really curious to see in patch 10.3 what becomes of that because the experience is up more. Because yeah, if you're trying to help your lanes, like there's a lot of ways where it is more efficient to just be starved of XP. But Fightbot, his Contracts is here.
Oh, Breezy.
Waddling in.
Almost taken down. One more auto attack would do it. He's out of there. And Prismal almost falls too. King looking for the play. Needs one more auto attack. Does not have the Calibrum sniper rifle to manage to get the range. Contracts tries to go in there, but that's Crescendum, that's Severum, that's the 1v1 capability.
That is the short-range damage that you cannot disrespect.
Ori wants it, but they're running around it.
And they're out. King, wait, King? Get back on your royal escort. All right, they're out of there.
Right there is why I don't necessarily love set jungle. It's like, if you're Lee Sin or Elise, obviously they were all banned. Even Kindred, because you're ranged and you can do a little jumpy jump thing.
Yes, the jumpy jump.
Yeah, the Q. You get the kill in that situation, but Contracts was just like so sadly running towards the Aphelios and Leona and ends up dying. It was close.
Let's take another look. How it started, how it looks.
I mean, it was definitely a little bit of a bait. Like, Contract's on a control ward. He's saying, all right, you can go in. If we start a fight, it's fine. But they lost the fight so badly that C9 was actually able to run away from Contracts while getting kills under the turret. It's kind of ironic that if Contracts just stayed in the tri-brush instead of trying to run around, then he would have been able to get a kill. King sidestepping the true damage part of the W, but still getting hit by it very closely because he had Severum as well as Crescendum could sustain as well as getting high amounts of DPS.
You saw it there. He got down below like 50 HP, so just a little bit more damage would have taken him out. Palafox gets caught by a shockwave there, able to get himself out of the way. Breezy locked down by the chains. Here comes your follow-up CC from Diamond. Palafox can't get any closer. He's going to be taken down. The Ignite fadeaway will get him. Saligo responsible for that one as Inori is the next victim, and 100 Thieves have found a fight.
Saligo can pick up the kill at the end.
Oh! Well, or he'll get picked up.
Yeah, King with the nice sniper ultimate finishes him off. Inori kicked Saligo into range to kill Palafox. I think that's what happened. Unless it was a corrupting potion charge. We'll get to see that in the replay. Here comes Fake God.
All right, Fake God's into the fight. Can he make anything happen? King's gonna be caught up in the middle of a whole lot. Not gonna be kept alive from Severum that time around. Fake God, he's still ready to go, looking to grab even more kills in this battle. Fudge buying some time, but he's stuck in the death realm. Can he grab the kill into Contracts before he gets away? Yes, he can. He brings down the mace, and he's bought enough time now to potentially turn this one around. And Nori going right back into the fight. He grabs the kill into Breezy. Prismal throws out the feathers. He's not going to pull them back here just yet. And Nori's going to be rooted up in that, but Prismal's taken down. That's a one-for-one trade. Saligo's made his way back into the fight because the fight's still happening.
Yeah. We're not going to be able to replay that whole thing.
No.
I'm sorry. That's like a minute of time. So we're going to have to try and pick and choose the most important parts. The thing that stood out to me is Fudge took such little damage, I thought I'd missed the original Mortal, then he Mortalted to take even less damage. But watching this, as Drake's going down, we're gonna watch to see
how Saligo dies.
How Saligo kills Palafox.
Oh, okay.
So he's got his ball, he picks it up, he's autoed, he has Corrupting Potion ticking. Okay,
it was the Ignite.
It was the Ignite from the spell book, as well as the Corrupting Potion that managed to finish him off.
There was no extra clockwork wind up there.
Inori, you're off the hook. It secured the kill. Ooh, nice. It's like a cut replay. So King actually had a ton of chakrams right here until he runs out of ammo to switch guns. He also got killed by the boss. But then, like, look at this. Like, Fudge, he's not in Death Realm yet.
No.
He's just not taking any damage. Then he's in Death Realm.
Yeah.
Yeah. He just 1v4'd at the end of that fight.
There you go.
Yeah.
It amounts the opportunity for C9 to make a comeback play. They're still down about 500 gold. See if anybody wants to fight for this Herald. We're not seeing any 8-minute Heralds this time around, my friend.
No.
Academy teams don't have the priority on it.
No. So I'm still trying to figure out like what you should do, because I know a lot of casters end up casting that way. Like, they decide what's good and then they cast what is right and wrong based on that thing. But like, C9 and Dig and TL and FlyQuest put very high priority on early Rift Heralds, but it's not necessarily right. Like, G2 in their game against Fnatic today did a relatively early Rift Herald swap to acquire it, but it's because they just pushed in and they saw Reckless was freezing bottom lane. So they said, okay, we're not going to sacrifice pressure to go for this, because I still think there's a situation where you give up too much tempo to get the Rift Herald and it's not worth it, right? Like, in getting the Rift Herald, all your waves get pushed, you lose 2 plates bottom lane, and then you can never get pressure back to do the perfect Rift Herald drop we talk about. Like, it actually wouldn't be worth it. So I'm just really curious to see how like that kind of stuff evolves. In this one, it's obviously a little bit more delayed. The lane swap has already happened, the disadvantage is usually to the team that starts it, but they have enough push top lane that they can take it. Like, this is still fine, because they'll get it and they'll be able to drop it for plates.
Rift Herald should go over to 100 Thieves. Doesn't look like there's any sort of a contest for that here. Contracts picks it up. Breezy and Prismal walking back towards the top side, but Contracts and Saligo are going back to base. Still got ourselves a pretty close game here. I mean, these teams in the standings are pretty close, 3-2 versus 2-3. So Cloud9 could tie 100 Thieves in the standings here if they win this one. Bottom side, Fudge and Fake God, pretty close in terms of farm. You can see Fake God has the CDR garage sale, very common for Aatroxes to go for that nice and early. Fudge, he's got the Haunting Guys, doesn't want to go for the full Leandries before stopping off for the Arm Guard, though, to get the extra armor in the fight. Makes sense.
In my head, I was trying to think. Jeez, I was trying to think.
Wait,
like,
what was your level 1 jungle strategy that you told me you were going to tell me, but you never told me?
Oh yeah,
Or the season 1 jungle strategy.
Yeah, so season 1 was a very weird time for the jungle. For those of you who don't know, a lot of people didn't even jungle. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, there might be a fight and then a Rift Herald drop. So, okay, here's what it was. There were no jungle items either, or at least I didn't do the jungle item because I was Udyr. People did Madrid's Blood Razor. I didn't need it.
Right,
because you're fast enough. You could clear fast enough with Phoenix. I would do the 3 small camps. I would start Cloth Armor 4-pot, not Cloth Armor 5-pot, because you actually used to take so much damage in the jungle that you need 5 potions. Cloth Armor 4-pot. I'll get to the rest after this fight.
All right, Cloud Drake's taken down. The boss secures it. Diamond goes in, but he's forced into the stasis immediately. Breezy jumping in and out, all about. Still looking to make some kind of a move. Contract's going to be keeping himself alive with the Haymaker. Therapy Rift comes out, but 100 Thieves still managing to keep themselves alive. Fudge takes down the set, but now he could be in a bad spot himself. The shield keeping him alive. Forced to retreat here once again. Palafox jumps away, and Cloud9 decides to fall back. It is a 1-for-1 trade, but is the Drake picked up by 100 Thieves.
Yeah, keeping it even as they're trying to push him back, but it's really hard for them to get a good...
Oh, we're not done yet.
Here we go.
Palafox! He's taken down. Killing spree for Saligo.
Saligo might end up carrying this game just yet. 4-1-1 on that Orianna. Orianna scales real well, and we still have the chance for that set Orianna combo, which I was going to try and like diagram the perfect one, and I was like, nah, I'm going to draw something that is not allowed, and it's going to be a mistake.
Yeah, you got to watch out with the
just like, okay, this big set's going to move into the team, and the Orianna's going to
circle here.
Yeah. In my head, it wasn't going to work. After this replay, I'll get to diagramming my old jungle path. Shockwave actually whipped in this fight, but Diamond ended up being so low at the start, and they, like, the set Aatrox Ori is just such a beefy team. Contracts might have to build the QSS or just get more farm, otherwise Fudge is going to keep straight up just murdering him in these team fights. Okay, so.
All right, the Season 1 jungle path.
Season 1 jungle path.
Remember, Gromp wasn't real. Gromp did not
Gromp didn't exist. So Krugs weren't a thing either. There was just like variations of wolves and golems.
Yeah.
So you would do 3 camp. You do here, here, here.
Well, these were wraiths. It was a golem, a wraith, and
I've already messed up.
A dog.
I was wrong. I started here, 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 recall.
Okay.
Buy boots.
Okay, so now you're at a cloth armor,
Now
however
I'm
many
level
potions
3.
are left.
Now I'm level 3. Then I go blue. I need to draw it again. Blue, here, 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 here. The reason this worked on Udyr is because
this is very similar to my Season 6 clear.
At this point, I was level 5, bot lane was level 3, I'd kill them both.
Yeah, that's really similar to what I would do in Season 6. I just had an extra Gromp in there.
Yep.
That's you and I.
And then you just run the game.
We're on the same
Small
big
camps
brain.
had so much experience, and the extra benefit was they actually spawned 15 seconds before blue and red buff. And it took years for people to optimize this before they had to change it. So I would just spam in chat to get people to help because no one actually helped you with those camps. They'd literally just sit at blue until it spawned and then they'd help you with that. So I'd be like, no, just clear the camp with me. It'll speed me up. Here we go, fight.
All right, we're into a fight. It's Fake God starting things off. Cloud9 is separated. Shelly's occupying some people there in the mid lane. Anori's over the wall. He's dead. Breezy's grabbing the kill. Not exactly the guy you wanted on, but hey, it's better than nothing. And that means they've now got the man advantage pushing up the mid lane here. 100 Thieves looking to take down the first turret of the game. Almost 17 minutes in. No turrets are dead yet. Shelly got summoned when she was about to fade away. No plates were even left. Cloud9, can you defend this? Moonlight Vigil did about 3 damage, so probably not. And that turret is gone.
Yeah, gotta be more grouped up if you want that big old explosion from Moonlight Vigil, but still pretty solid play by 100 Thieves Academy. let's see, 2,000 gold lead. One Drake, Ocean Rift on the way, but just such a good front-to-back team comp. If they continue scaling and Contracts finds a way not to die to Fudge his Mordekaiser in those 1v1s, then they'd have it in the bag. The danger, though, is that Aphelios gets items and a Hurricane, and then he can just kill Aatrox and Set both at once.
Speaking of items, we got the Gargoyle Stoneplate up on the Leona. And speaking of the Leona, one thing I love watching about these games, and just League of Legends in general, I love the differences between the skins of the same character. If you look at the Eclipse version of Leona, she's like this, her quotes are super like doomsday, like I am the chosen of the Eclipse and the world is turning and all this like super dramatic. This could be a $100 million movie, not Cats, but like a real $100 million movie budget. That's super cool. And then there's this skin, which is here's a hot dog. And it's
Why are you flaming Cats? Did you watch it?
It was terrible.
Did you go to the theaters?
Yeah.
With who?
I did not enjoy that movie.
Okay.
It
doesn't seem like a Captain Flowers movie.
It wasn't.
Gundams.
I had heard that it was awful, and I had to see it with my own 2 eyes, and now I'll never get the image of Gandalf dressed as a homeless man slurping milk out of a pan out of my eyes. And we're going to see this fight now as King gets himself stunned up, rooted up, taken down, the burst coming in, and he's out of there. Contracts grabs the kill, and Nori now moving down towards Diamond. The hot dog is not enough to get himself out of a fight that was losing, so he'll just barely hobble away, and we'll see Contracts and the rest of 100 Thieves beat down this mid lane turn.
Contracts found a nice flank right there, knowing that King doesn't have a peel support. All you got to do is get in behind that Aphelios. You can usually make something happen, and they did just that as Ocean Drake spawns.
And that will be Drake number 2 for the side 100 Thieves. Considering the Drakes weren't taken super early this game and the fact that they've been 1-1 so far, Drake's soul is still a distant dream for either squad. Means we get more time looking at this lovely Therapy Rift. And Fudge will farm himself up a Gromp. Still only 1 item here on the Mordekaiser. Leandries is nice, but you have a little bit more firepower.
Yep. I really like the Nashor Zhonya's when there's these Juggernaut comps because it increases your dueling so much more.
And it looks really cool.
Do that. It look cool. I think it's goofy. Just like how fast he attacks.
Bonk, 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 bonk.
Yeah.
I think it's fun.
Yeah. I mean, goofy is a fun word.
Gorge.
Yeah. And goofy's meant to be fun. Who's that? Bring back flowers.
I'm sorry, I had to.
That was good.
Okay, let's check back in on the state of the game as now Diamond gets himself a catch onto an opponent there. Breezy is blown up, and Nori grabbing the kill credit. And with that pick, let's see what C9 Academy can do, because they're still 3,000 gold down.
Yeah.
But they've got an extra man on the map here for the next 20 seconds.
Yeah, I think the King has gone Hurricane second, actually, because of the front line that he has to deal with. And then he's going to maybe go Infinity Edge with his next item, but I think it's the right choice.
I love the Hurricane synergy on Aphelios' guns. It's just nuts. Because every gun has a special on-hit effect. So if you have an item that's tripling your on-hit effects, why not?
Absolutely.
Okay, let's see here. The turret's just gonna shoot some things. No big deal. Yep. Shoot it from 1,000,000 meters away.
Yeah. Gotta slow it.
Slow those minions down. Don't let them stand there and auto-attack quickly. All right, you can see on the side of 100 Thieves, it's Gargoyle Stoneplate's second on contract, so he's going to be the big beef boy in the middle of the fights. Zeke's Convergence built second on Breezy's Recon as opposed to a Stoneplate, so he doesn't necessarily want the huge tank ability, just wants to provide that power-up for his AD carry instead. I can understand it. You do need to be able to cut through these guys on the front line of the side of C9. Yep. And they're after their 4th turret of the game. Cloud9 Academy still have 0, man. This is the big part of the gold difference between these two teams here. Only 1 kill separates them. The farm's not abysmally different.
Yeah.
It's really just all about these 4 turrets.
Yeah, 100 Thieves Academy has been playing the map very well. They've been getting flanks on C9, which has kept C9 from being able to get quality groups up because they'll just get flanked by the strong initiation potential of 100 Thieves Academy. So really, it's like this survival game where you're hoping King can somehow get to Infinity Edge and a defensive item, because if he doesn't, it's like the fight can just be Flash Recon engage into a Shockwave and it's open. So that's why 100 Thieves have been able to posture so well. Right now with Orianna top, C9's at least getting a chance to push mid.
Well, they won't get much more than a chance at it because 100 Thieves have managed to hold the line, clear things out. And that turret's not even going to dip below half HP.
King goes back to farm the jungle. They're making sure they're giving him as many resources as possible. Does have the highest farm on the map. And one thing that I find interesting is when you compare the CS values in the Academy games to that of the LCS games, you can see a noticeable difference, right? Like, you look at the timer in the game, 2 minutes, or 22 minutes 30, and the highest farm in the game is 215 on King. So not quite the same level of economy that you would see in the big-time LCS stage, but that's what Academy's for, right? They're building it up. They're learning the skill sets to translate into that higher level of play, as 100 Thieves will set down some vision in the enemy jungle, see if maybe they have the opportunity to make a pick. Instead, it's Diamond going in. Gargoyle Stone Blade. He's so tanky. No one can kill him. But Contracts, he's now going to be tanking up here on the front line. Palafox grabs a root onto him. He's pulled back, and nobody dies because Stone Plates.
Yeah, Contracts had one too.
Yeah. Yes. Stone Plate versus Stone Plate combat.
Easy. Let's see what's down there. No Leona ult, no Aphelios ult, no Lee Sin ult, but they still got enough damage. They can get that mid priority back and get that mid turret.
Mid turret down. That's the first one Cloud9 Academy has got themselves all game. That means they're on the board with the objectives outside of that first Mountain Drake. Feels good one for Cloud9. Let's see what else they're going to do. The red buff is up. King wants to get his hands on that for sure. He has the Severum Crescendum duo on his guns, which is the ultimate dueling one.
Yes.
And notice the extra shield that he has too from Severum because he was able to get the healing from the Scythe pistol. So a little bit of extra survivability from that Wombo combo, but let's be honest, in the face of Orianna Shockwave plus set from the top rope, you're still gonna die.
You would just die. We were doing a little bit of talking earlier about like, hey, I wonder like what the best Aphelios guns are, and it is the heal gun with the white gun for close quarters combat, right?
I love your beautiful use of the terminology. Ah, yes, when he works the healing gun together with the white gun.
So we were the first ones to cast, or I think Dracos and I were the first ones to cast Pro Aphelios. This was at All-Star. This was literally before he was out in solo queue. Because All-Star was an earlier patch.
That was when Dracos and I did the Earth game.
Yeah, we came up with the color coding because we were thinking like, okay, no one's played this champion yet. They're not going to know what Severum, Crescendum.
What do you mean you came up with the color? You didn't invent the color. The red one's the red one.
So they've always been color coded, but instead of us trying to say like, oh yeah, Gravitum, we just be like, oh yeah, slow gun.
Okay, well like, in that context, it makes sense. Yeah. I totally agree with that. All right, here we go. It's Stoneplate time. Once again, Haymakers into the fight. Breezy's going to be following that one up. Chain CC coming down left, right, and center. Damage going on to the Cloud9 lines, and Diamond is low. King is gone.
Yeah, poor dude. Both summoner spells down. And they just keep running him down.
He didn't even get to ulti. It's still available. Contract.
Hello.
Just going to slam them together. Fudge has gone into the Death Realm. And it looks like 100 Thieves aren't even worried about it. Saligo on a rampage. Fudge trying to walk himself out of this one. Thieves making sure they don't dive too far into this fight. Cloud9 not finding that cohesion that we were talking about at the beginning of the day here. Still seeming just a little bit scatterbrained as they try to withstand the 100 Thieves attack, who are now 4,000 gold ahead of their opponents.
Yeah, I think patience is the name of the game for all of these Academy orgs, basically. Like, we know C9 has a history of developing tremendous talent from within their org. This team hasn't quite found it yet, but watching this team right here, like they see King in mid lane, and they know they have 5 people that can chase him. Contracts just goes. The fact that they got King's Flash so early, I think actually emboldened their want to continue because they knew they'd be able to close the gap and finish him off.
Feels good to just be able to blow him up like that. And that is the thing about Aphelios, like, people talk a lot about the champion and what they'd like to see changed with him, but one thing that it is important to remember is he does not have a dash and he does not have any kind of an invisibility or a disengage. So if you catch him, he's pretty dead.
Yeah, it's why you see him paired so often with Tahm Kench and Braum. You kind of need a Warden to keep him safe. If you're going to pick it with something like Leona, you have to be the ones engaging. Otherwise, he's just dead. And that's kind of what we're seeing in this game.
Contracts just grabs Palafox, slaps him into the air because those chickens had not spawned yet, so there wasn't anything to slam him into for the extra stun. But 100 Thieves still looking to find even more here. Big God pushing up the mid lane, finds a little bit of damage onto Fudge, but honestly nothing to write home about. 100 Thieves, let's see what they can do with this. Let's see how hard they can push this lead. They've occupied enemy territory. They've laid down the vision. C9 feels choked out of their own half of the map. Palafox will jump forward. He finds the chain, but that's it. Has to immediately jump back or else he's going to die. And Saligo and Prismal are applying pressure onto the tier 2.
yeah, getting something done in the time before the potential Ocean Drake is spawned. And I'm going to make an assumption here that I think people that are watching this Academy broadcast are pretty hardcore League fans, so they might appreciate.
We appreciate
what
you
comes
all.
Next. Yeah, we appreciate them all.
Thank you, crowd.
Also, a lot of times hardcore League fans also watch LCK. So I'm going to make a few generalizations about the way that LCK approaches Dragon Soul and Drakes. Like, it almost feels to me when a team is one Soul Drake away, they do nothing until they can secure that Soul. That's not what's happening here. They're actually going in to try and make plays.
100 Thieves looking to make the moves. I swear something, like King's gun is broken or something. He fires, like every time you see an Inferno multi from the other Aphelioses, it's like, oh my God, everything around me is burning. What's happening? All our defenses were for nothing. Yeah. And for Kings, it's like somebody lit a match and dropped it on the floor accidentally. You have to stomp it out real quick. It's just not doing anything.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know. Like, it's weird. You're just not hitting any grouped up people. But basically, kind of the point I'm making, and you should check this, like...
Wait, oh, look at that thing.
Okay.
It's flying crooked. It's not even the right way. Look, it's like 45 degrees wrong.
And it did 3 damage.
Okay.
Yeah, so like now, because 100 Thieves was doing stuff, they run the risk of not having the right setup for Dragon Soul. So what happens in LCK, and I don't know if this is right or wrong, but they actually just stay far away from enemy turrets, push minions, and then they go hide until the next minion wave, and they actually just ping pong for 4 minutes, and then they do the Drake. I was watching one highlight where, like, the highlight literally cut from the 3rd Drake to the 4th Drake. It was like, 3rd Drake fight, and they get that one, and then the next highlight was 4th Drake's up.
All right.
It's like they're all in the same spot. 5 minutes later.
Bathroom break, see you in 5.
Yeah, either way, 100 Thieves is doing what you're trying to do when you're getting control. You push up mid first, then you move into River, especially when you're the stronger team, and that usually helps you control vision. Fake God's top, though, so they can't move in, and they're losing their control wards.
Well, Diamond's also half HP. Fake God does have teleport ready to go. The pings are coming out. Cloud9 is like, yo, it's now or never. But 100 Thieves is saying, no, it's not. You guys better back away. That is our water lizard. Let's see if Palafox can scare these guys out. Prismal's half HP.
He's got contracts, so they get
And it looks like that Drake is secured. 100 Thieves, for all the advantages they had built for themselves, are not able to secure the Soul nice and early. They will find a kill most likely here onto Fudge. They'll take him down. Honori's going to find himself in the middle of multiple Thieves now, and that's not where you want to be. He's taken out as well. Unstoppable Saligo signals a 2-for-0 for the side of 100 Thieves. Yes, it is at the cost of the Ocean, but I would think Baron is now the call.
Yeah, they'll still be able to make moves to win the game, but I can kind of see why. Yes, there's no way it's an optimal strategy to just do nothing between Drakes when you're close to Dragon Soul, but I can see why it happens. Because 100 Thieves fumbled the Drake there. Like, Fake God wasn't in the right spot. They didn't have early vision controlled, and since they've had the lead for the past 6 minutes, they could have had it all set up beforehand. Either way, now we're going to Baron with no jungler on the other team.
What are Diamond and King doing? They're going in here, but they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Breezy and Saligo taken very low. Moonlight Vigil's not going to find a whole lot of anything. Baron taken down, and it is secure. Oh, that was spooky. Good Lord, man. That was way closer than that should have been.
Yeah, you don't have the same type of like execute damage on set when 2 item Blanc jumps in. Whew, that was close.
Yeah, I was watching that thinking, man, LeBlanc's 25% HP. You have no jungler. Why are you even going near the pit? But it came a lot closer than I thought it should.
Yeah, first. King's got his items now, so Contracts.
Contracts is just sort of chilling here. There's your combo from the top rope. Oh, he doesn't even get a kill, so I kind of wasted that call. That feels bad. Well, Fake God, he's coming in from behind, seeing if maybe they can find some sort of a move here. Palafox grabbing the kill onto the set. Contracts, he's back in the fountain for the next 40 seconds. It's a jungler for jungler trade. 100 Thieves are on the counterattack. They got the Baron buff. The whole squad's wearing purple. What can they do with it?
You'll get more time for that call.
Oh, I know. He's going to be played a lot.
From the top rope. That was a good one. They got Baron still. Saligo pushes up 7-1 and 5. Jeez. Should get both inhibitor turrets down with this push.
All right, Palafox. All right, Fudge. This is where you make your stand. There are invaders at the gate. You must hold your castle walls. But 100 Thieves are just saying, nope, we've got a battering ram. And we're not going to put up with this any longer. Here comes your Shockwave. They go on the front line. He's in trouble. Shut down by King. The damage is finally coming out. Moonlight Vigil not going to find the mark onto Prismal. More CC coming through. Palafox following this one up, and Nori's able to find the kick, and that is the carries down. Fake God's now dealing with Fudge there in the back line, but Fudge has backup coming through in the form of Diamond. Palafox rotating in from the side, and Fake God is going to find himself CC'd to death, while Nori goes in after Breezy. Fake God at least takes one with them. What in the world is going on? Are these guys gonna lose 1v3?
Is he gonna walk away? Okay, so they still have a Nori on the flag.
Oh, good God, man! The man ain't fake, he's a real god. He's just slamming people into the ground. 1v4, does not care. Get out of his game.
Oh, man. Raid boss right there. No healing reduction. Spirit Visage Conqueror Aatrox.
Where's your Morellonomicons?
Going to town. Usually, like you could make a pretty compelling argument that you actually don't need a Morellonomicon just for an Aatrox team. This is the counterpoint to that. When that
oh man, that was put that one in your highlight reel, man. Get some quick edits and some cuts from scene to scene on that. Put some wub over it.
So like Fudge had him in the Mordekaiser ult earlier as well. So yeah, so at this point it's Conquer stack. And yeah, he's not even ulted. He's just that strong. He's landing basically every sweet spot. Gets this. King goes around because he has 3 people, right? But Leona is trying to play the long game by going around. And King is just there getting murdered.
All right, Fake God. Somebody better be paying for his dinner tonight because this man is making sure these guys win this game. Still 6,000 gold ahead of Cloud9 Academy. Next chance at that Ocean Soul coming up here in about 30 seconds. They got control over the bottom half of the map. Fudge is top side, TP ready to go. Everybody from 100 Thieves already here on the bottom half of the map, looking to take down that last remaining tier 2.
Yeah,
oh,
Flowers.
Man.
That was Aatrox without Ocean Soul.
Oh no.
Imagine Aatrox.
Oh no.
He's just gonna go kill the Nexus himself.
Honestly, I don't know if they'll be able to stop him at this point. He's got the stopwatch too to buy a little bit of extra time, and everybody's marching down to the Ocean Drake. Will Cloud9 even bother trying to contest this one? I ask myself as I pose the answer of no. It looks like that's Ocean Soul for the side of 100 Thieves Academy, and the regeneration is real.
Yeah, probably over. The 1-win condition here
Fudge.
Is King having all these items, but that's a Mordekaiser. He's got to ult someone.
What are you doing down there, pal?
It's fine.
Okay, they get the ult out of him. Oh, no, they don't. No, they don't. He just walked away. It's the green color with the Star Guardian Rakan.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard for me to tell if it's there because there's so many green particles, so I'm just going to blame green.
Okay.
Yeah. That was a duo misplay between me and the color green. Let's see if Cloud9 can continue to hold the line here.
Oh,
Prismal leading the charge.
Well, King's not there. There's no way without King they can hold this.
You know, he's trying to deal with those minions there on the top side. Fudge trying to walk out of this one. There's your ulti. There you are, Green, and he is mean. And Nori's taken down. Contract's grabbing the kill on that one. C9 have lost their king, and the kingdom will fall to follow. Palafox is gone. Double kill over to Prismal. 5-0 ace. Clean them off the board, ladies and gentlemen. This one's done. 100 Thieves Academy find their 4th win of the split.
Well done to 100 Thieves Academy. The carry comes out at the end from Fake God. Soligo had that early lead. The flex pick set coming in clutch. And they did some good stuff this game to move to their 4th win.
Fake God. That's the story of this game for me. You gotta describe it in one word, which is technically 2, but it's 1 because they're combined. Fake God. That's the man with the plan in the top lane.
Yep.
No contest. What a chat.
Yeah, just that play at the end where it's like, well, we just lost the fight. Maybe Aphelios is going to start running this game, and then Aphelios walks up to him and says, nope, Aatrox is running this game.
I didn't actually see which guns the Aphelios had. I don't know if he was going for the Severum Crescendo.
By the end, he had Infernum Gravitum, I believe.
But that's the very, I mean, when he got thumped.
Oh, at the end, it doesn't matter at the end. He just got so...
No, I mean, in the play where where Fake God just managed to turn everything around in a 1v4. All right, King, what guns did you have? Oh no, he was walking up right into his
slow.
opponent's face with Graviton.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He was trying to catch
that's not the 1v1 gun.
Yeah.
So makes things a little bit rougher to do with that. But hey, 100 Thieves, they made it happen, man.
He did catch him as well. It's just a matter of what catching him entails. You get the Graviton to catch people. Overall, happy to see 100 Thieves. Pretty good Drake control, right? They controlled their Baron play as well. They were trying to make proactive plays throughout the map, and that's what you like to see. Because I think the point of this for 100 Thieves is to develop players who can then be on LCS. So you're trying to implement and run pro-level systems, and I think a lot of teams end up missing that and just going for too many like solo out plays or YOLO plays. I like the structure that 100 Thieves has here.
Well, that structure got them a win today, and we're going to go ahead now, send things down to Riv, who's standing by with that victorious top laner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by 100 Thieves, Fake God, or as you said, Flowers, Real God. Deathless coming into this game and an absolutely boss Aatrox in the top lane. I have to ask you just what were your thoughts on the game? Do you feel like even you made some mistakes, or how do you think you played that?
Basically, I just farmed super hard, and then that was like the one fight where you could actually see the farm pay off. So I was happy that I got like one really good fight, and yeah, that's how the game went for me.
Well, the mechanics definitely have to be there along with the farm, and I think we saw that in today's game. Looking at past season, you had time to play in the LCS, and it's definitely seemed that it has made you a better player. Are you taking more of an active role on Academy? Did LCS kind of help you build that up?
Right now, I think I'm playing just better than I was before, but it didn't really change like my shot calling or anything like that. It just made me a better, more consistent player because I realized like how good people can actually be, and in Academy it's just like I don't see it as much, but I'll still try. I still keep it in myself. Like I said that really badly, but yeah, something like that.
No, it's a fantastic goal. Obviously, you're always trying to strive for something, and if you keep that goal in mind, it'll come to fruition. Final question for you. Since 2018, when you were picked up #1 out of Scouting Grounds by 100 Thieves, you've been with them for that journey all the way. How has that experience been?
It's pretty good, because I didn't actually know about 100 Thieves before Scouting Grounds or anything, but now that I've been with them, it's like pretty insane, like how big they are and like how big they want to be, and I'm really glad that they picked me up, and I'm really willing to stay with them for a long time, I guess.
Well, you've already been an awesome part of it. Fake Guy, congratulations on the win, and best of luck moving forward in the season. We're going to throw it back to the State Farm analyst desk to wrap up the day.
I am not the State Farm analyst desk, but we're still going to wrap this one up. Let's see how the teams stack up here at the end of it. Dignitas Academy stays on top of the standings with a 5-0 record. Immortals and 100 Thieves tie for the second spot with Team Liquid still looking for their first win at 0-5.
Yeah, Immortals really smashed during Academy Rush. If you do want to get that dose of Academy as well, 5 p.m. Pacific time on Fridays, you get 4 Academy games all at once, just the good stuff.
It's a whole lot of Academy coming up then, but let's take a look at what games we have coming up tomorrow. We'll see Immortals and 100 Thieves face off at noon, followed by Golden Guardians versus TSM. A few more games, and then TSM Academy will try to dethrone the top dogs in Dignitas.
Yeah, the Dignitas Academy game, it's like an LCS team playing an Academy. It's always interesting to see.
I mean, all those guys have the time,
how
right?
good a lot of those players really are. It's cool.
Well, as we're wrapping up things here in North America, if you need more league action right now, stay tuned for the LEC rebroadcast going live right after the show. Now, for myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, every single one of us, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more of the LCS. Good night.